Up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey.
Roger Houston, thanks for handing it over. Oh, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are, live, Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, 250 miles above your imagination in the International Fake Station. Got to reach over here and fix some of these dials and make sure that everything is okay. We get constantly busy up here with all the science that we're doing and, making sure everything is, we had to go outside and replace all of the lighting on the outside of this thing so that you fine people at home while you're down there on Earth can see us when we fly over at night, because of course the sun doesn't reach us and there's no way for us to reflect any light back to you. So we have to provide the light to you ourselves. And that's what we were doing. We had a new maintenance schedule going on up here. So let's see, how is everybody doing here tonight? How many we got going already? 16? It's showing. Let me come over here and look in the chat and see what we've got going on. The participants of Anson Howard, Dreamy Lynn, Escape the Chains, Katie D, Keith Maskell, Malcolm Sheen, Mike Finian, and Valley Parks. Very good. And one thing that I did forget to do was to pin this link into the chat, because what we're looking for are people that are actually suffering from the malady. There seems to be an insanity that's permeating amongst the human race, and it's caused people to think that they are a monkey. Now get this, I know you're going to think this is funny as shit. They think that they're a monkey, and they live on a ball of water that's spinning and whirling and flying through a void at phenomenal rates of speed. And I'm here to cure that. So we're looking for our first patient to come up. I've been talking to a few potential patients here on Facebook, and it's wow, really kind of disheartening to see how bad this goes. Just to give you an idea as to how bad this really is. This was, somebody says, hey, Globe people, I'm driving through the clouds, right? And it's apparently somewhere where there was some either at a high elevation or the clouds are coming down. And look at this comment here. These pictures are pretty good evidence of a globe Earth. That's, for some people, that's all it takes. For some people, that's all it takes. So no wonder they know that they could bilk us for billions of dollars a day and feed us crazy ass pictures, because there's a lot of people that are believing this crap. Really kind of disheartening. But I've had some discussions here today, same old tired shit. What I found interesting, though, if we're going to study this at all, what I do find interesting is that they're so mouthy until you provide them with an opportunity like this to come on and have a discussion. We can show demonstrations. We can provide any kind of graphics, and also have the discussion, the conversation in a much faster period of time than it takes to typing a bunch of shit back and forth and waiting for a response and all that. And it's like, no, we don't even have to do that. I mean, we've even found a way. So you've noticed that I found a way to not have the delay that we used to have, because we do all this science up here, and I figured out how to get my signal to you immediately without the delay like we used to have, you know. I mean, that technology all stemmed from us being able to run in that phone line from the moon back to the White House. Also, that Richard Nixon, you know, that's the whole thing, is Richard Nixon gets a lot of shit, but nobody ever remembers him for the accomplishment of actually running a phone line from the White House to the moon. And I think that that's an astonishing accomplishment. I really do. And I hope it's still there. You know, I don't know if you can call the moon still, if anybody would pick up. I'm not sure. We'll have to give it a shot. Does anybody have the moon's telephone number? Anybody? No? Okay. Well, I guess we'll have to wait. So the panel is open. If you have any kind of a question or a comment regarding why the Earth is, you think the Earth is a globe, or any more supportive evidence that shows that the Earth is apparently not a globe, which I'm pretty sure that anybody can figure that out just by, you know, living, I think would be the best way to determine that. But until some crazy bastard comes along and tells you otherwise, and you foolishly believe him. But little kids, that's what they do, you know. You tell a little kid that brown paint tastes like chocolate ice cream, and they'll test it out. They'll believe you in a lot of cases. So it's easy. Children are gullible. They're very trusting, and because of that trusting nature of children, they exploit that, and they use it as a method of brainwashing the populace, because those children are only children for a short period of time. Well, I had somebody was up here, Anita Cunt or somebody, and now they've popped away. I was just about to click on them and bring them up. Maybe they were having trouble with their camera or something. Hopefully they'll be able to. Maybe I hope it's not somebody who's in need of help, right? But the chances are that it may be, because there seems to be a high percentage of people thinking this and getting very angry when you try to tell them that this is even when you use science and show them and say, look, this is a scientifically impossible thing that you're believing in. You need to come down to reality. I don't know what kind of a spell was cast. Was there a wizard or an alchemist that cast some kind of a spell across the human race to make them believe such nonsensical bullshit that they would fight to hang on to that ridiculous belief rather than to actually listen to logic and science? I don't know. But see, this is what I thought was interesting, was that there are, I ran across this, y'all saw it as a thumbnail, and it does come up as like, it does manifest its way this way. It really does into, let me pull this graphic up here real quick. into 7 stages of grief almost. Total disbelief. No way it's flat. The second you go, well, maybe it is. Then the third step is it might be flat. Fourth step couldn't be flat. And the fifth step is probably is, but I'm not sure. Then you get to pretty sure it's flat, and then you're there at 7. So we had a clown come on here, well, at least in the chat the other day, and he was trying to convince you, who I know are not stupid, trying to convince you that he was once a flat earther and then corrected his ways, I guess, or fell back out of it or somehow. I was like, dude, it's the very first time ever in history that has ever occurred. Okay. That's never happened. Joe Rogan did it, but there was a juicy pile of cash and a podcast and a contract involved with his reversal. So I guess with incentive, you could claim that, but you can't unsee shit. You cannot unsee the truth ever. I'm sorry. That's just not going to happen. You are never going to unsee the truth. And one of the biggest that I'm seeing that has really been triggering these poor people recently is when you bring up this, and we've talked about it the last couple of nights, the ratio of shadows. Well, of course they want to go with, the umbra and the penumbra. And I was like, okay, well, I'm using your penumbra as a reference. So it still should work out proportionately, but it doesn't. You want to do that same mathematics. You want to figure out the ratios of the umbra, and we can do that too. That's not a problem. Not one little bit is it a problem. It's not going to work out. So somebody is giving you bullshit distances or bullshit sizes. That's all there is to it. Or it's not a shadow when we have a lunar eclipse. It's not the shadow of the earth at all. I mean, you cannot tell me that an object can cast a shadow smaller than itself. I've tried to recreate that. Several times I've tried to recreate that with different objects. And guess what? I use the same light source that's causing these eclipses and these shadows. And it's that one that's outside in the air, flying around, that big yellow thing that we call the sun. So, there you go. That's a big part of it too. Now they want to get into the distances. Well, I absolutely know that when the distance of an object to where the light is shining to, it doesn't cast a shadow at all. Otherwise, you have shadows of airplanes flying over you all over the place, right? The airplane's shadow doesn't have a fucking penumbra of a little airplane down on the ground and then an umbra of a great big old airplane around it anywhere. You never see that shit. Do you ever look at your shadow as it's cast onto a wall during midday or at 3:00 in the afternoon? You see your shadow on the wall cast by the sun. Do you see an umbra? Do you see a penumbra? No, you don't. You can actually even hold a ball and get a shadow of that motherfucker too. And it don't have a penumbra and an umbra and all that other stupid shit they try to roll in there. And secondly, if this is caused by radiant sun rays, as you claim, then how did radiant rays of light, for some reason back in ancient Greece, become parallel so that your Greek guy Aristophanes and his faithful servant Theseus could make this miraculous calculation of the earth? See, you can't have it both ways, yet they do want to have it both ways every time. I can walk them right through and into a discussion and through it where they have just admitted that the forces of equalization during the process of equalization are much, much greater than their theory of gravity, yet they'll still hold on to that stupid fucking idea of gravity. And it's like, you just demonstrated to yourself that that's not true. You just demonstrated it to yourself, and they go right the fuck into it. I'm like, I don't even know, man. I don't even know how to even deal with people like that. It's like, wait a second. I've shown you graphically. You walked right through it and you still go right back to the impossibility of your stupid gravity. It's like, how ingrained. I mean, maybe I didn't get hypnotized as hard as everybody else, you know? I don't understand it. I really don't. The earth is moving like a parked car. You're absolutely right, Peter. You're right. That's about as much movement as you've got going on in that. And then he said, well, what was it? We got to talking about equilibrium, right? I said, everything is seeking equilibrium. Well, he thought that the word seeking actually meant that specifically movement. No, it doesn't, because if something's sitting at rest, but its tendency is to want to go downhill, if there's something stopping it from going downhill, it is still seeking that downward vector, isn't it? It's still seeking it, even though it's not actively moving toward it or anything else. Like, I couldn't believe these people have no command of the English language. They have no common sense. They are unable to take one thing and extrapolate it into a series of ideas so that it makes sense to them. This guy wanted me to draw him a diagram of how shadows work. I said, dude, go the fuck outside. Go outside. Have you never been outside before? Have you never had the sun shining on you, casting your shadow onto the ground? Were you born yesterday? This is what gets me, is do you have absolutely no experience in the world whatsoever that you would have to rely on someone drawing you a goddamn diagram of shadows when you can simply demonstrate that shit to yourself? Hello, New Hampshire guy. Good to see you, buddy. God, Aura Lumen. Wow, how's that say? And I guess that guy never did bother trying to come back. I guess he was Siki Cunt or some shit like that. It's one of those little names, try to be funny. People have done that shit to death, though. So it's like, okay, let's try something else, right? So what else we got up in here tonight? Look at here. We are climbing in the subs. It's not even a joke here. We've got already moved up to 891 subscribers. There's 891 subscribers. That is amazing for me that we grew that big just within a very short period of time, really, as it seems, because it was like I wasn't really doing anything with it. And then I thought, okay, let's do some more. And boy, it just seems to have picked up, which I'm happy about. Now, if any of you caught Dose of Reality show today, Brian Stavely, I was on there and he did his regular call-in part. And there was a man that called in there today and he wanted to ask me some questions. And the stream was about Mandela effect, of course, but he was asking me the flat earth questions. And I have to say, it was refreshing because he was not, it wasn't one of these people that comes in all combative. He legitimately had questions of things that I've said that challenge his belief, and listened to the answers, rolled them through his own logic, was not confrontational or hostile at all. And it was really great. And so I did invite him to come to the show tonight. I told him we would be on tonight. It would be a pleasure to have him come on. And he's obviously not shy about at least being heard. So, I really do. I hope he does come and even click the link. So we'll know. It's early. I started earlier. I'm kind of going to do that a little bit from time to time because I've got some people across the great pond that have lamented the fact that my show comes on much too late for them to catch any of it. And so I'm trying to make everybody happy, give a little bit so everybody can do something. And there, my space dog is freaking out. I got my space dog freaking out back there. There's Dreamy Lynn, Escape the Chains. How you doing tonight, sweetheart?
Doing pretty good. I went and did a little reading today
All
because a
right.
lot of times it has, it doesn't stick in my head. But it was in 500 BC, supposedly,
Mhm.
and I had questions because the question I asked, who figured out the Earth is round? The answer to that is, and this is crazy, it has actually been known that Earth is round since the time of ancient Greeks. It said it actually knew this. And then in the next sentence, it says, I believe that it was Pythagoras who first proposed the Earth was round sometime around 500 BC. Now, how do you get a supposing an idea, because they had the idea that it was round?
Right.
Some man said that he had an idea.
Right.
And everybody else just jumped on the bandwagon. Now, my question is to people that, think an idea is fact and not just, a thought, that it was possible without any more, and come up with the word actually when
Right.
there's no actually involved. But if you go out on a beach,
What
and
happened?
somebody's standing next to you, and let's say they're 5'10", when they walk down the beach and they get a mile or so down the beach, are they just little centimeters now? Is that their actual size?
Right.
Or are they still 5'10" down there at the other end of the beach? Because your perception, what you see and everything, changes as they walk away from you. They get further and further away and look smaller and smaller and smaller till they totally disappear. Now, just saying, if we take and just use our common sense in that, we know that the person, even though they're that far away, they're still 5'10" tall.
Yes. It's perspective.
Right.
It's nothing more than angular visual perspective. That's it. You're not Superman. Okay. We have binocular vision, which gives it's stereoptic, which allows us to have this thing we call depth perception.
Exactly.
And along with this depth perception comes the angular perception vision, right? So that as things, that's how you know when things are far from you, and how you know when it's getting closer. I mean, it's just like, I can't believe you have to actually explain this shit to people. It's sort of like, you have these eyes and you've been using them your whole goddamn life. Did you not pay attention to how they work? I mean, how could you not?
Exactly. I mean, and then if you get binoculars, those little tiny midget people will actually get a little bigger,
Yeah. And the horizon that curve that you saw him walk over, it suddenly it straightens on out, and there's more beyond that. So it's like you
right, because if you have a horizontal line, and that's the horizon is on that horizontal line, it's not curving.
No.
And it's very basic information. And if you look, it's just the way they created the globe was just an imagination, somebody's idea of it, not with any factual information. And then they could say it was somebody from an ancient time, an ancient world. Well, I'm sorry, but what about the people that believed that it was flat or level or whatever? I say it's mountains and valleys. The valleys are filled up with water. We call them oceans or rivers or lakes, whatever. So I really honestly just don't get people that just can't reason things out in a logical manner. And the information is out there if they really pay attention to the words.
Yeah, I know. Right. So, yeah, sorry about that. My
Sorry.
dog Peanut is like going crazy about something underneath of the cabinet we keep the dishes in. And I went over there to look and I didn't see anything under there. Just give me 1 second. Let me use this flashlight and see if I don't know what
All
the
right.
hell she's going on about. She's really curious about it though.
Hopefully, it's not a mouse.
No, it's not. I don't know. There's nothing under there. I don't know what she's after. Let me see what's this. No, oh, it's a treat. It's a dog treat that got knocked under there like from days ago. Oh my god. She was about to be driving me crazy digging over there. Little old dog treat about this big, man, way back under the counter. She was really going at trying to get that thing. Holy shit. Jesus. Who's this? Everybody in the world messaging me now.
But yeah, water really, and the beach, if or any body of water, that really tells the story.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I can get it. Oh my god, I got it.
Oh,
it
it's
is.
something my friend sent
Holy
me a
shit.
video. Well, maybe we can
Holy
see it
shit.
better on the
What
screen.
the fuck is that thing?
I don't know. Let me see if I can pull it up on the regular thing. I had me a nice little peanut butter jelly and mushroom sandwich here a little while ago. It's starting to come in real nice now. Let me see. Where is it? Facebook. That's over here, I think. Yeah. Let's see if I can make this big. All right, let's share that. I'm gonna stop that screen, present this screen, see what this is. God, stupid thing. Is everybody still there? Everybody good?
I'm still here.
All right. Well, no, this thing don't want to play. What's going on? What in the fuck? Why is my computer fucking up so bad here? Hang on. What's... Wow, it just made my whole screen go black. I don't know what the hell that's going on here. Man, I don't know what's going on. This thing is really screwing up. Let me pull it.
Computers can get kind of nuts sometimes.
They piss me off. Is what they do. What in the fuck is this thing doing? It's like part. There. Now we're out of that. I don't know what it is. Why it was giving me a rough time. It just happened over the house. Friend was on the phone and freaked out, telling me she was outside and would send me a video. She didn't get it, but I ran out to see if we. I don't know what the hell it is that they got. I can't even see the goddamn video. It won't let me see it. There it is. God, she's frantically messaging me right now. I'm serious. This must be something. I don't know. Do you guys see anything?
Not seeing anything yet. Now, I see a black screen up there, but I don't see anything coming through on it.
It's a black video. I don't see anything, man. I really don't.
Okay, now something's come up. It says flat Earth, and there's a what is in this picture. But I just see.
Oh, that's this right here. But see on this video she sent, watch. I'm gonna make this huge. See?
Yeah, it's just black. Have no idea.
I'm just gonna have to tell her it's I don't see anything. I don't see anything but a black screen, but I'll tell you what, for her to be that excited about that, let me see if I can't call her and maybe we can find out. Hey, that's an interesting thing to do. Let's do that. All right, so what I'm going to do, how do I do this? Okay, right there. I hit that. And hey,
Dude,
I couldn't see anything except for a black screen.
I know I saw. Well, I was gonna say I saw where you said that, dude. Like I don't even know. Dude, I'm shaking so bad right now. I don't even know how to explain it. Like, holy shit! I can see it on my video.
Well, what is it?
DJ got it too, dude. It's a line of lights. It's like, dude, it's like, holy shit! It's like 12 to 15 of them, and they're all in a row, like dotted in the sky, and it's like traveling like a fucking ship across the sky.
That's probably just that Starlink thing. It's just a bunch of balloons hooked together.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh. Like, are you for real right now? Are you joking?
No, I'm for real. It's probably Starlink. That's all that is a bunch of retransmitters flying across in balloons with yeah, it's not a fleet of UFOs or anything else like that.
No. I didn't know what the fuck it was. Like,
Yeah, it's
you
yeah, other people have seen it too. It's just they're just tied together is all. That's why they seem like they're in a formation.
oh my god, dude, that was crazy. I was on the phone with a friend and she started freaking out. And she had me running outside and like, dude, oh my god, that almost put me in an emotional roller coaster. I thought like
we're being invaded. Someone's attacking shit. Yeah,
I wasn't even worried about being invaded. I was like, dude, it's like being told you're not crazy your whole life. Like, what the fuck is happening?
Right? Yeah, you're all right. All right. Well, I'm on a show right now, so I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna hang up. Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Bye. So yeah, and she's just over in the next town over. I might be able to see the same thing flying over tonight. I don't really care.
Is it dark? Is it dark there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, maybe that's why we weren't really seeing anything.
Yeah, it's dark here. It's been dark now for about an hour.
It's only 6 o'clock here. It ain't dark yet. The sun left you.
Yeah. In fact, this month it's going to be about halfway to its destination. We call that an equinox. And then it'll finally make its way there in December and sit there and rest for a couple of days. And then it'll start coming back up here towards the north. And we'll get all happy about it because shit will start getting warm again about the time it gets about halfway here.
Right.
Yeah. So we call that the equinox. And then finally it'll come right over top of us and we'll have a solstice and longest day of the year, June the 21st.
But yeah, if anyone wants to know if it's a fear, if we're living on a ball or a sphere or whatever you want to call it, and they go and do some actual reading, they'll just find out that some man decided this back at such and such a time, and then somebody else backed him up at another later date.
Yep, it's all a bunch of people. That ain't what you said right there is ridiculous. As you'd think, well, nobody operates that way. You can bet your ass that's exactly how it was done. That's exactly how what the way Dreamy just laid that out is exactly what it was. And that's their backing. I mean, it's like, oh yeah, well, so and so said, and I'm like, how the fuck do you know what the guy said, man? You weren't even around when he came about, man. You don't even know if that person really even existed.
Right.
Stop using that. Yeah, I know.
I mean, what if we're all wrong and the beach is made of asphalt and the streets are made of sand? I mean, we could just decide that, that's my new idea. And is everybody going to jump on the bandwagon with me that the beach is now asphalt? I doubt it.
if you repeat a lie often enough and loud enough, it will be seen as truth.
Yeah.
I think there was this guy named what the hell was his name? Was that Goebbels? That's right, Joseph Goebbels, propaganda minister for Germany during a questionable period of time in history, and that was he's kind of quoted with saying that if you repeat a lie often enough and loud enough, it will be seen as truth. Same
Right.
thing. He also said that think of the media as a great giant keyboard on which the government can play.
But the first word in the sentence that I read you was when it said it has actually been known. Actually, and then in the next sentence, it was believed that somebody else said this, and then it was an idea. I mean, pay attention to the words thrown in the middle of the
Yeah,
lie.
right. Well, Flat Top Hank here says some people think we should shut down all schools and colleges. What's your thought? As far as public compulsory education, yes, abso-fucking-lutely. Those are nothing more than indoctrination centers, and nobody should be forced to do anything. Okay, I don't care. You don't force people to go to your indoctrination propaganda center under threat of force, which is you go to jail or you'll get fined if your kid misses school and all this other craziness. No. I also think schools should be in a different type of a forum. If you're going to, I don't think anyone should be educated. I think knowledge should be imparted on people. To be
Right.
educated is to memorize and regurgitate shit that's
Right.
told to you. Right? I
Well,
look at it like a more challenging environment.
right.
Hey, kids, wonder why this is a fact. Or let's prove that this is a fact.
Apprenticeships used to be where, a doctor who had learned stuff and learned from other doctors,
Mm-hmm.
then that person, takes somebody under their wing, and they do, I just said the word now.
Well, hands-on, like an apprenticeship.
Yeah,
Exactly.
apprenticeship. Yes.
Yes.
As of I think it was around 96, I had a investigator tell me that you didn't have to go to school if you just apprenticeship with a private investigator or or someone in that line of work. Then in about 12 years or whatnot, you could become one and separate yourself from them because you will have learned what you need to learn. You didn't even have to go to college for it. And you will get paid as an apprentice while you're learning than if you go to college and pay them to teach you stuff that you still have to have somebody. You have to be under someone for so long in order to branch out on your own. So, I mean, it's kind of crazy. It's just making money for those colleges, but not really doing anything for the person that's learning it.
Well, even just the public education aspect of it, this is the one. I don't care if somebody wants to go waste their money and have somebody tell them what to think. That's their business. That's their business. I don't care. Right. But it's this indoctrination of forced. So, like Flat Top Hank says, so math, science, health are not needed. I don't know. Are they? Needed for who? Are they, you're deciding that everyone is in need of this, and so they have to go and participate in it? No. If you would like to learn these things, that place can be, you're fully free to learn anything you want to. And it's like that right now. Okay. You're fully free to learn anything you want to. You don't have to go to some special building to learn stuff. You just really don't. So, some parents can't read. So what? I mean, there's something wrong with the system that keeps getting more and more money put into it. And more of these potential parents are coming out unable to read. Don't you see the problem there, Flat Top Hank? Do you not see the problem there? Why do we have parents that can't read if they were all forced through this wonderful education system? That shows right there that there's a flaw in the system to begin with. And it also shows that apparently the reading must not be that important, or those people wouldn't have gotten to that part of their life yet.
And the problem is with what Daniel Becker's saying, sadly, you need a degree to get a good paying job. Well, why not you become the business owner? And instead of thinking that you need to get a job working for someone else. See, that's another thing I see. Of all my family, I'm the one that dropped out of school, but before my stroke and everything, I had my own business. But all my family, my sisters and everybody, some of them even went to college and real estate school and stuff. But they didn't do that. And my other sisters, they graduated from school, but they did not own their own business. I'm the one that dropped out. I'm the one that owned my own business.
I did too. I dropped out. So here's Flat Top says the dropout rate is high. Yeah. So here's the thing. If he's attributing that to the fact that these people, by the time they drop out of school, then they don't hold this little magical piece of paper that's given after the full term of this, that's the reason they can't read. Listen, if you've gotten to the age of 15 or 16 years old and you still can't read, there's a problem. And it's either with the people trying to teach you to read or something wrong with your mind and you're unable to learn. Okay. That's all there is to it. That's no other explanation. I wouldn't want an educated doctor. I would absolutely agree with you. I wouldn't want an uneducated doctor either.
Right.
I don't even really want a doctor. What I would prefer is a physician, not a doctor. Why do I want to doctor something? That's like taping it up. Oh, we doctored this up. It was broke, but we doctored it up and it'll pass by. No, I want a physician. See?
Well, now the medical industry, they call it managed care. You get sick, they will manage you to death and cost you a fortune.
Yeah.
In doing that, they will offer you any kind of cure.
Yeah. Give it. Oh, there's that first yawn. I know that. You know what that means. Yeah, it's not a tired thing. All right, we're good to go now. But see, this is the thing. What does he say? Something about big degree is useless. I have one, never used it for anything other than an imagined status for jobs that had nothing to do with it. You're absolutely right. That is what most people use them for. And then Daniel down here says, yeah, but to the system we are in, sometimes disability is a career choice. Yes, there are. And there's multi-generational, like you have multi-generational welfare people, that it became a way of life for mom and dad. And these kids are brought up in that same system. They work within the same system and do it. And it's like we got third and fourth generation fucking welfare recipients that don't know what it's like to not be in the system.
So that's the system they know.
Yep. And that's the system that the control system actually wants in place. Ignorant people that just shut up and follow the rules and do their thing, man. We'll take care of you. We'll be your mom and dad, and we're going to tell you what you can and cannot do, what time you can go out, what kind of products you can eat, what kind of everything, right? Yes, that's why this is perfect. Flat Top Hank says welfare should be banned. And I think that we should start with Social Security. Absolutely. What do you think about that? I want to get rid of all the communism there is. That means I want to do away with welfare, food stamps, Social Security, every fucking thing that is a payout to other people from tax money. So yeah, it should be gone. That's all communist bullshit right there. What do y'all think about that?
Well,
I love it when people say, yeah, fight communism. And I say, all right, let's get rid of that Social Security. Well, wait. I worked for that. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. That money you put into it, that's long fucking gone, man. You're never gonna get back what you put into it. You can guarantee that. Guaranteed. You're never gonna get what you put in it. Yeah, don't we all? You're never gonna get it, flat right? He says, I want the money I put into Social Security back. Now I says, you ain't never gonna get that back, motherfucker. It don't exist. It's gone. It's gone. Some fat politician's ass is where that went. You can just bank on that, buddy. You can bank. That's where your money went. I watched it from up here. I watched it right from over here, right over to here. It was fucking hilarious. People eating that shit up, putting little Ukraine flags in their profile pics and everything else. And I'm like, you people, wow. What the fuck? People shit on a college degree. I use my degree to translate into 34-year professional career, rubbing elbows with some of the most prominent people in my marketplace. Well, good for you. I hope you got lots of cookies and fancy pants and lollipops for that. I'm real proud of you.
I don't have a professional degree. I've rubbed arms with prominent people too. I mean, it's no big deal. They're just.
Well, what's prominent mean? What fuck do you mean prominent?
They've got money. Maybe they've got a specific title or whatever.
I don't give
use.
a fuck.
I don't know.
I don't give a fuck about that.
It doesn't make them less or more of a.
I don't give a fuck about that. That don't make somebody prominent to me. That's
well, I'm just saying that's what people see. They're they're looking at that ladder. Okay, there's tier 1, the poor people, tier 2, the less than poor, and then there's the middle class. That's the next 5 rungs.
Right. Right.
It's categorizing people into their little boxes.
I don't know. I don't recognize it, man. I don't give a fuck. I don't see these people as prominent, or anything special, or any other thing like that. I don't give a fuck. You're just another dude. You drop trowel and take a dump, same as I do. So fuck off.
Well, I've known famous people before they were famous. I'm sure other people have too. You didn't think of them as prominent, but they kind of rose to that level in everybody's mind. But that's just a figment of their imagination.
Success at what, RT? What is it? But that's what? What is it that you've been successful at? Maybe your measure of success and my measure of success are completely different things.
My success, I got up out of bed this morning. I'm still alive. I'm successful at living and breathing.
This never fucking ceases to amaze me how while I'm and no other time during the day ever do I have fucking internet issues at all until we're in a live stream. And then this little fucking thing always wanting to come up and saying, your connection is unstable, blah, blah, blah. No, my connection's not unstable. The person controlling the connection is unstable. Okay, let's get that straight right off the bat. And also, I forgot this the last few nights. I want to give a shout out to my government agents. Y'all are doing a fantastic job, and I hope you're enjoying the show.
Maybe them balloons up there in the sky are interrupting your reception.
You know about that, right?
What's that?
Thing that refracts light. It's yeah, that's was their government CIA thing of where they're, spying on us through, collecting information from our um, social media and shit, right?
X-rays from outer space.
Yeah, right. Pretty much. So I just like to give a shout out to my agents out there, my government agents, and I hope you're enjoying the show. So that's all. Yeah, shout out to the feds.
I hope
out
they
to the
learned something, because actually the topic is very, very enlightening. It's making people question. And so even the dumb ones that still think they live on a ball and don't comprehend how water itself works, or like you say, gas in a containment system. I mean, but they can't unhear what they're hearing.
Daniel Becker must live in a city or some shit like that. No, he says he lives in a building full of bad elements. Now, see, where I live at, I hear gunshots all the time and don't pay any mind to it. And it's not because it's a bad neighborhood or there's a bunch of crime going on. It's because I live out in the country and people shoot guns. I mean, for a number of reasons, whether they might be shooting a varmint that's getting into their chickens or God knows what, so nobody really flips their ass when there's a gunshot out here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Again, it's perspective where you live, you wouldn't act or do the same things in a city that you would do out in the country, but there's less likely to be, a bunch of coyotes trying to get into somebody's house and eat their cats.
Oh my God, Daniel Becker, get the fuck out while you still can, bro. Lives near San Francisco, California. Get the fuck out of there. What's wrong with you, brother? There's a flood coming or now. I'm not talking about water. That place is crazy, man. Oh, it reminded me of a really cool. You know what gay horses eat? Hey. I thought that was pretty fucking good. What a
That
gay
was funny.
I sent one to my grandson on a text and I didn't get an answer back from him. I said, what's invisible and smells like worms? Bird farts. I didn't hear nothing back from him on that one.
Well, I don't know what worms smell like, even if they was bird farts.
Yeah, that would be the first question. How the fuck do you know what a worm smells like in the first place?
Exactly. That was what I thought. How does somebody know what a worm smells like? I mean, I've handled lots of worms. They didn't smell like anything unless they were dead. Then they stink.
Oh God, yeah. You got to keep them in the fridge, man.
Yeah.
I know. I see San Francisco going down the drain. It's really bad here. Most retail in San Francisco is left. Yeah. I saw a woman. She did a video where she was shaking. She was in tears because this in the daytime being just some random weirdo on the street.
Yeah, the downtown area is pretty much all boarded up. Everybody's left. But they say it's because people are just breaking in and stealing. Walmarts are closing because people just walk in, steal. 7-Eleven's closing because they made a law, and he probably knows more about that law than me. They made that law that under a certain amount they can't do anything about.
Right. See,
you have to steal over a certain amount.
Yeah, I think it's what somebody Emerald Boar says here. It's the $950. I'll tell you what, come on in here and try to steal anything.
My best friend lives in San Francisco.
Guarantee somebody come in here and try to steal one little bitty thing. Go ahead.
How you doing, guys?
I'm doing good there, Joe King. How you doing tonight, brother?
Excellent, brother. Appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, man.
I came ready with my footwear. Oh no, this is
moon shoes. Moon shoes.
Oh, there you go.
My wife got these for me.
Those are the official slippers of the.
Yeah, my wife knew I had to have these from wherever she was. I think it was a thrift store. She knows me. My shill shoes.
So you're like, people would be, yeah, my wife brought me these from work.
Yeah.
And you show him a NASA thing, it's like, oh, his wife must work at NASA. No, she picked him up at the thrift store where she works at. But
Oh, they love space. So funny, man. And she got me a framed like azimuthal, you know, the flight path map. You know, she framed that one for me, and one with Mount Meru she got. And
Oh,
she
that's
knows me.
cool, man.
That's
really
funny.
cool.
I said moon shoes, and he has NASA slippers.
Absolutely, man.
Yep.
Love it.
Well, when I was a kid, I was all about that shit, man. And
Oh,
I
yeah.
can see this really does capture the imagination of children. And if you can convince them at a young age that that shit's all real, they'll stick with it. They'll stick with it their whole goddamn life. I mean, I've seen grown adults that actually believed that WWF wrestling was fucking real.
Yeah, a couple. I know. A couple.
You know, and I'm like, wow, did you ever go outside and play? You know, I mean, do you understand that the physics that they're doing? If a 280-pound man jumps off the ropes and concentrates all of his weight down into his elbow, and then that's how he lands on another man's throat. Yeah. I don't give a shit how big of a man that is. He's going to fucking die. Right. Okay. There is no coming back from that one, baby. I don't give a shit if you are the biggest, strongest son of a bitch in the world. You're going to die. All right.
They were good at not hurting each other. And you get hurt doing it. Usually with them guys, I get to the point where like, dude, I know it's cool. I mean, these dudes are jumping, doing it's badass, dude. But yeah, it's funny, man. It's pretty. Yeah, I used to go to. I went to astronomy class with my mom, and when I was a little boy, she went to West Valley Junior College, man, in Los Gatos, California. Yeah, I loved it. I used to go there.
So it's like, and so you go, oh, this is so cool. We'll be able to go to the planets and visit space and shit. This is really.
I always doubted it though, a little bit. Like that far, you know.
Coming up into my 60s, and I'm like, all right, now anytime we're gonna have that commercial space flight, being able to go all the time. Common is going to see Grandma down in Florida. Yeah, you motherfuckers. That's what they tried to tell us, that shit, you know. And
I go 45 years. I thought we were spinning, you know.
Yeah.
I feel silly, man, but
because you don't think about it. You took it for granted because there were people that you deemed as smarter than you that figured out all the reasons why you're in your mind this doesn't make sense. But you figured,
and why would they lie?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Well, you will find that any scientific study will find the answers that whoever is funding them are looking for. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to prove that walking across the ground will kill you, then the scientific study for that is there and will prove it, supposedly.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I mean, this is what a joke, what they call science. Yeah. Most people, they don't realize science isn't a person.
Yeah.
It's all the time when people say, well, science says, and I'm like, really? Does science say that? Can you bring science over to me so that I can talk to science? Does science have a fucking email address that I can maybe correspond with them?
I was listening to Manly P. Hall today, and he says, science is, the definition is that before your existence, you were nothing. You didn't exist before. And then at the end of your existence, you will be nothing. That's a scientific explanation. And that's Darwinism. And I'm like, that was, so simply put, but that's it, man.
I mean, this is the point. Oh, I mean, people treating science as though it's an entity or a deity or something like that. It's not. When any time that you use experimentation in a proper way to determine the truth about something, and I don't care whether that's just logical conversation or right to the bones of doing an experiment in physics, you are engaged in the scientific process right at that moment. Okay. You're throwing away everything that is not possible and holding on to only those things that are possible. Right. And to take something like that, like a lot of these globers there all the time, there's no demonstrable convexity. None of this shit is provable, da 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 da. And they'll say, well, there's this Qantas flight, so that proves that the Earth's a globe. So despite all physics, and that you figured that the Earth suddenly being a globe for this airplane that's your proof. Are there other explanations for this flight? Yes.
And it's cool, has a cool name and stuff, you know.
Several explanations for this flight that do not include the Earth being a physically and scientifically impossible globe.
You got to throw away that a lot of the beliefs, you know, belief systems got to go away, and you got to prove things to yourself and know. You have a knowing system, you know, just like.
Well, yeah, you. That's why I say we're going to talk about. You're going to prove the globe to me. You bring to what can be proven. I don't want to hear about shit in the sky.
All right.
You know, because I've been to a Pink Floyd light show, man, and that fucking all kinds of shit happens.
Right. In the sky, it'll be the first proof, by the way, with the proof of it.
Right. And I was watching that from this platform, so you know where I'm at. You know, so what I'm talking about is what is the condition, because level is a condition. It's not a shape.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the condition of the realm in which I live, or on which I live? Right. That's the question. Right. Is it spherical?
Mm-hmm.
Well, obviously not, because that would be ridiculously stupid and it would be impossible and it won't work. For the various foremost, I don't even care when somebody says, I'll ask him and say, show me proof that a gas pressure system can exist within a vacuum and not have containment. You know what they do? They show me a picture of Jupiter from NASA. There you go. And I'm like, no, I ask for proof of a gas pressure system in a vacuum without containment. Okay. You don't know what the fuck that thing is, or what it's made out of, or any other thing. There's nothing there to demonstrate what the medium around it is, or what the composition of the damn thing is at. And if you try to tell me you got a magic telescope, you can look at that fucking thing 500,000 miles and tell what it's made out of, you're a motherfucking liar. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm stealing your stuff.
Listen, they'd be turning that magic telescope around this way and finding where all the gold is at. They'd be finding where all the platinum is at. They'd be finding all that fucking bullshit, not looking at some little dot in the sky and trying to figure out what the fuck it's made out of. If they really had such a device.
It benefit themselves in some way at all? Hell yeah. But no, I use your lines. I'm stealing your stuff, man, for when I flat smack. However, whatever turn.
It's open source mockery.
Oh, for sure, dude. That's, we got to get it, out properly and simply put and understandably in pieces for me to understand it. Because I can understand a lot of times, not verbalize it. Lots of stuff, man. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's good to have a good way to put it, repetition of saying stuff to people so they get it. It's important, man. I mean, to me it is.
Act White Nubs is here.
Absolutely. That was so much fun.
I was waiting for him. You know what else too? But what were we talking about earlier about, you were talking about generational, welfare and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So in Northern California, like where I'm from, you got two things: generational gang, families, and then welfare too. And they're not necessarily the same thing. They could be, but not necessarily. But these things are ingrained.
Sure.
These gangsters live in houses that their families have, and they gangbang all, and the other ones live in these apartments. And they, I grew up, we had to live in these low income apartments when I was, when my kids were born, so
it's like a microcosm of the macro, man.
Yeah.
You got little nations, little territories, and all that bullshit, right? It's the
I
same
mean,
thing.
it ain't going nowhere.
This guy's the leader of this little neighborhood, and this guy over here is the leader of that little neighborhood and shit. And they go to war with one. It ain't no different than exactly the same geopolitical structure that they've got us trapped in.
And it's the American way, is what it is, man. Unfortunately,
No,
you know what I mean?
I disagree.
Well, I mean,
it's
as
the
far
way
as
that
how
we've been taught.
Well, because the competition, you know what I mean? We're tougher. We come from behind in sports and the Olympics and win, and we outmuscled people, and we, you know, but that's also has a flip side, bad side to it, you know, where we're kind of just overly constantly. I know I am all the time. I had too many concussions.
Well, we went from being able to defend ourselves to becoming the bully on the block. And sooner or later, somebody's going to knock the fucking bully down. And that's happening right now.
Yep. We've been like they said in Platoon, we've been kicking Willem Dafoe. We've been kicking so many other people's asses so long.
Yep. And that's all we're
saying. You have different little groups, different little nations. A family is actually a nation.
Do you know
all the way back to Father Abraham?
So Nubs is my cousin.
A total period.
We look alike.
America was not involved in hostility somewhere on the world. Okay. If you accumulate all the amount of time that America has not been in a hostile situation, it comes out to be about like 4 months.
What? It's insanity. That's true. That's impossible. You have to be just. That's contrived. It's not natural. You know,
well, think about it.
Frustrating, man. Yeah. And
if
people
you really think about it, they gave us this Bible that in my opinion, the Romans wrote through and through the New Testament for one particular reason. Right now, because they've been controlling the narrative since they got in power. When you're in power, you don't just give up power. You transfer power and hide it.
You think it was the company, you know, what was it?
The dead things, the corporation,
East India Company.
I think it has more to do with family and houses and royal lineages, because what makes somebody royal? What they wrote down.
Right.
And what somebody else was willing to believe, what somebody else didn't want to do for themselves, so they asked somebody else to do it, and all of a sudden now they're indebted to them.
Look at this huge vowel movement I just got from M. Ball. Just like some people graduate from school without being able to read, give them a book and it's meaningless to them. You graduate without learning how determining gases is done for planets. Well, no, I learned all about that. And when you really try to, it's stupid. You want to tell me how if you have proof of a gas pressure system existing within a vacuum without containment. And
I've got a soda that'll prove
another one of your. If I said, give me proof that a piece of metal can become sentient, don't show me a fucking picture of the Tin Man from the Wizard of Oz, okay? That's stupid. If I ask you, can grass talk, and you show me a picture of the Straw Man from fucking Wizard of Oz, that is not proof, okay? Jesus Christ with you people. God damn.
Is he going to come on?
What's that?
No.
Will he come on the show?
No, apparently not ever.
Dude.
He's always in the chat saying stupid shit. And I'm just like, what in the fuck are you even talking about, man? This is why I have to smoke weed continuously.
Yes.
This is why, because I'm just to be able to handle the retarded shit that I get all the time. Get that globe off. What is that? What is that blasphemous piece of shit behind you, Joe?
Do you want to?
Fuck is that? What the fuck is that? No, I'm just kidding.
And the big problem with those that can read do not know the definitions or comprehend the word meanings that they are reading.
Well,
what should we do with this stuff? Blow it up?
Hey, I got an idea.
Should I burn it?
You have
I got an idea.
You selling it? What are you selling?
I got an idea for that. You take that and award it to anybody that can answer the question about the pressurized gas system.
There you go. Yeah.
Here's
And it's a bumpy one.
Here's fuck my reward. Fuck my reward. If you can demonstrate that, then you can get a Nobel Prize. I can't even match that shit.
A Schmobel. We'll give you,
and then
our reward.
Then you can take that money. You can take that money. You know what you can do with that money if you win a Nobel Prize? You can pay off your wife. You can marry your cousin who already has 2 daughters, walk around in women's shoes and call that your little harem.
Squad.
Yeah, like Einstein.
We'll get him a Shalom Bell Award.
Yeah, right.
Where on the globe do you live?
Who, me?
Anywhere.
Yeah.
I live on this bump here.
I'm in this mountain. This bump. I'm in this bump right here. The stuff is flat. Okay, it's flat. The stuff is flat.
He totally got the joke. So.
I used to joke about that shit. I was like, because like when you see on the weather and shit like that, right? I says, can you imagine if you went outside and you look up and you see a big H flying over and there's an L over there and there's these little fucking string of flags and shit. It's like, oh my God, that stuff's really up there. That's bad,
Yeah.
That was funny.
Damn.
Something was going on today at work because yesterday I had a blanket, man, over where I'm at. It was bummed me out after work. You couldn't see nothing. They were hiding the moon, I guess. But and then at work, dude's like, "What's that, man?" Because now I tell everybody, "Look up." Nobody looks up. I'm like, "Look at this guy, dude." And there's something. Oh, it's gone, dude. I go, "What?" And I look up. He goes, "It's in the clouds now." It was like a balloon or something. I go, and we waited, and it didn't come back out. But he goes, "Yeah," and he's not, he's he's kind of he's not actually. He's learning a lot from me, but he's turning over actually, that dude. But yeah.
Daniel Becker says, I'm beginning to really hate Globetards. Started in Den City. Its life is too short to live with them.
It's kind of, you go through phases.
It's beginning to look a lot like retards.
Well, you know what? It's starting to get, like I said, this is normal. This is normal.
It could be a serious issue,
No, this is normal, man. Look, we just had this up here.
Well, they did broaden the
seven
horizon.
stages. You go through 7 stages, and then of course it does get tiring. It does get tiring because it's like, wait a second, what the fuck about this don't you get? But we don't want to get, too horrible about it. But this is why I say that there's a tipping point coming, and I predict next year, 2024, there's going to be a tipping point in this globe versus reality. And thank you, India, for helping that little push along. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
They
went.
And what was so satisfying about that is watching people like Neil deGrasse Tyson being forced to have to go, yeah, good job, India. That was
I know.
How do you like that honorary award now, Neely boy?
I was like, yeah, fucking shit, boy. I'll tell you what.
Was he a Chippendales dancer or something like that?
What's the matter?
Wasn't he like a Chippendales dancer or something?
Oh, he's Neil Tyson. He's a actor. He has an IMDb page.
Oh, completely, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen all the Bill Nye. I've seen his audition stuff before. I think Owen played all that stuff.
No wonder he took the Bill Nye the Science Guy. Did you ever see his stand-up? It was horrible. It wasn't.
Horrible.
Okay, we're still waiting for the joke, and it's just dumb. He's as unfunny trying to be a comedian as he is being the science guy.
Every one of them guys, man,
with a fucking bow tie. Holy hell!
It ain't like it's just back in George Carlin, man. Whatever he was, if he was whatever, he had funny stuff to say and stuff to think about, man. There's nobody
based on what was real.
Yeah, telling you something was real.
He was pointing out the ridiculousness.
Yeah, forget a good guy, bad guy. Yeah.
Carlin was the guy that said, "Hey, everybody, there's a fucking elephant in the middle of the room. Look,
look at it.
That's who Carlin.
You're not seeing it,
right? I'm
because I'm a writer that talks, and it's funny.
Exactly. I love that kind of thing too.
Good, man.
When you can, and that's why I like South Park. I mean, I think that the Pajama Day episode was a
I didn't
masterpiece.
see it.
Speaking
you
of
gotta see
South
it.
Park,
It's all exactly how they acted about with the fucking masks.
Really?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Only it was about Pajama Day.
They are funny, them guys, Matt and Trey.
I just got.
I had all these motherfuckers wearing pajamas to work and everything, man.
And if you didn't, people freaked or what?
Yeah. Everybody was like, I don't know if you noticed, but
That would be funny as shit.
there's a sign on the door, you know, that
Pajamas
says you
only.
have to have pajamas.
I could see that would be super funny.
Yeah,
Remember the Uncle
that's
Fucker
how
song?
people were asking. That's how people were acting, and it's so funny. It's like, well, but there's a sign. I'm like, I don't fucking care. There's a sign. Look,
I got kicked out of gas
not a
station.
sign. How about that?
Yeah.
Now the sign
I had
is
a
gone.
police officer assault me over that.
Dang.
He didn't believe it was assault, and so I pulled the fucking code and I said, "That's 5th degree assault. Your touches are not desired, and I have
Yeah.
broken no law.
Mhm. You have no authority on me.
Get the fuck out of here."
Policing another man, you know? Police
So-
another man's.
I'm free to go.
Policying another man. That's what they're doing.
Ridiculous,
So,
man.
like, so I'm free to go.
Yeah.
No, I went
Yeah,
over and
you're
had
free to
pizza.
go. Yes, you're free to go. Cool. That means I'm free to stay then too, motherfucker.
Like,
I was on private property.
That's why I keep telling people, if somebody's telling you you have to get a license, that's somebody else telling you you have to contract.
I'll be
And
back.
if you have a right to contract, you have a right not to contract.
Like the dude said, Sovereign, you played the other day. I was that over there, and now I'm going over there. In the past, I was laughing for days.
But I've actually used that. You know, they say,
Yeah.
where are you coming from? That way.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I was
You know,
raised by a cop.
obviously from the direction opposite in which my vehicle is pointed. I would imagine that'd be. You need me.
So. Got to smoke. He's like,
point
I'm cold
out.
that way.
You know,
I was that way. That dude was so funny.
yeah. It's like, what the fuck are you asking me where I'm going and shit?
Yeah.
What, are you coming over?
Yeah, I mean, they used to be. It's like they're people. Like I was raised by cops. It doesn't trip me out that you got your uniform and your gun or whatever. It doesn't impress me. It doesn't impress me, you know. But you know, it's like. Also, I'm not a dick to them or nothing, but it's like I just act like no, they're not even there. I haven't dealt with cops in years, man.
I deal with them. I talk to them exactly like I do any other person.
Sure.
Right.
Okay. And that's how I view them. They're just another person. The problem is they take their little suit too serious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like they don't need more information than anybody else.
Right. That's exactly right. So if some random stranger will ask me, where am I going? My answer is probably going to be real smart ass about it. You know, like, why are you going to?
Yeah.
You coming over? What the fuck you need to know where I'm going for?
Don't know.
Why is that important to you? Well, I'm conducting an investigation. You're conducting an investigation into where I'm going?
Mm.
What the fuck does that have any relevance to anything that we're doing here right now?
Yeah.
Right.
The only thing I don't like I have festivals and stuff where I live over here, kind of like cool stuff goes on, and they're always shuffling me along, and I'm like, man, don't be shushing me along, bro. Like, you know, like that. It's like they have these cops, and they're real military fatigued out around here, and real big, and you know, it's just trying to be intimidating, and they're for no reason. I don't know why. And multiple of them, you know, at a rib cook-off. It's literally a rib cook-off. You know, it's
and they get those shirts tailored to look like that, so they're
100%.
all bound up and shit. You know, it's like
chicks all yoked and stuff.
Yeah. Here's the one that gets me. They always walk standing around all chicken wing with their fucking hands like this. So they start doing that. Here's what blow their mind. You just start doing it too.
Oh, 100%.
Just stand there and talk to them with your hands like
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. I was like, one guy I had told my wife, I'm like, is this guy staring at me? The cop, because they were all eating at another table. You know, they kept looking at me. I'm like, is that dude looking at me all loud? You know, so, and they're put on the spot at that point. You know,
It's
they're
like
bugging me. Are you looking at me, bro? Like, in front, you know.
Like Renee's pointing out in here, it says, talk to them like you would any other person. Oh man, they can't stand it. It's like, couldn't you see my magic suit?
Yeah, that's the thing about it, man. It's a Masonic symbol on your chest.
Yeah.
You know, with I got it all on my house. My dad, all the stuff. You know, my brother too. It's like they don't even know they're honorary Masons and stuff. They're low level, whatever. You know, that's what they really truly are. You know, it's a little organization that goes right up to the top of the.
You're like, yeah, Skippy,
they're bottom minions, man. You know what I mean? Unfortunately,
like, hey, Skippy, that's a pretty dandy looking fucking suit. My grandson wears one of those around and shoots at the dog and his sister and everything else. Yeah, I've seen them before. What's your point?
But like my dad said, though, you know, my dad was going to be a lawyer. He went to UCLA and he's like, you know what, man, I get to have a fast car and a gun and the ladies like you, man. And you look like you were a cool dude back in the day being a cop. You know what I mean? You make good money. He's like, why would I want to do that? You know what I mean? You kind of get that too, as far as way back in the days, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah. That's when
I wouldn't, as much as I like to see people not do bad things to other people, I still can't. I find it too way beneath myself to be able to put all of my morals onto a shelf for a paycheck. You know, because even though that stopping bad people from hurting good people is part of the job, the majority of the job is harassing my fellow man and collecting revenue from them.
100%.
So I can't do that. I don't find I wouldn't do that in outside of an employment. Why would I take a job that requires me to do something like that? That's you have to be, I don't know.
It ain't my place to police other men and their behaviors. That's, you know, there's no need for it. That's why the suicide rate's so high with them guys.
I'm willing, if I'm able to, and within the vicinity, that's why I stay armed.
Yeah,
I know that myself and anyone within my zone of influence is protected. Okay. I had somebody ask me, it was actually a cop asked me, he says, why do you carry that? And I said, because you won't fit in my pocket.
Yeah. That's a good answer.
I mean, there you go.
Yeah. He like that, I bet, you know.
Yeah.
Well, we're men, right? So aren't we supposed to be physically take care of the place, help people, make sure everything's orderly? That's kind of an inherent job.
Well, not if the blue-haired lesbians have anything to say about it. I'll tell you, they get quite screechy about such a thing. And I notice you're wearing blue.
Yeah.
Is there a reason for that? Is there something that maybe the rest of us might need to know?
Blue?
Yeah.
Police?
No, I mean it's the directed energy weapons. I guess don't hit the blue things.
Oh, is it blue? What do you call it?
Yeah, everything blue is. I heard that blue
Project
cars.
Blue Beam.
Yeah,
how about blue birds? I saw
don't know,
two today.
I don't think any of those got fried in that fire either. I know.
Yeah, Jungle Surfer was talking about blue birds.
Since that's come out, I have heard that blue cars are selling like wildfire.
Really? Like wildfire? They can't keep them in stock.
See what I did there?
I see it.
I'm here all week. I'm here all week.
I'm here all the week.
Yeah, don't forget to tip your waitress. I'm here all week.
I just flew in, man. My arms are tired.
Oh my god! So I fit him. There we go. So what we got going on over here in the chat? Yeah, I'm tripping pretty good.
I know.
That was like, I wish I would have weighed that out because that was really.
Yeah, how you doing? Good.
I'm doing really good. Yeah, I took in my scissors and I cut the mushrooms up really nice and evenly across the peanut butter.
Nice, got to be even.
So there was no like stringies, you know, that kind of thing.
Not too bitter.
Yeah, right. Everything was just perfect, and then a nice layer of strawberry jam on top of it. You hardly even noticed that they were there, and then everything's going good now. Everything's doing really good up here in the International Fake Station. Do I need to reach over here and turn anything up on this science?
That tube is loose right there, and they're shooting air out.
Yeah, son of a bitch.
Put a clamp on it.
No, a little piece of gum. We're good to
What
go.
if you got sucked out the window?
Oh my God.
Like a movie.
Actually,
Can you do that, dude? Make a little graphic where you get sucked out the window.
yeah, right. Well, I can already simulate me being weightless up here. Watch.
Okay.
You see this? Like that. And I start drifting back. I can go like this and pull myself forward. And if I get too far, then I can push myself back a little bit. And oh shit, we're going over. Damn it, man! What'd you get me started for? Once I get started, I can't stop.
Did you undo your belt? You don't ever undo your seatbelt. That's the number one rule on the space station. Undo your belt, you're floating.
Or just stay firmly planted on our vacuum commode.
Oh,
And
I had
that
that.
keep you in place right there. That's
We had the conversation at work about the space station.
Dreamy laughs your ass off about the fucking space station.
Oh,
So
man.
that shit is.
Oh yes, I couldn't help but laugh about that one. That was so crazy.
Yeah.
Show us how the shop back works. No.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm gonna be in here a while. Oh,
It sucks all the oxygen out.
I don't care. What are you doing there, John? I'm going blind. Leave me alone.
It's shot back so thing, the whole thing implodes.
I mean, they really gave us a true description though. Whenever they showed that underwater explosion, of that craft they sent down there, when the pressure of the ocean is so much greater, and they're trying to tell us that there's nothing up there. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
That pressure differential works both ways, man.
Right.
I'm sorry.
We can ham it up.
Both ways.
We're
This is
older
why-
folks.
Did you ever go into the store and get one of those things when you was a kid?
What's that?
The Jiffy popcorn.
Oh, yeah.
A little disposable like frying pan, right? You take
Yep.
the label off of it and there's just foil on there. And all of a sudden
It was
that
like
thing
twisted.
starts poofing, right? And then you bust open.
Yeah.
Nasty ass shit. Okay, so
Yeah.
that's what would have happened to their goddamn spaceship when they sent it up into the vacuum of space, right there.
Right.
The skin of this damn thing was only as thick as 3 sheets of aluminum foil.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Our dad used to get those every time we went camping.
Stupidity. Good
know.
night.
I know.
There's no way. Yeah, me and one guy were talking about it. And the other guy at work was like, stopped and was like, you see his jaw drop. I'm like, dude, what do they do? Float around all day? What if someone sneezed and a booger came out in the space station? We're talking about like one guy goes, how do you make? Because one guy's kind of waking up now. He's like, what? So how do you make some oxygen if you don't got no air to make some oxygen? I'm like, we're just going back and forth, and the one dude's like, dang, you know what I mean? It's kind of fun that stuff.
It is, because it's like, all right, so I'm supposed to believe they're up there for water, drinking recycled piss. That's where their water comes from. Their own piss. But if you even go back, they say, well, how did you keep from baking inside of the lunar module? How did that happen? And they say, well, there was an air conditioning unit.
What model?
Right? It's like, wait a second. You do understand how an air conditioner works, right?
Yeah.
That it takes air from the outside. And yeah. So I'd like to know, can you show me they see some little fucking air conditioner mounted into the side of it?
Do you have a space compressor? Is it different? Is it same in zero gravity? Your compressor does it work the same?
Exactly. I mean, all these, there's just so much of it that was stupid as shit to begin with. But we bought it because we were hopeful, we're gullible, trusting, especially more trusting then than we are now. Absolutely.
Yeah.
We trusted that. And of course, I was a child too. So, hey, there's that on top of it. So I'm not questioning these things. I hadn't even discovered these things in the physical world yet, much less be able to question them about the Apollo landing. My grandfather certainly as hell did.
Really?
What was going on? He didn't believe it at all. And my dad just thought he was a archaic anti-science person or whatever. And not
really? That's cool, man. Grandpa knew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can look back and, well, your grandfather comes from a different time, and I'm like, now I'm
Common
looking back
sense.
going, yeah, he certainly did.
He certainly did.
He certainly did come from a different time.
The baby boomers got hammered, man.
Oh
They
my
got
God.
they got hammered, man. It's funny, man.
This is the thing. Yeah, I see I look at it now and I'm like, holy shit. Yeah, only a child could believe that. But we were all in, those nasty
Oh, yeah.
slippers. I would have fought you to have those. I would have fucking fought you to have those goddamn slippers, man.
No.
Begged my mother every week for Tang.
Yeah.
He would tell me, no, it's just garbage. And I'm like, if it's garbage, why do they give it to the astronauts?
What did they give the astronauts? Everybody said that. You had to have the right. You had to have the right stuff, man.
Yeah, in 1969 too, they would tell you, Commander Armstrong ate 5.5 grams of bacon this morning for breakfast with 12.6 grams of egg whites, along with some instant breakfast drink Tang.
Ted Koppel.
4.6 ounces of Tang breakfast drink. His BP was blah blah blah, and his all this other shit they were really concerned about, right? We soup up to 2023, take a geriatric fat ass goddamn William Shatner and just throw him in one.
Yeah.
Don't matter. Fucking G forces don't matter. Let's just go. Hey, here we are.
Ridiculous, dude.
We're up in space. Jesus Christ, man.
G forces, that's gravity forces, right?
Or was that Mike Wallace? Is that Mike Wallace giving that report?
That's what they are named. They have all kinds of names for these things, but no actual cause for it. I mean, the cause for it, they want to say it's because of the Earth and all this other bullshit, but no, that's not. It's just displacement and relative density. That's the only forces you have is displacement and relative density.
You're displacing inside outside the ether.
Damn it, I'll believe it.
There you go.
You could get up on top of the ether.
Who's got the violin playing?
You hear that squeaky noise? My daughter's in the other room vacuuming.
Who's got the violin playing?
Hey, when she's done, send her on over. I've got some vacuuming to do as well.
All right, and send her over here too, and tell her to bring extra bags, man. I got 5 dogs.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah, I've got some dusting as well. If she does that, I would like that done before the vacuuming. That way, when the gravity takes the dirt from the top to the bottom, like, density and buoyancy and all that shit, when that happens, it needs to be vacuumed up.
Well, here's the thing. How does that vacuum?
Our vacuum doesn't have a bag, though. It's one of the newer brands, so it just spins around like a tornado inside.
Even better. Vacuums clean things.
Yes,
well, the thing is, how does the vacuum cleaner work in the first place? That should, people need to. They don't understand physics. Oh, because of electricity. No, it causes a pressure differential. It causes a pressure differential. That's all. It's just using natural physics, and you're channeling those natural physics so that you can use it to your advantage.
Anytime you create a vortex, you change the pressure gradient.
That's right. That's right. This is why another thing they always want to talk about. Well, look at the gradient. Yeah, well the gradient.
You use a shop vac. You can either use it to suck in the dirt, or you can use it to blow away the dirt.
Right.
Wait a second. Now you're talking my language.
Then you go get you a
vacuum. No, shop vac. Shop vac.
You don't really blow on it. That's just a term. That's just an expression. Anyway, no, the thing is, they think the gradient is like some kind of a fucking layer cake or something, right? And
it's like a birthday cake. It's got layers.
It's not even really that. Okay, you're just talking about different ratios of mixtures of gases. Okay,
no, that pops the bubble.
The denser gases are always going to seek equilibrium. They're always going to go to equilibrium.
Well, look at
Okay.
what happens with the Globetards. They look to make equilibrium.
I always explain. I have a cool thing. We used to do leak detections using helium, and so I used to work on all copper radiant heat systems, which was copper pipes inside concrete, encased in concrete, and they would only leak at cracks where the footings would cross the concrete, right? So they would shear, so they weren't pinholed and rotted; they were broken. So we would put air in, put nitrogen in and listen and find some. We'd do a pretty good job finding them. But one time we worked for for a NASA guy, and he said, you need to use a helium spectrometer, which is a machine that Alcatel makes. And it's like kind of a big hunking machine. It's kind of heavy. And it has a 100-foot little cord and a pump that sucks in air samples, right? And so what it does is it reads helium. It reads the helium molecule to the parts per billion. Okay, so what you do is you take nitrogen, blow all the water out of the copper pipes, and and just put a tiny, tiny bit of helium in there, and use that spectrometer. Go around the house like rich people's house, like big, like Joe Montana's house and stuff, and go and you wouldn't have to move a grand piano or nothing or anything. You could just go sniff with the helium spectrometer and pinpoint leaks to the point of a dime, and not have to move stuff using the helium spectrometer. And using what the guy said, and it got my boss rich, man. And back that was 90.
Could you take that machine down the street and detect where the leak is? Or
outside, I've done it. Yeah.
Because I'm having a real problem with somebody telling me that they're looking at something that's supposedly almost 500 million miles away.
Oh,
telling me what the fuck it's made out of using one of these devices. Okay.
Really?
Yeah. That's what they say. Yeah, they tell you that all the time about Jupiter. Jupiter's 444 million miles away from the Earth.
Yeah.
And they've got one of these hooked up to a telescope or something. And they
really?
Yeah.
A spectrometer?
Yeah.
Interesting. Because what it is so like helium is the second smallest molecule. I think what do you call it is hydrogen smaller, I think.
No, that's the Globetard's brain that's smaller.
Yeah, exactly. So helium's the second smallest, and it floats. So if at any point of an opening, including through glass or through material, it will come through. And so that's how you find it. And that's what what would that have to do with finding distances of
Well, they say they can tell what the
Finding Nemo.
They say they can use that device, a spectrometer, to tell what the chemical makeup of the gases that make up Jupiter are.
Fascinating, because what it is a scale. It's a scale in there. It's some kind of magical scale that can tell the weight of a helium molecule, and it has an alarm. You read it, and that's what it. Right. You know what I mean?
But you don't actually take the helium molecule and set it on any.
I have tweezers.
Right. So basically, so you're there again. That is interesting. I don't think that it'll work at 500 million miles.
And for what they're saying, the application they're looking for is everything's nonsense with them.
Of course it is.
Just throw out a nice word. Spectrometer sounds cool.
Yeah, it does, and it's a word. That's like that asshole Red's rhetoric. That guy, he was on here. Well, how do you know the fucking distances of these things, these stars and shit? He said, astrometry. Okay, astrometry. Great. So that's what I'm asking you. You measured the stars. How did you fucking measure the stars? That's all astrometry means, is measuring the stars. Astrometry. Right.
And using a word is not actually telling anybody anything.
No, it's not.
Can you in fact spell that word?
ASTRO.
No, not you. Him.
Oh, well, he apparently did. No, listen, Red's rhetoric is not stupid. This is why I know that he's a shill. This is why I know that he knows that the Earth is not a globe, because just for the fact that he is not stupid. Okay. But he exploits the gullibility of his audience to perpetuate this huge satanic lie. And he did not like it on my show when I showed him that he was using assumptions in all of his calculations. He couldn't handle it and reverted right to the mental maturity state that he was at when this fucking shit was pushed into his brain in the first place. And that's what always happens right there.
Yeah, he got some traction for a while. I've seen him on a few shows, but he's wearing out his welcome because he's like, he goes, "Oh, you're attacking me! You're attacking." He's always acting like he's threatened, and then attacking, and then like passive aggressive.
Yes.
That's what happens when you have low testosterone.
Dude, seriously, you know what, bro? Honestly, you know it's masculinity ain't like going around punching somebody in the face and stuff. It's something else, man. It's being understanding and things, and it's like it's something that different than I used to think it was, man. It's like
it's not being a bitch. That's what
that's what it is, man. 100%.
It's honoring your word. It's being a man of integrity. It's being a man that if I got caught up in some bullshit. I had my mouth run and I had to honor my word and it cost me $100. Why? Because I let my mouth run and somebody checked me on it and somebody that I respect. What do you do in that situation? You're either the bitch or the man.
Right. Tell him though.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about this too, is that we've got all these people that on a subconscious level, they realize that they are lacking in some capacity and they overcompensate through their personality. It's called puffing. And this occurs all the time. You see it in nature where the male tries to puff himself up to seem as though he's bigger than the other fucking guy. You'll see people do that when they get ready to fight each other. Oh yeah, motherfucker. It's just an instinctual thing that we do, right?
100%.
That is my favorite
puff up
thing.
your wallet, puff up your car, puff everything.
Yeah. Because we're gonna use the appearance. We're gonna try to avoid this. We're gonna try to avoid this confrontation through appearances. But then you find out that the facade is that it's a facade. There's nothing really there. You can wave your hand right through it. You are not.
Have you ever?
Oh, did I tell you my IQ?
I don't know. I don't believe I've ever really had mine measured. I'm sure I have. I had to pass an intelligence test to go into the Army. I scored high, is all I know.
I bet you did. Yeah. I'm nervous to take it, man.
But I don't care. I don't care what that number is.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything to me.
That's a certain test right there.
Right. Exactly.
You scored high on it. Yeah.
So
it's cool. It's good you did.
I only do, I know what I know, and I know that I don't know everything. Okay. So that's a starting point.
Exactly.
Go
Socrates on it, man.
Yeah, exactly.
You tell me everything.
That's what I do when I'm discussing flat Earth. That's the thing. And they say, well, how come I can't see the sun if at nighttime if the Earth is flat? And I'm like, because you're not fucking Superman. That's why. I mean, think about it. That's a common sense. How come I can't see when I close my eyes? Well, that's as stupid of a question.
Tell them to get a donut and a flashlight and take the donut, set it on the table, turn off all the lights, and just only have the light shine in one spot on the side of the donut and take it all the way around. Now you have your little circle.
A laser would be better.
That's an excellent way to create your own experiment on it, right?
Well, the best thing, one of the best ones when people ask me, well, if it's a level plane, how come I can't see Paris from, some other place? Yeah. Like, take that, Flurf.
I blame Canada. Have you seen the air because of Canada?
Oh, I know. Canada's blame Fred. Listen,
floppy heads.
Nobody takes them serious, and they're passive aggressive little cunts. That's why they don't openly attack. No, they just send bullshit our way. Sean Alke, God damn it.
Canada's America's
black squirrels, Canadian geese.
But no,
they're fucking taking over this bitch.
I get asked these questions all the time. Well, if I'm in Denver, why can't I see the Eiffel Tower? And I'm like, well, okay. So if you're sitting on the end of an Olympic swimming pool with the cleanest water imaginable,
Right.
okay? I'm going to give you the cleanest water that they have. You can sit up on the outside, on the edge of that pool, and see clearly everyone that is all the way down at the other end, right? But as soon as you submerge yourself right there at the end of the pool and look toward the other end of the pool, you no longer can see them anymore. And this is due to the opacity of the medium in which you are viewing. Okay?
No, it's
So
it's
1,000
not
miles
that
of
at all.
dust.
Don't be silly, Nubs. I'm being serious here right now for a second. All right.
There'll
So-
be 1,000 miles of dust, right?
Right. It's the difference between looking through a window pane and looking through the edge of a window pane. Okay. Do you understand now? And I try to put this into perspective for people, and you wouldn't believe they just a lot of times can't get it. They just cannot understand that you're not fucking Superman. You can't see forever. The curve is not the reason that you can no longer see an object. It's because you have limited angular vision, man. That's all.
Like Dubé. I like I heard Dubé years ago. There's two power poles going like this. At the end, they look like they're touching. Are they touching? I remember the first time I heard that. No, they're not. They're not.
I had a science teacher in high school, and of course I loved it because it was right after lunch, and we smoked down at lunch. You know, when I did go, we smoked down at lunch and go into Mr. White's class. Man, I'm sitting in that fucking class, and you know how they got those tables? You sit at tables, not at desks in science class. They have a table, and you have a partner. You know, you have to have your science partner and all that.
A burner.
I'm looking up at the board. Oh, cool. We're going to talk about fucking atoms and shit. This looks like it's going to be interesting, right? So this motherfucker comes up from the back of the classroom, the teacher, and as he's walking by, he slugs me as hard as he can, damn near, in my shoulder. Like, boom, like right in my arm, and knocked me sideways like that. And I'm like, what the fuck? He gets up at the front of the class and he turns around and he says, I did not touch you.
Oh,
And I'm like, motherfucker, what are you talking about? You just walked by me and punched me. He says, I may have, but I did not touch you. And then he began to tell me why. And I was fascinated. I was enthralled. I was enthralled.
that's how it used to be, man.
I was like, this is fucking cool. But that's some interactive teaching right
Yep.
there. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's that kind of shit that grabs people, you know. And I find that this is why, like Dreamy was saying earlier, that through apprenticeships and that kind of thing, people learn a hell of a lot more that way than they do from reading a book.
Oh, yeah.
Hands on is the best teacher.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a reason it's going away.
Experiencing
It's
it.
effective.
Right.
It's destruction.
You can
of our
tell
society.
someone how to do something, but it takes a certain feel. It takes a certain bit of finesse. You know, it's like that with carpentry. I could lay out and tell you how to do things in carpentry, but there's little nuances that is going to fucking totally go away that you're only going to discover through hands-on experience, man.
Even if I'm in another trade, I don't know all that. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's like
There are a lot of things that cross trades. Having worked a lot of trades,
yeah.
you know, an
I
inch
did
is an
electrical and
inch.
plumbing. Yeah.
But
Yeah, I mean,
I
a
think
break
those-
is a break, a Y is a Y. You know, they're all the same function. It's just a different form, and it's putting it together with different things.
also, whenever they get people to specialize something, that's when they put the blinders on, just like you do a horse.
Well, it's
I
the
disagree.
Blinders on and you get to focus. That's what these doctors do. You got a foot doctor, a butt doctor, an armpit doctor, and a dentist, and then an orthodontist, and then a surgeon, and they're all segregated.
left elbow specialist, a right elbow specialist. I mean, it's gotten to the point where, and this is more what I was saying, that compartmentalization. right?
Yep.
When you start dealing in compartmentalization, then it's hard. It's really difficult to get anything actually done.
Yeah.
Because you go to this doctor and he wants to send you to a left toe doctor, and this guy wants to send you to a right knee doctor and shit. And it's like, it used to be they had a physician that knew about all of this shit,
Right.
man. You
It's just
go,
like
it's
builders.
one-stop shopping, you know?
You got your foundation guys, you got your framers, you got your electricians, your plumbers.
That's the space industry.
And everything, everybody's focused, and like that's what I say, you got them blinders on.
You
That
know,
was the
I know
reason
people
why
that worked at Lockheed for 30 years. What'd they do?
now people don't
You know.
know how to build a house from the ground up. When they used to know from the ground up.
Right.
you're
Well, that's why I found
I
it
would-
important, because during my time of doing that, you were all the time as when you're framing a house, for instance, right? You're taking into consideration the next step that's going to be taking place. How is the drywall guy going to make this work? He's
Mhm.
not. I need to put a nailer in there. How is the duct guy going to make this work?
I had to
He's
cut some
not.
open today.
I'm going to have to build a bulkhead, right?
Yep.
So you have to take all of these things into account of these trades. But if you don't know any shit about it,
Right.
you're going to end up with a mess. And this is one of the reasons right now that the construction industry is just going to shit.
Buddy,
Yeah.
you don't even know. Like my industry, when I started, there was no computers did not control boilers. Now they do. I mean, I saw the whole change from copper radiant to PEX pipe. From copper.
I've done this on jobs. I'm like, we need to put a nailer in there, young man. And he's like,
Yes,
why?
yes.
I said, because you have to put, how is the drywall guy going to be able to make that made up? Oh, that's not my job to worry about.
Yeah, exactly.
You see,
But that's
get
when
it.
they call the framer back.
Then what happens? Then what happens? The drywall people come in there, they start doing the job, and then what do they got to do? They got to stop what they do because they don't know how to cut a piece of wood and nail it in there. They don't know how to do it apparently, so they got to call a framer to come and cut a fucking piece of wood and stick it in there, which we could have avoided that whole problem by thinking in the first goddamn.
Yeah, you ask a framer, so what's the best kind of roofing material? Well, I don't know. I don't do roofing. Go ask the roofing guys, you know. I
That's
mean,
why I got my whole bag of tricks. I got my skill
But-
saw, everything battery operated.
when I was
You know,
really
you guys
little, we helped our dad every day because they built their own house. You
I
know,
have a little room.
we had to haul gravel and for their cement or sand or whatever in our wagons. They let us help. I mean, I know we didn't do a lot, but we thought we were helping. We're only like between 6 and probably about 8 to 5, somewhere in that neighborhood. But we helped, but we saw the process and whatnot. And now people just don't know. You need a good, strong foundation before you ever put a wall up.
Exactly.
you guys really,
and this is why this world. Now, I say that of course the Earth is a stationary topographical plane. All right, but the world is spinning wildly out of control. Okay, it really is because this. And I'm coining this. This is my term. All right, the Jenga tower of deceit. Once you pull this fucking tile out of the condition of the place where you live, that whole tower just falls on the coffee table, baby, because you cannot believe how your world opens up. You cannot believe it.
What is it again? What's your phrase? I like it.
A Jenga tower of deceit.
Bam, I like it.
Also, look at it.
You heard it here first.
There are two words here, and we're kind of confusing the usage. You have Earth with the oceans and all the land mass and everybody on it. And then you have the world. Who's creating the world? Take that world away from the Earth, and what do you have?
Paradise.
You have nature's system, and then you have the world system.
Right.
Earth is the nature, and the world is the craziness that's spinning out of control in their heads.
It is. I mean, think about how goddamn confusing that is to the mind, to the subconscious, even. And that's why they use it. This is why hypnotists use spinning balls and orbs and shit like that in order to induce a hypnotic trance. Once I take away your little hypno device, the spell just goes away, man. It's so funny. The spell goes the fuck away as soon as you take away the little clock or the little pendulum or whatever the fuck, the spinning balls. You take that shit away and say, look, buddy, it's time for adults.
For us, it did.
We're not playing with balls anymore. Now it's grown-up time. I'm going to tell you why Santa Claus
in the world.
I'm going to tell you why Santa Claus don't exist. All right, that's all there is to it.
Santa Claus don't exist.
Yeah.
Who told you that?
That's a conspiracy theory, God damn it. I know that when I get up on December 25th, by golly, there's presents underneath that tree, thereby proving that there is a Santa Claus.
Exactly.
I never could tell my kids that. Like, I couldn't bring myself to tell them there's reindeer flying and stuff. Like, I just can't. I can't lie to them, dude. Like, I can't.
Look, dude, I worked the logistics out of that.
Yeah.
Like, immediately.
Yeah.
When I heard this tale about, okay, so this guy, it's still animal drawn. I know we have jets over in Vietnam that are breaking the sound barrier, so that's kind of outdated to begin with, right? I mean, I'm like running this shit through my head. I'm like, hold on a second. This guy's dropping down on everybody's fucking roof and coming down their chimney and putting. Come on, man! It takes 3 days to drive down to see Grandma in Florida. What the fuck are you talking about? You know, so. None of that made any sense to me at all. And I was like, yeah, and our chimney, I was all full of these questions. My parents were trying to float this on me too, you know, and I was like, well, our chimney's like way too small for anybody to get down in that thing. I'm kind of worried Santa's not going to come, man. Cause look at it. It's little, it's not big enough for a person, especially a fat dude.
One night, like,
you know, in one night, this motherfucker's doing all that.
Like
Poland, think about the caloric intake,
Germany,
of
like
all 200 countries. Milk.
And just given that I know what was left out for Santa just between my house and my friend's house, Santa was way over the legal limit before he even got done with my block. That motherfucker, wonder how he didn't just pass out, you know? I know milk.
Did he go to Africa?
I know for a fact. That Santa Claus eats parts of cookies and is very partial to brown whiskey. I know that.
Okay. Santa smoked Pall Malls.
Yes, absolutely. And he cussed a lot while he was putting together.
He cussed alive.
He cussed a lot while he was incorrectly assembling my bike too.
He said "some bitch" all the time. I think.
Mom, why are you such a bitch? Or Santa Claus was calling you a bitch all night long.
I got a green machine my dad made. It was all a little crooked, a little off. He was so mad about it. Couldn't get right.
I saw mommy riding Santa Claus.
The 80s were awesome though for Christmas, man. We had so many presents. The whole block, man. 80s was just like,
I was already well past that shit, dude.
Were you? Yeah, I was a kid, man.
You missed it. You missed the 70s, bro. You missed it.
Yeah. I was born in 73, so it was like 80s were like, yes, bikes and shit.
You don't know the joy on a child's.
We got them pedal cars when I was a kid. That was the best Christmas ever.
You don't know the joy the child feels when he gets a fucking G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip.
That's
not just
it,
the
man.
regular G.I. Joe.
The original.
The Kung Fu grip, man.
Yeah.
I'd be trying to fit that motherfucker on the Evil Knievel motorcycle.
Right.
Remember that? You can crank that thing up and then you release this little trigger.
Yeah.
And the motorcycle take off and go over jumps and shit like that.
My dad was his buddy, man. My dad used to drink with the Evil Knievel.
No way.
In San Jose, yeah, this bar called the Oak Room. It was the cop bar in San Jose. And he'd be hanging.
So look here, this is right here, collaboration. I mean, how could we both know the same Santa Claus, Jehovah, daughter Barbara? How could that be?
That's what I was saying.
See, We have the exact same stories. So, I mean, there again, proof of Santa Claus. That's what we're doing here right now. We're proving Santa Claus.
POS, proof of Santa Claus.
That's right. We're Clausers. We're Clausers. They got to have like a name all the time, have a divisive name. Globetards and
Guaranteed there is.
right?
Guaranteed there is.
Well, now there is
Somewhere.
now. There is now. I just fucking coined it, right? We got Clausers.
Here comes the Santa talk. This topic
Yeah.
is big, man.
Oh, you fucking Santa denier.
Krampus. You know, Saint Nick whooped dudes' asses and stuff like that.
Goddamn Christmas.
He was a brawler, you know. That's what his stories.
He was a fear maker.
Yeah. Oh,
Right? What a bunch of shit. That's what cracks me up, man. It's like you will. It is. I've said there's a meme going around on Facebook and shit. I've seen it. And it says just to prove that people will argue about anything, here's a stick. No shit. You look into the comments and people are arguing about, well, technically that's a twig. No. Like, fucking god damn.
half of them are probably jokes.
I'm just like, you gotta be shitting me, man.
Well, look at what they
love it. Love
look
it.
at
That's
what
only
they
half.
call- Look at what they call it too. They call it the spirit of Christmas.
Yeah,
The
really.
spirit involved.
You all hang tight just for a second. I got
So
some
I mean,
spirit I
people will
gotta
go,
let
"Oh
loose
yes, but we believe in the manger and Jesus," and then they've got the 3 damn wise men there, and they weren't present at his birth, and they will get really angry at you if you mention that. Go to some
Dreamy.
house that has the 3 wise men there with the sheep and the shepherd and baby Jesus, and ask them why the 3 kings are there. They will get
There-
angry at you
They will.
because
There were a couple other.
you should be way across the room under a star or something.
Because of religious beliefs or conflicting you talk about. Yeah, like I didn't grow up with it, so I'm fascinated by all of it. Like, okay, exactly why and what, you know, it's a trip to me, man. It's like learning about it.
Right. Over time, it changes.
It's like Protestants hate Catholics.
All right, so I took your advice on indoctrinated. I went in there. I tried the good old vacuum toilet. It's malfunctioning. I couldn't get it to turn off, and now my pecker is 5 feet long, but it's only 1/4 of an inch wide. I'm having some problems up here, y'all.
Did the tip go out in space?
I think it did. It may have.
You have a vacuum. You have a natural vacuum set up.
Oh my goodness.
You're gonna cause that place to crash.
Oh, it's all right. It's already crashed. Fucking things laying in the bottom of a pool in California. Fucking.
It's flopping in space. Oh my god.
Right out
Long
already.
time ago now.
Bobby.
Oh, that's a visual.
Oh,
my
that
God.
reminds me. I think there's some funny shit I found about that too.
Oh,
Another recent
What, peckers in space?
Are we genius or-
a recent NASA fuck up.
I was just thinking of him being, the toilet has suction, right? It sucked him inside out, sucked him out. And he said, sucked him out the hole.
So effectively he went through his own wiener.
Or
Oh,
his ass, whichever one. He sucked on the toilet.
did I tell you all what happened?
now you got me thinking all kind of questions.
Because I stay on here like all fucking night damn near, it's like I'm a vampire and shit now. So I don't get up till like close to noon. I don't even go to bed till like around 4 o'clock in the morning, right?
Really? Yeah.
So
I've got to be up for work tomorrow. Thanks for that image.
Hey, no worries, man.
I got to go mountain bike tomorrow.
So anyway, I'm like
You got up early. It's cool.
I got up well, I wasn't really
Mm.
the topic wasn't what time we get up or anything. I was just saying, so I get caught up on things that are happening throughout the day. And yo, Flurf, says Brian Stavely, cool beans, bud. I'm really hoping that guy from your show today comes on. I really am. That guy was pleasant to talk to. Had some very cogent questions to ask as well. But anyway, I look and there's a new video was put up by Lucky Haskins. And I thought, okay, let's check this out. I always enjoyed watching old Lucky. He and I are both Detroit guys. It's
Nice.
real shit.
Nice.
And he pointed that out today in his video because I was very pleasantly surprised. He gave me really a hell of a shout out today.
Yeah.
He really did. And what
Does
he
Lucky ever come on here or what? Tell him to come
Huh?
on.
He's in. I don't know if he's still in the chat or not. He might come up. I don't know. The link's pinned. So I'd love to.
If I meet him.
Yeah, he's a great guy. And if you haven't subscribed to his channel or you haven't watched any of his videos, man, go over there. If one of my mods can put Lucky Haskins in the chat, that would be greatly appreciated. But anyway, he gave me a hell of a shout out, and I was sitting there. I just got up. I didn't even have my teeth in. I'm drinking coffee, and I hear him talking about me, and I'm like, what? And it just took me by surprise. It was really quite a warm feeling.
That's awesome, man.
That was really neat, man. It was really neat. And he acknowledged
approved by Lucky, man. That's cool.
Yeah, I like Lucky's really cool. And he nailed it in that video too, because he was talking about, the fact that we're from Detroit. Listen, he's right. You can tell me about you're from, I don't give a shit, Chicago, fucking New York, whatever. Ain't the same, baby. Ain't the same. You're looking for a whole different level when you're talking about Detroit.
Interesting.
Detroit is the craziest fucking city I've ever been to, and I've been to a lot of cities.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Do you know why Michigan is called the Wolverine state? There's not a single Wolverine outside of being in the zoo. Do you know why it's called that? Yeah.
No.
It's called that because of the tenacity of its inhabitants.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Michigan.
Verifiable fact.
Michigan.
We went to war with Ohio over Toledo, man. For real. That's why the bottom of Michigan has that little jog. That
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
And to this day, the rivalry, a lot of people don't understand why there's a rivalry between University of Michigan and Ohio State. And it goes all the way back to that.
Right. I know you don't like sports, but you're familiar with Charles Woodson, who from Michigan. Yeah. He's from Ohio. Played at Michigan, won the Heisman Trophy winner, one of the greatest players ever play. It's kind of interesting.
Well, that was always a traditional thing, even though I don't like sports.
Best athlete I've ever seen in person.
I would rather watch paint dry. A bunch of grown men toss a ball around.
Most people would. Most people would agree with you.
But they feel like they're supposed to be into that shit, And there's people that know more about, the shoe size and what kind of underpants fucking guys wear, everything like that. That is so.
Yeah. I know a lot about sports. My former life.
If they could put that mental energy into something that actually fucking mattered, they giants.
They worship Father. They worship Father Goodell.
Ever since I stopped listening to sports talk years and years ago and stuff, my mind's open up. Every day I'm learning something else, dude. And it doesn't take away how I love athletic abilities and to catch a ball, throw a ball, or whatever. Strategy. Strategy is fascinating, and the heart of a man is interesting. But it's owned and run by grabblers and disgusting people, man. Look at it. It's satanic organizations, man.
Just step outside of it and look at it. Football is a gay metaphor. Okay, these men dress like penises. They look like a penis, okay? And they wear little tight pants. And then they bend over.
That wasn't when I played.
They bend over in front of each other and get rather close, right?
A lot of closeness.
And then they throw this ball that's oddly shaped like a testicle all around the fucking field to each other. And they end up in a great big old gay dog pile at the end there. Pumping on top of each other.
I'm a wrestler, so I hear it all the time. Oh, put your tights on, dude. Roll around with your guys. So
yeah, that's kind of gross. I don't want some of these fucking sweaty gooch up in my goddamn face. That's just rude.
It's not. Yeah, it's not for everybody, man.
What you're doing?
It's not for everybody.
You put your sweaty ass gooch up in my face. I'm ripping your nuts off.
Imagine trying to recruit that for high school wrestling. Like, I know you're gonna get brain damage, hit. You're gonna be,
But you get to have a sweaty ball sack in your face.
It saved my life, man. Wrestling saved me. I don't know where I'd be. I think I'd probably be in jail or something. But
you know what saved me? Just straight up fucking kicking somebody's ass when it needed it. That's what it was, man. I don't observe any rules. Everything is a fucking weapon.
Right.
Come against me, you're going to go away blood. That's
Right.
all.
That's how that's how the cops view it.
That's how I am. That's how I am. All's fair in love and war, baby.
Cops are all about that. Everything's
You know?
to kill. Every single thing is to either blind or kill or so you can't breathe.
My objective is to neutralize you. That's it. In any way, shape, or form. Now, as you can see, I don't necessarily rely on my brawn to do that. My speed is one thing, my tenacity is another, and my ability to adapt, overcome, and improvise is my greatest weapon.
Like Heartbreak Ridge. Improvise, adapt, and overcome.
I do like to improvise. I mean, if I'm stuck in any kind of situation, improvising's my best.
Absolutely.
That's where I'm at my best. And especially if it's not just the challenge of doing it, it's just the knowing I can do it. You know?
So, while I was muted, sorry, Jamie, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say, not having what you need, but yet utilizing what you have. And it blows other people's minds, and you wonder why don't you do this?
What's that old thing?
I'm an alien from outer space because I just accomplished something that it never had entered their minds.
Necessity is the mother of invention.
Yeah.
Okay. People don't really stop and think about what that means.
Right. It's like in the middle of the night, not having a fan belt to replace a fan belt. Okay, use pantyhose. And I've been laughed at, but it really does work. You can use pantyhose as a fan belt for a car to get you temporary down the road. Yep. So you have to improvise. I would imagine a piece of elastic would do the same thing. If you want to just go, to something else, or even, a rope that has some stretch to it, just a slight bit or something. I mean, there's many things, but yeah, people will go, oh, but I don't have this. Well, what about that? So you're right.
Back to the sports thing, though, is one of my favorite things, anything about the sport, is the super intellectual interview that they do right after the event, right? And the guy basically just says this. He's like, so what happened out there on the field there, champ? Well, we sported really hard out there. All my fellow teammates really sported good. And I want to thank everybody for coming here and sporting. And, so we really sported as hard as we could. So why do you think you lost the game there, champ? Well, we didn't sport as good as the other team did. And so, we suffered a loss, but nevertheless, because the other team sported better than we did. And it's like, wow, okay, well, thanks, champ. What do you expect to do in the next match to, change that so you can, well, we're going to try and sport harder than the other team and hope that the other team is not able to sport harder than us.
I got two for you to listen to. There's two good ones. Have you ever heard Allen Iverson's practice interview, or Rashid Wallace after a game, and both teams played hard is all he says. Yeah. Every single guy, both teams played hard, my man. Both teams played hard. He answered. It's hilarious, absolutely hilarious. Hey, I gotta go. We got something's rolled up over there, so I gotta take a few minutes. So I'm gonna check out here. And if you guys are on later, if it's okay, if I can come back on a little bit.
Yeah, right. The link's up there, man.
Okay, sounds good, man. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Peace out.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, after one of these intellectually and stimulating interviews post-game, I'm just surprised that, they're not being hit up by offers like, hey, we need you in Mensa. We really do, because that was fucking outstanding. Sport better next time. Holy shit, dude. How do you come up with this? People eat it up too. Eat that fucking shit up.
Well, once we took the swords away from them,
it's no fun anymore now.
Right.
Jesus
Christ.
It's
just sporting. Before it was sporting. I mean,
goddamn, you tackled a guy, finish him. Fuck.
Right.
Yeah. Sit there acting like you're butt fucking each other. What's going on? Here's the Fallen who's showing up. Looks like he's fallen.
Yep.
He's still
Definitely
falling.
falling.
He's still falling. I can tell by he's falling at Walmart.
Yes.
He's falling at Walmart.
A
Falling
Walmart faller.
a Walmart faller. Love it. Love it. That's making me fucking dizzy. I gotta quit watching it. What in the fuck are you doing, Fallen?
At Walmart.
Walmart.
Yeah, I'm out doing it. I come out at nighttime so I can check out this personal freaking bubble thing, man. It's amazing, like you were talking about.
Yeah, but
Can't really see over the curve, but
you better be careful. You don't want to be inside that fucking thing when they do the FEMA deal, man. Come on. I'm just picking with you, man. I'm tripping good tonight.
no, that's all right. No, I get it. I was just listening. It seemed like an odd number with 3 people up there, so we filled the screen in with the 4th
Fills it
person.
in.
So.
It's more Brady Bunchish, I would have to say. You know, usually when we can get more people on there, I like to put somebody in the middle, so they have to be Alice. You know,
Yeah,
Alice.
Alice always dug Sam.
Yeah, she liked Sam's meat. That's what she was getting an order. Sam had some beef delivery to her all the time. See, that was code word for she was getting slipped the beef. But you couldn't talk about that back in the day. Nobody wants to think about Alice all bowed up on the counter and Sam drilling her. Nobody wants to think about that. So whatever you do, don't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I stopped thinking about that back in the day.
Until I just now made you think about it.
Right. Yeah. Sam's meat wasn't anything I was desiring to think about.
Oh, damn you, sub. Why'd you do that? You made my eyes poop. Oh, my God.
I was thinking about that, though. For some reason, I was remembering that conversation where somebody typed in the little chat something about if they took you to the ISS for a month and you came back, you'd still deny that that space was real or something like that. And it just cracks me up because it's the toilet deal. It's like, I don't understand why not enough people freaking just research the toilet, man. Just research the toilet.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, who's cutting their hair? You know, all this shit. They always in a nice, clean, pressed outfit. Do you realize what a funk cabin that thing would be in reality?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the toilet. Nothing else matters but the toilet.
That whole
It's
place
like,
would smell like a fishy turd. That whole place would smell like a fucking fishy turd, man.
I mean, even if they tried to do the thing like if you're on the jet plane when they used to say when you flush that toilet, it was blowing your stuff out of the airplane.
Yeah.
You know, even if they tried that, it's like still wouldn't work, right?
Mm-mm.
If they just sucked it out into outer space.
Well, no, it somehow collects up into these little bags they gotta get rid of. Somebody gotta go in there and get rid of every couple of days.
But people are taking their camera and taking a picture of something zooming across the sky.
Yeah,
They claim it.
those are those little bags. Those are those little bags of shit.
No, I'm talking about the ISS. They'll be like, something's up because,
Yeah.
I mean, some people's taking pictures. I don't want to say it's the ISS, but maybe not what they try to tell everybody it is. But there's something up there cruising.
Yes, I agree that people are seeing something, but when we throw it into perspective, you have to understand that the space station isn't much bigger than a Boeing 757, about 100 yards in total. And we look up there's hundreds of aircraft in the sky at any given time, 757s. And sometimes you can see one of them. And that's only at like 35,000 feet. So this thing that I'm in, this junk, is supposedly 250 miles above the Earth. Now, do you think does anybody think that they would be able to see an object the size of a 747 that they can barely see at 35,000 feet, that they could see that at 250 miles?
I know, that's weird.
No, of course not.
That's
So
great.
yeah, there is something, and of course they probably have some kind of a mock-up or something that they're putting across there. It's painfully evident that this shit isn't real. Just given the physics itself would prove that, but even on top of it, they tell on themselves all the time, which is exactly what I was looking for. Thank you for reminding me of that. There was this really good. Oh, here it is. I found it.
There's a video.
Yeah, it's a video. I'm gonna pull it up on.
Okay.
And this is a recent one. People are already got this thing totally made up, but let me expand it. Okay. So of course the thing on the top is not from the space station, but the one on the bottom is supposed to be. So I'm going to show that real quick. I think you get the point. And of course I have those. That's how you know it is real, because see, I have these same green screen, or I mean, these same anomalies happen to me in space as well. You see how I kind of like fade? It's because of the gravitational parallaxical gravitons. Okay. And there's some refractive gravitonal particles that are between you and the signal. That's what it is. Yeah. And if you don't believe that, you're probably a conspiracy theorist or something.
It's that horizontal line.
Yeah. God damn these people. This I thought was pretty interesting. This is pretty cool. They're supposedly in China. Was it China? No, Japan, where somebody built this xylophone in the forest that plays completely. It plays the which one? What does it say? Box Canada 147, and it's all done with these. You'll see. This is crazy. I don't want to show it yet. Damn it! Obey my commands, stupid computer thing. All right. Here we go. I am the master. You are not. All right. So check this out. This is pretty amazing. So the creativity of people, this is great.
That's cool.
How long did it take to make this thing?
Right. But the average person cannot do something like that. They do not have what it takes to envision and then create it.
Anyway, I'm not going to make you listen to the whole thing, but I mean that right there is enough to wow, you know.
Right.
Just wow.
If
That
somebody had some skill in a saw,
Yeah, really. I mean, you have to imagine each one of those things is tuned to the proper note and timed
did
with.
you hear any noise? I didn't hear any noise. That's weird.
Didn't hear what? Any
We
I
noise?
didn't
didn't
hear.
hear the music per
There
You
was
se.
no
didn't hear the
sound.
music. Oh my God. No, that's not true. Okay, hang on. We're gonna redo this then. You guys were just seeing a ball?
You were
Yeah,
going.
going down some wood.
Oh fuck.
Looked
No
like
shit.
steps.
Hang on a second. Let me do this
Well, I
again.
thought you said it was a xylophone, so I was kind of
Yeah.
listening.
It is. It is.
Music
This
in
is
the
what's
dark.
bothering me. This is share tab audio. Okay. So y'all should be able to hear this. Let me back it up. It really starts going. Yeah. You hear that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that, man. Yeah, I can only imagine how amazing this is to you with sound.
That is just totally genius.
I can name that tune in 1,003 notes.
Look at this shit is insane, man.
That's
That's
incredible.
fucking crazy, bro.
Every piece has to be cut to not just shape, but also to so it will create the right tune, the right note. That's incredible.
Isn't that amazing? The creativity of people just never ceases to amaze me.
Right.
You know, it just never ceases to amaze me
That it
that
was
how
all
much time and effort was put into that.
right.
Each one of those things had to be not only tuned, Dreamy, but timed.
Exactly.
That's what's
To
amazing.
perfection. That was just incredible.
Can
Tell
you
God,
imagine being the creator of that piece and being able to see somebody's expression of your piece of music?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right.
That'd be fucking awesome.
That's exactly what we do it for. It's exactly what they do it for. I play music not for me. I play it for other people. You know, I play it for people to listen to. You know, of course, I like to listen to it, and that's why I play songs that I like. But it's primarily it's for the listener. You know, I get this too about debating. A lot of people say, "I don't see any merit in it. You're not going to change the other person's mind." I said, "I'm not looking to change the other person's mind. I already know they came in with their mind made up." The benefit of the discussion is that so that all those people out there listening can hear both sides intelligently presented and formulate their own opinion. That's where the benefit of the debate comes from.
Right.
Okay. Not, oh, look, I changed this guy's mind. No, I don't give a shit. I don't have any intention to change their mind.
I think that's why people that believe in the globe are so annoying because they don't have that kind of an open mind thought process.
No, very few people do. Very few people do. And then especially amongst the Globers. Oh my God. It's like it goes from 0 to 100 in
They want to win. They come in with that attitude. They're going to win something. This is not The Price is Right.
explain everything in the fucking universe, Flurf. It's like, shut the fuck up, man.
Forrest was going, who thought tree number 47 could sound that good?
Yeah, right?
That was Floyd. Doesn't
Yeah,
he
I
sound?
love that. Here's one without the funny shit though. Let me see if I can get this to come up full size. It was from a. Here we go. Maybe I can show it to you. I don't know. Let me see if it works. Anyway, this was the unedited. And there's no sound with it really. So, but you. Oh my God, what's happening there? Alien invasion or some kind of shit. Because that's real. So here's what you got to ask yourself, and hopefully any rational, normal fucking person would ask this question to themselves. If indeed this is real, why do they have to fake it?
Right.
Secondly, if space can be faked, how do you know it isn't?
Quantum parallaxial interaction.
Gravitational,
Yes.
paradisical fucking bullshit.
Gravel.
Science.
I mean, god damn, I know in this thing they come up with like that asshole Red's rhetoric. He's going to say, oh, well, we know because of astrometry. How did you measure the stars? Astrometry.
That
Okay.
was so funny.
You know, what that means is when I asked, how did you measure the stars? His answer was essentially, we measured the stars. Okay. How did you measure the fucking stars, man? You had to start somewhere, and that was with the sun, right? Okay. That's the astronomical unit. Now, where did that come from? Where did you get that number? So without using assumptions like, oh, I don't know, an assumptive thing like maybe everything you assume everything is orbiting the sun, that's probably a big one to start with. What evidence do you have of everything going around the sun? None. Nothing.
Somebody else's idea.
Mm-hmm. It's ridiculous. It absolutely is. It's all based on bullshit. Every last little bit of it is based on just bullshit and the gullibility of the average Joe who's trusting. That's all it is. And it's evil. It's fucking evil is what it is. When you take advantage of people's trust to perpetuate a lie like that, that's fucking evil, man.
Well, that's what a scheme is supposed to do, though.
God damn.
I mean,
here's
people
the thing,
fall for schemes every day.
Well, the worst part is the victims defend the fucking thing that's doing it to them.
Right.
Stockholm syndrome.
It's insane. I've never. I mean, yeah, I have. I've seen this in a microcosm of the exact same thing, and that's a perfect analogy. Now it's like the battered wife, right? They'll defend it. That's one of the most domestic is one of the most dangerous calls that police can go on.
Yeah.
Because here's a guy, he's beating the piss out of his old lady and shit. The cops come in, they wrestle him and put him in handcuffs, and they start to arrest him. And as soon as they do, here comes the battered wife with a fucking skillet gonna hit the cop in the head. Don't you touch my husband. What?
Right.
He was just turning you into hamburger, man. What are you doing? So you see this that's just a microcosm of the exact same thing we're seeing here. These people are perpetuating a huge satanic lie on people, trying to, oh, you're just misremembering shit when it comes to Mandela effect, and oh, you don't live on what would make sense at all and what you observe. You have to discount all of that because look at this fucking math. It's like, are you shitting me? and people are
What
falling
you,
for it. And that's just evil as hell, man.
yeah, what year did the Mandela effect come into effect? When did it Mandela-ize or whatever?
Well, I know it was given its name because when they had the state funeral for Nelson Mandela, there was a whole bunch of fucking people going, I thought that dude died in prison already. What the hell is going on here? And then they
Well,
started, and that's where it got its name. But you're right.
Oh,
A lot of these changes may have taken place, and we just took the
I think
download.
they've been taking place
Yeah.
for a long time.
But it was given that name because I remember on watching that second funeral, that state funeral, and there was this dude. He was like this heavy set African dude, and he was wearing one of them little, what they call a kufi, like the Shriners wear, right? And a little tassel on it and everything. And he was wearing that fucking thing, and he was supposedly doing for the hearing impaired. But he wasn't using ASL or any other known fucking sign language whatsoever. He was just up there moving his hands around and shit.
Well, it was in the 90s whenever I was showing my dad that the Bible said folks instead of people, like howdy folks, you know, and whoever read that in the Bible when they was littler or younger.
Sure. I think it took something.
So when I seen that and showed it to my dad, you know, so that was long before this Mandela thing. So I do believe it's been going on for quite some time.
I think it took something like the state funeral of somebody who had already died.
Right.
Like that, something like that for people to go, what the fuck? Because anything of those other little deals like that, we could go, oh, well, they probably
associate it with it.
Yeah, it's the printing company, whatever. Maybe it's, you know, and just blow it off.
Right.
But when something huge like that, and it's like seen by everybody, and you're going, and half the fucking people are going, wait a minute, I remember that dude already died, man. What are you doing? You know, like when I saw it, I was going, what are they? Is this the memorial of his death, or is this an anniversary, or why are they why are they having a state funeral for a guy that died a long time ago? You know, all this shit was running through my head, and then I'm watching it, and I'm like, at first I was like, well, maybe I could be mistaken. No, I'm not fucking mistaken because I remember it clearly. No. And then the other people were coming out with the same fucking memories, and I'm going, okay, there's some shit going on here.
I hadn't heard that one till I guess I heard y'all talking about it, but other ones I had already seen, but I didn't know nothing about the Mandela effect.
And most recently, Bob Barker. Right. A lot of people remember Bob Barker already being dead, and now he's dead again. Same thing with Louis Anderson.
I thought he just retired. I didn't know he was dead.
Yeah, he just died. But he just died again.
Yeah.
For the 8th time, Talcott says. For the 8th time, no shit. Hey, look, I'm waiting to see when they got well, it's the guy from Chris Farley, you know. See Chris Farley. Oh, he didn't die. He's right here. Look, you know. Okay, huh? You know, there goes my whole shtick about fat comedians because
maybe they had the resurrection already, huh?
Right. It's like there goes my whole fucking shtick with the fat comedians, man. They always dying before they're like 30 and shit. John Candy, all these guys, they're in the grave.
Yeah.
It's like if you're ever a comedian, lay off the carbs, man. Really, for real.
Well, I find it ironic that my actual given name means resurrection.
Dreamy means resurrection.
And I died, and then I came back to life.
That has
so it has a.
You said erection.
No, I didn't. I mean, never mind. Resurrection. Okay. So. Go ahead, make fun of me. That would be funny to you. But yeah, you know, so look at your name. What does it actually mean? And actually see if anything corresponds to it in your life. Unique. I mean, and I've known other people to have names that mean specific thing that they've experienced as well.
Well, mine means beloved. And so far, it seems like everybody except Globe cards love me. So I don't know what the problem is there. I just need
You're
to
easy to get along with.
It's because they have a shitty outlook, is what it is. And they don't like anybody disturbing their shitty outlook. You know? I don't know. I don't know what it is. They seem to be really hostile at me really fast, you know? And I'm like, if I was, why are you getting so angry? Because I'm showing you how your belief is scientifically impossible and that they've been lying to you your entire life.
Yeah.
Why is that upset you with me? You should be upset with the fucking people that lied to you, not me.
Exactly.
I'm just the guy that pointed out how the magician's doing his trick.
Well, because the liars always are the ones that are pointing the finger, trying to make you look like the liar when when it's really truly them. And they'll do whatever it takes to hide too from it.
So a fun fact that Talcott Express put up here, there's been quite a discussion in the chat. I don't know if anybody's been glancing over there and taking a look, but there seems to be a heavy conversation about Fruit Loops happening in the chat right now. And Talcott Express says, fun fact, I'll put it up here for y'all. Fun fact, Fruit Loops is also what you call the gays. Well, some of us do call them that. I have to be honest, I have an entire fucking lexicon of what I call them, but we won't go into that because the little blue-haired communist lesbians in the basement will shut our screen down, so we're just not going to go there. To not disrupt the.
You're fading in and out, Sovereign.
They got to you, buddy. They got to you.
The aliens have took hold of your ankles.
No, it's the blue-haired ones and the penguins.
Oh, the penguins.
The blue-haired ones. Oh, we're still good. We're still good. We're still good. It was just a little lag.
I'm gonna jump off. I'm gonna go eat. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, good seeing you.
Peace.
Have a good night.
Peace. Hey, what's the moon supposed to be tonight? It's not in the southeast now. It's more in the east. But it's full.
Difficult nations.
Can you see it already?
It was Nubs that was causing that shit.
Oh.
It must have been.
Figures.
Had to have been.
I'll go see where it's at in my backyard.
What, that string of things flying?
The moon. No, the moon.
The moon's huge.
Yeah. It was. I don't know if I can see it out there tonight or not. I haven't been outside since it got dark. But last night when we were supposed to have that big, huge supermoon, or the night before, it was like we were totally cloud covered from. Well, Brian Stavely sent a bunch of shit up here to Virginia from North Carolina and blocked out the moon. Thank you, Brian. Jesus. But all I could end up seeing when I went back out, like, I think it was about 2:00, and I went out and I could see the moon kind of through a film of clouds, but no detail to it. But it was.
It hasn't showed up yet here.
Well, the thing is that it must be approaching the Earth. It must be, because I'm told that the size of the moon and the distance and shit like that doesn't ever change, but well, only a little bit. But I think the fucking thing's falling, man. It must be falling.
It must be. Somebody stole it.
It fell out of orbit. Remind too much of the H3 from the moon. It changed its mass.
Yeah.
And
Well, it did something because the other night it was a white light when they were saying like a hunter's moon or whatever.
Yeah.
It was like white, but tonight it's more of a yellow, but it's bigger.
Is it?
Or it just looks bigger.
I want you and Dreamy to just go ahead and carry on for a second. I'm going to step outside the shuttle here real quick and see if I can see the moon anywhere. And if I do,
look up.
Now make sure you look up.
Yeah,
Look up over the mountains.
I couldn't believe it. I had these fucking guys on this fucking Facebook sitting there trying to tell me, say, well, we're talking about how shadows work, right? And he's like, well, draw a diagram. I'm like, Jesus Christ, bro. Have you ever gone outside in your life? What the fuck? Were you just born? You were just born here today? You need a diagram to show you how a fucking shadow works? Are you shitting me?
The only way this could be better is if you had a spacesuit you'd put on and then go out.
Right. Oh, yeah. That's, well,
Suit up.
I
Make
am.
sure you got your suit on.
I am. I'm going to make sure I got my suit on, and I'm going to take my handy dandy little outfit out here to, if I can see it, I'll get a photograph that I'll be able to show you all. So you two, hang on. I'm getting ready for
Right.
I'm getting ready for an EVA. All right. So I'll be out here doing the
The
EVA.
Pillsbury Doughboy ain't
For all
gonna have
you-
nothing on you.
For all you regular folk, that's an abbreviation for extravehicular activities. Okay, so I'll be right back, y'all. That was the airlock.
That was the airline. Oh, that's gonna be
Yeah, I know. I wonder what the toilet sounds like when he flushes it.
He's gonna be sucked out of it. Yeah, once I see that, I mean, yeah, how can anyone buy into all the garbage that they're told?
And I mean, just they got to sleep. Like they sleep upside down or they sleep upside right, or how do they even know if they're upside down or upside right?
Exactly. They wouldn't know.
Yeah, and the food in your stomach, it's just like all kinds of weird stuff. Like eating and like I was watching some clip about just your equilibrium. Like when you're standing, like after you get up, like you're sitting down, you stand up and you're walking, it's like in your eyes and your ears and the equilibrium and the way that your vision would be, it would be like, how would you do that if you were constantly like floating in your body, moving off center or off according to your eyes and your ears, of not like driving you insane because you never can get like a reference of what's sideways, up, right, which way you're looking, if your eyes
Well,
are
it's like,
jingling around.
right, but even on the ground, when you've been riding in a car for a long time, or when you get off of a boat after a day's worth of
Hmm.
boating, or off a plane, I mean, you have to readjust every single time. So you're right. How do they manage all that? Their balance and everything else.
To be up there that long and to
Right.
claim, hey, don't mess with your eyes or your ear, your equilibrium, because there's fluid in your ears, and imagine which way it's going in zero gravity continuously.
Exactly. Yeah.
But it's just,
I've never really thought a lot about it. It's just something I knew because just the globe thingy didn't make sense and whatnot, and going to the moon didn't really make sense. Although, it was a cool idea, but a lot of the information didn't add up to me. So it wasn't really something I put much energy into knowing, But then when I
right.
found these other people that were talking about flat Earth, I'm thinking, oh, now here's my kind of people. What do they know, or how are they thinking about it, and how did they come to think of that way? But it's just something I knew when I was little, and the globe just didn't make sense. So I feel like finally people on the same page as me, and
All
since
right,
then I've learned a lot more from it.
Yes, the moon is visible. That was the airlock again. We're back.
Welcome back.
Whew, started to run out of air there. Now I'll upload this to the computer. I got a little video. We can see the moon perfectly out there.
Is it huge?
Yeah, it's normal size, but it's really bright. I mean, it's just like, it's not super gargantuan or anything. You'll see
I guess it's just bigger than it was the other night when.
So you know, always having problems with these goddamn things, right? So I went out there the first time and I thought I was recording it and zooming in. And then when I hit the stop record, I actually hit the record. It wasn't recording the whole time. And so there's a nice little video of me coming into the house and pissing because I thought the thing was off. So I had to go all over again. And this time, you know, make sure that I recorded the thing correctly and everything. I think I heard somebody as I was leaving. Did you ask Fallen, what does it sound like when we flush the vacuum toilet up here? Is that what you
No,
asked?
I was saying I wonder what it sounds like if that's the airlock, what the toilet sounds like when you
Oh,
flush it.
let me tell you, the only thing I ever hear is, "Oh God, yes, I love you." So that's the vacuum toilet. We can't get Don Pettit out of that motherfucker. I don't know. He must have. We're gonna have to get him checked out. He stays in there. It's like, what are you doing in there, Don? I'm going blind. Leave me alone. Just stop when you need glasses. Oh, that's right. You're already wearing glasses. Better stop now. All right. So where are we at here? I'm back. Oh, I gotta upload that shit, right?
Mhm.
True NASA shit going on here, baby. Let me see. How am I going to do that now? I have to go. Don't ask me to navigate this phone with all the little pretty colors on it. Gallery. There we go. So let's see. What's this first one? I'm gonna send this to someone. Oh, it came out blurry. That sucks. But anyway, you'll be able to see it's not much bigger. You know what? I'm not even gonna send that. I'll just go with the last video I made. And I'm going to share that to some random individual in my Facebook chat. Let's see who's the victim. Who's the victim? Send it to Tommy. I'll send it to fucking Tommy. I'll send it to Tommy. You want a nice video of me taking a piss? I had to make sure I got the right one. All right. So now Tommy Tell the Truth has that on his, and then I can share it on the screen. So, all right. Now we're good to go. Now all I have to do. See, I'm technographically pretty, savvy, so to speak. Pull up Tommy's thing here. There it is. Now you're about to see actual footage from my extra vehicle, my EVA. Got to use that lingo, where all systems were nominal. Of course, they're always nominal, and volumes at a level. All right, here we go. Your vehicular activity occurring now. We have to move really slow because we're in space, but there it is. There's the moon. You can see it perfectly. That's the regular zoom.
Dang, that's exactly where it's at in my sky, right there.
And we're starting to run out of air up here. We're going to have to go back inside. But there it is. There's that gigantic moon. It's very, very bright. Cool. Good night. Extravehicular activity occurring now. So we have to. Yeah. So I started to run out of air and, of course, had to come back inside real quick.
So do you think that's illuminating itself?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep. It is its own source of light. It even behaves as its own source of light. In fact, I have an interesting thing that shows why the sun and the moon are both the same size and the same distance. Let me see if I can find it for you. And it's all you can even do this with the shadows that are cast by the moon and by the sun in comparison. And if the light source was a different light source and a different distance, the shadows would behave much, much differently. And hopefully I can find that video to show you guys. See, all that time I spent making a peanut butter, jelly, and mushroom sandwich, I could have been looking for this, but I'd rather have the fucking sandwich. But to tell you the truth.
Did you eat it?
Oh, yeah. Fuck yes. What am I going to do? Sit there and look at it? Fuck no. I ate that shit.
So it was a PB and J&M.
Yeah, it was peanut butter jelly and fucking magic mushrooms, bro. It works out really good. I didn't weigh them or anything. Now I forgot what I was looking for. Oh yeah, the shadow video, and I just scrolled past a bunch of fucking shit, not paying attention. What we might not get to see it. Let's see here. Yeah, because it's kicking in pretty good now. Well, kind of on another phase of it. I don't know. I'll have to show it to you another time, I guess. But what happens is you see the exact same shadow that comes from the sun, right?
I'll have to believe you because I've never measured the shadow in the moon to see if it matched the sun.
We back now? We back?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ. The penguins are fucking with us hard here tonight, people. You guys still there? You still got dreaming?
I am.
All right, cool. God damn it, this fucking
I'm
internet.
still here. I was just being busy.
Being a shit. That's what you're doing. Yeah, we unfroze here. We went through we were passing through part of the Van Halen radiation belt. And some of those rips that Eddie cuts out with, man, just really disrupted the feed, you know. And that's that old Van Halen radiation belt, though. You know, what are you going to do? Sometimes you got to hear Hot for Teacher for a minute. You know, it's just how it rolls.
Interrupting happens with real life.
Yeah, we're back. We should be back. Am I not?
Yep, you're
Are
back.
we on feed and everything? Because I'm seeing people in the chat going, it was a time warp era. No, it wasn't. It was not really so much. It was a graviparallaxical refractory point that we hit, which comes from the collision of gravitons and dark matter. And when they collide together, they form like a small time dilation.
I think the gremlins came along and took over.
See, they should have. I could have got it.
That's my idea. The gremlins came in and took over for a minute.
Yeah, but it didn't sound as technographical as what I just said. See, this outfit should really hire me because I can come up with that shit, you know? I can make up stuff. There's a gravitational torque of fins that were flying around and they collided together with some just make shit up, you know? And then there was Narnia, you know. And then that's how Narnia became real. Came from Droppity.
If you can use words that just totally don't make sense, they're just words. Yeah, you can make up anything, and it's and your idea becomes reality.
Right, and then you can just to say something ordinary and make a big word out of it, like astrometry. Right. What is astrometry? What does that mean? It means to measure fucking stars. Who cares? That's what I just asked you. How the fuck did you do your astrometry shit? See? All the time you're trying to go, what was the one I heard today? They said the angular diameter. And I'm like, what in the fuck are you talking about? An angular diameter? A motherfucking thing's either a certain diameter or it's not. That's all. There is no variation in it and shit. Like, fuck off. You know? In fact, if you're talking about an angular diameter, that can only work with a disc. So what are you trying to tell me with that dumb shit? See? Angle of the dangle. Yes, Tommy, we've gone through that. Okay. The heat of the meat is directly proportional to the mass of the ass times the angle of the dangle. We know this. Get over this. Spectroscopy sounds like some shit that a doctor wanted to do to your ass, right? You ain't putting one of them fucking things up my ass. I guarantee it. You know? I guarantee they'd say, oh, you know, after the age of 40, a man should go and let a doctor put his finger up your ass and feel around and shit. And I'm like, no, that's not something that anybody does. No, I'm not gonna.
I know. I don't get it. Why are people going into the doctor when they don't need them? You know?
Hell yeah. I
They
mean,
go in to just make sure they're well nowadays.
I stay away
Excuse
from
me?
I
I
stay
ain't paying anyone to tell me I'm already well.
I
You
know,
know,
right? How
I
many
got better
times
things to do with my
how many
time.
times does anybody, and I'm asking this serious, people that are watching this after the broadcast, whatever, I'm asking you serious, man. Have any of you ever taken your car to a mechanic and said, hey, would you go in here and see if you can see anything wrong?
Will you tell me if my car is still
Only
running?
when you're gonna buy one.
It's like, fuck, yeah, they're going to tell you all kinds of shit are wrong. That's what they're in the business of, baby.
Oh, that reminds me of a really bad salesman. I was test driving a car and we were on the freeway and it wouldn't go more than 45 miles an hour. And I'm asking him, what's wrong with this thing? You know, I can't get it to go. And he's like, oh, he says, it's just a 4-cylinder. I said, are you saying that because I'm a woman or are you just that stupid?
No, spectroscopy is one of the words he used, right? That was where he was
Oh
trying
my
to tell
God.
me that for 500,000 miles, he can look through a magic telescope and tell me the composition of a fart. I don't believe so. Okay. I'm just calling bullshit on that one right straight up front. But the other one, the astrometry, yeah, he tried to use all kinds of dumb shit on me. And I was like, no, I ain't gonna fly, bro. I'm sorry, you talking to a Detroit boy. We don't take that fucking bullshit, man. You're gonna have to break that down, bro. You know?
Oh my goodness.
Fuckers don't, and it just blows their mind. What really blows their mind though is when you don't take their bait. You know, they're always trying to get you to make a claim. And they'll say, well, how far away is the sun and how big is it? I say, I don't know.
Yeah, me
Next
neither.
question. Next question. I can tell you what it's not, right? I can tell you all day what it's not. It's not a fish, and it's not a giant ball of gas 93 million miles away. So
Maybe it's a ball of molten lava. Who knows?
yeah, exactly. Go up there and check yourself and see what the fuck it is, or use your what is that thing called, an ass meter or some shit they got. Go and look up there. You know, that's the most fucking ridiculous shit in the world.
It was an astronaut.
Yeah, an astronaut. They're all the time about the fucking grunk. That's what I call that entire region around your groin and your junk. That's the grunk.
They're fascinated with the word ass, so they use it as like astronaut.
They're obsessed with what I call the grunchial region. Okay.
Yep.
That incorporates the gooch, the fucking groin, the junk, everything. It's all one word that I came up with, the grunchial zone. Okay, and they are fucking obsessed with it, up to and including having very masculine women drinking from vagina-shaped cups, as though that is going to be some kind of a benefit in a zero-G environment. What? Yeah, I mean, it's just dumb, you know, on its whole thing. Or they show a rocket going up, you know, they're about the fourth take in 5 seconds. You'll see them show the rocket and it's going like this. Like that, making it look like it's a thrusting motion or some shit like that. They do this all the time. They're obsessed with their penises, man. They really are. It's probably because they got little tiny. Oh, it's so small I cannot see it. We are in great awe. You ever saw that South Park? Oh, we are in great awe of your giant American penis.
Yeah, and they have to put the obelisk in the middle of the city. You know, how interesting, you know.
What is it? Honest Composer mentioned G-Spot. What happened? Amy posted some penis town, couldn't find clit, Romania. I said it's because Transylvania for involved in chat and went all the way downhill from there. Yeah, I couldn't even follow that, man. I was having trouble. Oh, yeah, stumbling my way. It really was. Oh my God, the chat is always funny. That's why my wife watches this shit with me. I'm listening to the content. My wife's over there, and I'm like, wow, man, did you hear what he just said? No, man, I was reading the chat. I'm like, what? Yeah, she loves the chat. She's, bless her heart, she's taking the dog. Did you go out and go do your potty, Brandy? Well, she won't do it unless I tell her to. She's daddy's girl, and she only does stuff when daddy tells her to do it. She's such a little brat. Aren't you, Brandy? She's fun. She's a funny dog. She's so sweet, though. I mean, I swear to God. Who was really handsome? Are you talking about the yes, that's what they always call butch women. They always say that. You ever notice nobody ever said B. Arthur was a beautiful woman? No, they always say she was very handsome. Like, huh. You know, that's kind of a way of saying that bitch is ugly as shit, but she carries it well. I mean, you know, just put it right where it's at, for Christ's sake. You know, if I've often said, you know, you want women to start losing weight, stop being kind. Okay, I'm sorry. Stop being kind. It's not plus. It's not queen. It's fat ass. Okay, that's what that is. And don't put no prices on them, so they have to go, I need a price check for the fat ass drawers on registered 6.
Oh, that's funny. We had a shop, and it was called Smart Size, but we all called it the Fat Shop.
Well, yeah.
And I was in there one day, and I was on the lower end of that, but they had beautiful clothes. And so I write out my check, right? Without thinking. Guess what I write on the check?
The fat store?
The Fat Shop.
Mm-hmm.
The girl looks at it. She goes, I can't accept this check. I'm like, why not?
Well, it used to be that.
I know everybody calls us the Fat Shop, but you have to write the check to Smart Size.
It used to be that's how this shit really went.
Oh, it was funny.
It used to be that, you know, morbidly obese people usually had to go to a specialized shop that had clothes for morbidly obese people, you know,
right?
Whether it be the local tent and awning store or whatever, they usually had to do that. But now I'll go to a store and I'm searching for something that fits me, and it's all like circus tent size shit. I mean, who in the fuck is as wide as they are tall? I'm looking at pants that
look at how many people are on medication, and what does medication do? It screws up the metabolism. It ruins the thyroid. Most of the medication out there ruins the thyroid.
Holy fuck, no, I'm looking at these pants. I'm trying, here's a size 50.
Right, exactly.
50 weight. You mean to tell me that you're wider than you are tall? You're a fucking Oompa Loompa, man. There's just something physically wrong. I mean, at what point in you're having to change your wardrobe because of your girth do you not realize, hey, wow, I'm fucking fat, man?
Right.
I mean, what the fuck happens there where you just go, well, fuck, guess I'm just going to have to change my wardrobe. It's like, why don't you put the fucking donuts up? Maybe get up off your ass and walk a little bit or something, you know? God damn.
But at this point, it isn't just about people not or overeating. It is the quality of food has
It
a lot
is.
to do with it. Medication is high on that list, and just about everybody's on their regular regimen
Yeah,
because
yeah,
they think they got to go to the doctor to find out if they're okay or not.
yeah,
And then
yeah.
the doctor finds something wrong and says, "Oh, but we'll put you on this medication to prevent anything from happening and anything you getting sick or
Right.
whatever, or your blood pressure going up."
I always joke, you know. I always
I've
joke
been
in my
on that merry-go-round, and let me tell you, it's no fun. You're in and out of the doctor 2-3 times a week. You have these appointments. You've got one for this, one for that. And
well,
finally, I said,
that's
"Enough's
why I
enough."
joke. That's why my son and I joke about this. Ryan jokes about this, and oh yeah, he unblocked me now on Facebook. I guess we're okay. I guess now. But anyway, the we joke about that, and you know, it's like, oh man, I have a headache. You know what that means? It means that my aspirin levels must be low, right? Because that's what caused my headache was my aspirin levels to be low. You know, oh,
Right,
okay, that makes
exactly.
sense.
But
What the
you
fuck?
But see, that's the thing people don't comprehend. They don't comprehend. You only take the aspirin when you need it, not the rest of your life every day.
No.
And they have told people that aspirin will will protect the heart. So to take one baby aspirin every day, well, that's what my ex's dad did. My ex father-in-law, he took that baby aspirin every freaking day. Well, eventually ate a hole in his stomach, and he literally bled to death because they couldn't stop it. Even after surgery and removing the bad part, it continued to deteriorate. In
Yep.
2 weeks, he was gone.
You know, last time I took any kind of medication at all was like, well, I have to be honest. Last year, I felt I just like something hit me all of a sudden, right? And
Mhm.
so I went and took a shot of Robitussin.
Oh man,
And not more than 15 minutes later, puked it up because my body rejects alcohol.
right?
And that was it. That was it. I don't take aspirins. You know, if I have a headache, I just
Right.
address what's causing the fucking headache, man. I don't. If my engine light in the car comes on, I don't put a piece of black tape over it to say, "Oh, now the problem's fixed."
Exactly.
Right? I
Exactly.
mean,
And now most often that light comes on because people hardly ever think to change their air filter. And so that light, they'll say, "Well, I've got my oil changed and everything, and the light's still on." Well, check the air filter. Your
right.
damn car can't breathe.
Luckily, my Jeep will tell me. It tells me. A little thing will come up and tell me, "Hey, this is fucked up. You need to change it." Okay, cool. You know, you have this much oil life remaining. Okay, cool. That's well above what they told me it was going to last, but that's good. And that's what I do. And when I go in and I have the oil change, I have them do everything. Just do everything.
I could always tell with my car because I had a 70 Pontiac Tempest, and I could tell just by listening to the motor. If it started to give me just a slight little tick tick, I knew it was starting to get low. If I didn't listen to it, it'd get louder and louder and louder and faster. Of course, depending on my speed, but going down the road, just knew.
Angela was harvesting dingleberries today all day and she's sore from it. This is what I'm getting from the chat here. So what do
Dingleberries.
you do with the
Dingleberries.
dingleberries?
Dingleberries are those? Never mind.
They're little clusters of shit that stick to the hairs on your ass.
Exactly.
Also known as Klingons.
Or dudes.
So what do you do with the dingleberries after she took apart the chicken run? What? How did dingleberries have anything to do with what do you do with the dingleberries? So she takes them and makes a chicken run with dingleberries. This is what I'm getting here. So I don't know, man. I gotta quit looking over there. Some crazy fucking people. That's what I can see as my audience is fucking insane. I love them. I love it. We are truly We are truly the odd kids, that's for sure. And I guarantee you that everybody in this chat was probably the odd one out. I guarantee you, I was the odd one out. I know Dreamy was the odd one out. I don't know. Were you falling? Were you the odd one out, kind of? Like,
Yeah, I was the middle one, so I was like the odd person out
right? You're
since I'm like the
always
middle child.
trying to pretend so that you can fit in.
Yeah, it was either. Yeah, it was really weird.
That's what I've done. That I've
Did
tried
you
to
try that
pretend.
hard to fit in though? Did you try really hard to fit in?
Listen, I did to this point right here. I can remember in elementary school, I'm like, I do not understand why all the rest of these boys are all freaking out about these goddamn sports, but it seems like I'm supposed to be too. So I tried to get into it, really got into it, looking at all the shit these other guys are doing. And I was like, finally, I just went, you know what? I don't fucking get it, man. I just don't fucking get it. I'm not doing it. It's stupid. Why am I spending all this energy on a goddamn bunch of guys throwing a ball around? This is stupid as shit. I just,
See, I went through that same thing. I went through that same thing, and it was like, you know, and I wanted to do something, I guess, just from the sports and everything. So what I ended up doing was running track, where it was just like I was by myself basically, and doing long distance and still doing a sport. But yeah, because I just didn't get the football and the baseball and all that.
no,
But
I
I
don't.
wanted to do a sport, so that's what sport I ended up doing was running.
I
Tommy,
followed baseball a little bit, but that's because I had friends that played the game and whatnot. And I did collect Nolan Ryan cards, and I did it one time prior to my divorce. Have his no hitters, his rookie card, stuff like that. But they
well,
ended up stolen. So, I mean, I didn't put a whole lot into. I mean, yeah, it was here.
Tommy, tell the truth on here says that he'd rather grow genital warts than follow sports. So how's that crop coming, Tommy? Would you like to share that with us? How is that crop of warts coming along for you? Sorry.
But I only went to like I think one of pro games.
I went to,
This
well,
wasn't big interest to me.
listen, I went to like the Detroit Tigers games and stuff, but I didn't care about the game as much as it was the event, you know? And like you go down there and they would give you a weapon on bat day. They would give you a little wooden baseball bat. If Lucky Haskins is watching, I know he remembers this. You go down there to the game and they had these little fucking wood bats about maybe a foot or so. And I still got one. And I keep it in the pouch behind the passenger seat. And I'll tell you what, you can fuck somebody up with that thing, man. I'll tell you, that's no shit. And it just amazes me that in a city like Detroit, that they just gave people these fucking weapons and said, "Here, go enjoy the game."
And now you can't have a butter knife.
No, no. But yeah, I still, I still got that fucking thing. I still got one of them, and it's in the back. It's in my Jeep, easily accessible. Of course, I always have some kind of weaponry like within an arm's reach of me at all times. You could say I'm paranoid, or you could just say I'm prepared. I'm prepared. I hear about shit happening to people when they least expect it. Well, I'm going to be ready.
Oh yeah.
Another thing too is that they say that most deaths occur in the home. And so I spend as much time away from home as I possibly can. It's all about living longer,
Right. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with being prepared. I'd rather be prepared, or, most of the time it takes wit. It takes your mind, your brain. I mean, I've been in some crazy situations. I didn't have a weapon one on me, and those, like you said, happens in the moment. But it was my brains that helped me get out of that, keep me from getting shot or whatever, You got to be able to read people. I mean, we've got to know a lot. And for the most part, I think we do,
That was really nice that Sean Alke had assisted Angela in her not only in the growing and cultivation of the dingleberries. That's neat. Thank you. Do you know
Oh,
what
that's funny.
these fuckers? I can only imagine what it took to harvest them fuckers. You know, I mean, you gotta have somebody holding them cheeks apart so you can get in there and get the good dingleberries. You know, that's what I'm saying.
Uh,
I'm just a
like the joke about the mothballs.
right.
Never smelled
Oh,
mothballs, and people will go, "Yes, I've smelled those things. They stink." I go,
how'd you get his legs apart?
"Exactly."
Oh man. Oh, this show
The
is
jokes we used to tell.
oh my god, yes. I remember that one about the mothballs. People I don't even think people even know what mothballs are these days, you know? Because I've told people that before. They say, "What's DMT like?" I said, "Well, it kind of got a taste like mothballs." And then I think about what I just said.
Oh my gosh, yes.
And a lot of times, though, now somebody will say, "Well, what are mothballs?" And I'm just like, it's what, okay, when there's little boy mothies and little girl mothies, yeah. God damn. This is fucking this. Oh yeah, this is a good idea. Somebody suggested that I do shrooms before every broadcast. I agree. This is fun as shit. My God. What was I waiting for? Right? We got a whole big stack of them fucking things. We got to start playing here, boy. I'll tell you what. So what in the fuck are we talking about? Canadian dildos and shit now over here. I didn't know there was a dildo Canada until oh, there's a town called Dildo in Canada. That's hilarious. That is great. Where are you from? I'm from Dildo. Sure you are.
Upper dildo.
Oh my God, that's fucked up, man. Can you imagine? There is a Hell, Michigan. And
Yeah.
so when people say, "Oh, I'll do that when hell freezes over," well, you got about another month. Almost as fun as the DMT streams. Yeah, I still got DMT too. We'll have to break that out too. What the fuck? Docto T. Baggins. Sounds pretty official. It sounds like a patent of nobility almost, you know? Let's take a look at that. Let's dissect that. Let's see what that means to us. Dildo T. Baggins. Sounds like somebody who would go on an adventure to me.
Like a hobbit.
Like a hobbit. Only a small hobbit creature that looks like a little penis and walks using his testicles. He goes along through the forest all happy, just waddling along. "Hello, I'm little penis man."
Katie D said she never thought of mothballs like that. Oh, that's funny. I thought everybody knew that joke.
I always take things, terms and shit, and I turn them completely literal in my head, and it just cracks me up half the time, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine that. That sounds weird.
It's like, why did the Roman smile even though he had hair in his teeth?
God.
He was a gladiator.
He was a gladiator. Ow. Jesus Christ. No. What's the best way to get rid of unwanted pubic hair? There
Yes.
you go. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Holy shit. This is a good stream. This is fun, man. A Floby. Evening, Joe. Welcome to the fun house. Dave's on mushrooms. Yes, sir.
I used to have a Floby too, a thing they called a Floby.
Yeah, that thing to cut your hair.
Yep, I remember those.
Oh, and listen, you knew who had a Floby because they all had the same fucking haircut. It looked like a motorcycle helmet.
You had to use a vacuum cleaner. Must have been the space hair cutter.
I wonder if I can find an ad for that or something on here. Let's see if we can find that. That'd be hilarious.
That's the other attachment hanging on the wall next to the toilet in there. ISS.
Exactly.
Right.
They wanted to know how they cut their hair. They used.
Let's see if we can find anything about that. That was FLOB. Was it a Y or an IE at the end? Do you remember?
IE, I think.
Oh, EE. It's the first thing that came up. Floby.
With the double E.
Oh, let me stop this screen and present this screen. This is it right here. There it is. They sell this still $68 fucking dollars for the entire thing. Right? I remember it was only $9.95, right? Everything was $9.95.
Used to be cheap.
Long ago, it's Mr. Haircut. It's Mr. Napkin. It's Mr. Everything was Mr. something. Oh no, I've spilled Mr. Coffee on Mr. Table. I better take Mr. Towel to clean it up.
And Mr. Potato Head's now all wet.
So apparently they still sell these. They still sell these. Now I'm going to show everybody what these look like. Okay, this is it right here. That looks dangerous, really. To tell you the God's truth. $100. Look at here. $100.
Dang.
The fuck. Now, so here's some people using one. Oh, we can we? Is that showing? Did it switch over when I changed to images? Oh
See
my God!
if you can find a video.
Hang on. There's a guy. Here's a picture of a guy using one. Okay, and you can see how convenient that would be. Look at him. And that's a styling ass looking guy. Look at that. Look at. Is that Brian Stavely? Is that Brian Stavely when he was younger?
It might be.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like him. Brian, did you have a Floby? What's up, bro? Anyway. So what did you say? Let's find the videos about it? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can find the videos about it.
Especially one in space. I want to know how they cut their hair. I bet that's what they used.
Okay, so this is during lockdown. There's a guy doing one. Hang on a second here. Well, hell, here's right straight from the day. This is on VHS. We can watch this. Hold on, let me get it set here so y'all can see it. This is really nice. You're gonna love this shit. Wow. So we'll share the screen. We're gonna do the audio. Here it goes. This is how the Floby worked, and this is how they sold it to the masses. There it is. See, it came with this handy VHS tape. It's exciting. Oh, God.
We're going to show you how to achieve the kind of haircuts you've always wanted. Our motto, no hassle, no mess, easy to do.
Look how happy all those people
Just
are.
follow along with us in this video, and you'll be a happy Floby user too. It's highly recommended that you watch this video all the way through at least once before doing anything. At the second time around, you can actually start assembling your Floby. First, let's open the box up and take a look at what we have inside.
God damn.
This is the
Your
Floby.
suction kit.
Here is the cutter end, and the other end is where you connect your vacuum to the hose. If your vacuum doesn't fit tightly, you can use this universal adapter to get a better fit. You may want to use it anyway.
Yeah, it looks fun.
Here is the power supply. This large end plugs into the wall,
Looks like
and the small plug at the end.
You might want to use it anyway, for other stuff that might be fun too.
You need that condom there.
You gotta have that. Nothing like an open-ended
End of
condom.
the cable connects to the hose end of
Man,
the
those
Flowbee.
things were huge. You plugged into the wall.
You will find a bottle of special Flowbee synthetic lubricant oil.
I'm starting to think it'd just be easier to go to the fucking barber shop, you know. But anyway, we'll see.
And you will
Mr.
need to
Be
put 3
Natural
drops
says
on the
Globies for
blades every
Globies.
other time you use the Flowbee. You will also find the instruction manual, which we encourage you to read before using your Flowbee.
Nah, instructions are for girls. Fuck you.
And there's also a warranty card in the box that you're requested to send in to activate your warranty. Remember, your Flowbee is unconditionally guaranteed for 1 year. If anything malfunctions, just follow the instructions in the instruction manual. If after the year is up and you happen to
All right, I got a complaint. Can you imagine the complaint department with what kind of phone calls they got? You know. All right, so I was trying to trim my junk, and I got my wang stuck up in that thing.
need service, just send it to us in San Diego and we'll be glad to repair it for just $20.
Okay, cool.
Now, let's get familiar with the spacers. This will be the one most important part of your learning process. Familiarize yourself with the spacers.
All right,
They are the
that's a little
key
too
to
familiar,
great-looking
goddamn it.
haircuts.
Didn't say molested.
Now,
said get
each
familiar.
spacer has 2 tabs and 2 slots that fit together. Practice putting them together and taking them apart.
Oh yeah.
Didn't
Hint,
when
gently
you've grown up,
pinch the
didn't you
tabs
hate
together
these
while holding
things
the
where
other
they
part
just
length
can't
that you
get to the point?
back, you'll
There,
want to
get
stay
the
away from the
haircut part.
top
That's
area.
what we after. I don't give a fuck how you put
Using a shorter rocking motion, up and down, just go over the whole area.
Look at that.
If you have a mirror, you can see when the hair is all even and cut.
And if you don't have a mirror, that's okay because it'll look just awful anyway.
You will also notice that when the unit is cutting, it will occasionally make a noise like the motor is running faster and slower. This is okay. It just means that you're cutting some of the hair off.
That's what's going on. That's why I hear the motor changing and shit in the vacuum toilet when Don Pettit's in there. It's because he's cutting his hair.
When you do the sides or new area of the hair that you want shorter than the area you started with, measure that new area against the spacers, as you did in step 2, until ½ inch of hair or less extends beyond
Anyway,
the
y'all get
spacers.
the idea. It's truly awful. Your
Oh
hair
my
never
God.
comes out like what they show. And you've lost $9.95. Well, now $100 or whatever to get one of these things.
You're better off with that little hair razor.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I sent this is kind of cool too. TJ, my bad. Jesus Christ. Amen.
What?
Jeebus Crisp sent me a video clip that he wants me to play, and I'll put that up here in just a minute. And then I'm going to show you some really cool residue. I sent this out to a few of my peeps here today. That is available on eBay, and it's a mint condition 1999 Britney Spears doll with the plaid dress. So that's kind of cool. Let me pause this. It already looks crazy as hell. Let me bring it back to the beginning. We're straining my technographical abilities to their limits right now. Okay, here we go. And this is from our good friend Jeebus Crisp, and this is his video that he made. He's done this with a little penis finger puppet, so this ought to be pretty good. Oh, that's Chili DeCastro.
I'm just here.
I thought it was a little dick.
Constitutional law. I'm a professor. I'm from Hollywood, California. These hillbillies, no, they're not ready for me. I'm gonna change the system. I'm gonna make America great again. Get away from me, lady! Get away from me! Get away from me, lady!
Dude,
Get away from me!
now that was for some of you that aren't familiar. There's an internet personality, and I say that loosely, of a man named Chili, and I say that loosely too. A man, Chili DeCastro, a self-proclaimed constitutional professor that doesn't even know how to spell the word, and That right there was Jeebus did that right after he was confronted by someone, a girl, and he ran from this girl at a Memorial Day parade, and it was fucking hilarious. So that was pretty good. Those were good times when we were trolling old Chili DeCastro before he became irrelevant. Wonder what he's doing now, right? Where is he gone now? Who cares? He was content. And that's how we view them. Tommy, did you like the video of my extravehicular activity, or EVA, so to speak? What did you think about that, Tommy?
The one you sent in Facebook?
Yeah.
I haven't watched it yet. I thought you were going to show it on here. Did you show it on here?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
you're late to the party and shit, man. But I sent it to you. You don't think you're special. I just needed to be able to get it from my computer, so I picked you at random.
I will watch it when we take a break, or I get a second here. It's not a lot long, is it?
No, you guys want to see it? Hell no, it's not big. It's
hey, Tommy.
No, we have
Tommy.
Yes.
Can you stick your finger in that thing behind you?
Now I know. I mean, I can stick it on there, and it'll come to me the electricity. But now I know I can light up a light bulb thanks to Dave with it. If I turn off all the lights, I can put this by the Tesla lamp, and it'll light up without even touching it. Just put it near it.
The electromagnets of the Tesla coil, the electromagnetic field fluoresces the gases within the bulb and causes it to go. This is why you have daylight.
It's doing it right now. Y'all just can't see because all the light.
Yeah, you can see it.
That's how you get daylight. Okay. Daylight and sunlight are two different things. Although daylight is caused by the sun, the light is not of the sun. Okay. What it's doing is it's fluorescing the gases in the atmos, and primarily nitrogen, which will glow blue when exposed to a positive electromagnetic current. It's real really cool. Simple shit, man. It's not because it's reflecting the water or any other such nonsense. It's because...
Is it plugged in? I don't have one, so I don't know if it's plugged in or not.
What's that?
That little electricity thing.
Yeah, this thing is plugged in. It has a big box, like a power pack,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it's expensive too. I almost sold that one for $40 to a science teacher, and then I looked up. I said, well, before I sell it, I better look it up, and they're pretty rare, and just the glass tube can cost you, like $1,000, $1,200, somewhere around there if you were to have one made.
Wow.
Yeah, they're pretty expensive. So I'm glad I didn't sell it for $40.
Why didn't that science teacher take all of his knowledge and just build one?
Maybe he did when I didn't sell it to him.
I got news for him. I guarantee you that the guy that probably put that together in some factory in Taiwan or some other place probably couldn't even read. So here you are with all your scientific knowledge, and you're wanting to buy something like that. Build one, fool. What am I talking? What are you all doing? So anyway, Tommy, since you missed it, we went out to be able to see the moon, the big moon tonight. So here we go. Extravehicular activity occurring now. Now we have to move really slow because we're in space, but there it is. There's the moon. We can see it perfectly. That's a regular zoom. And then I can bring this out. We can zoom in. We're starting to run out of air up here. We're going to have to go back inside. But there it is. There's that gigantic moon. It's very, very bright. Cool. Good night. Extravehicular activity now.
Very nice. I have a bunch of moon pictures and some videos too on my Facebook. If you ever want to take a look, there's a ton. I really do have a ton of moon pictures, but if I have a ton, then No Despair Bear has a gazillion because he takes pictures of the moon every single day, every night.
What you heard, Renee, were not. I know they sounded like crickets, but what was really happening was it was when pieces of dark matter are colliding together with zoltarns in the surrounding space. It makes that noise like that, and sometimes people mistake that for crickets. So, science. That's just how science works, man. Don't question it, because then how are you qualified? That's when it gets me, is these fucking idiots telling me, what are your qualifications? And I'm like, qualifications for what? What the fuck are you talking about? What are my, or they'll say, you're not qualified to speak on this. I'm like, well, who's the arbiter of who is qualified and who isn't? And how do I speak with them? I'd like to see the manager of this. Who's in charge? It's just fucking crazy shit. Look at that. I like it. I like it a lot. Tommy over there blowing smoke. So yeah, they'll always say, "Oh, well, you're not what are your qualifications? What are your patents of nobility?" Like, are you shitting me? What did the wizard tell me that I know? Nothing. I didn't talk to the fucking wizard. I just smoke weed, hate people, and I know things. That's just my life. That's what I do. What else do you want from me? That's my whole gig right there. I think I have that. I have that on here. It's a picture of a grumpy ass bear. It says, I smoke weed, I hate people, and I know things. That's what I do. And that pretty much sums it up for me. What about you, Dreamy? Is that kind of, oh, look at that. Well, eat the fucking thing. Don't just show it to me. Look at the fat ass stem on that thing. Eat that shit. Put that shit in your mouth right now and crunch it up right now, Tommy.
Well, how long has it been? How long has it been since you ate yours?
Oh shit, probably 7 o'clock Eastern. It's been
Man,
a few
how
hours.
much this thing weighs? I would be. Ooh, this weighs a lot.
Yeah, eat it.
Yeah, that's a gigantic one. I've got some other ones I might eat, but I'm not gonna eat that one right now. That's
eat that shit, you pussy.
You didn't eat one that big, I'm sure.
Dude, I ate a fucking 98-gram mushroom.
You lying suck of shit.
No, I am not. No,
98 gram.
It was wet. I had just picked it. So dried weight about 10 grams. That would be dried weight. And I ate that fucking thing fresh on a salad, baby. And I'll tell you what, I got cured of alcoholism.
I might eat that one. See, that's a big difference.
Yeah, that's that. Come on.
That's a big difference right there. I can
You
see
have one of those little mushrooms.
Hold on, put those back up. Hold on, put those back up there again. Put those back.
Okay, hold on.
All right.
Playing with your food.
Take that one in your left hand and move it back toward you just a little bit. The one in your left hand, move it back toward you. That's your right hand, fool.
What do you want me to do? Like that?
All right,
like
there
that.
you go.
Right.
Now they're the same size, pussy. Eat it. Oh wait, no, he understands perspective, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about it.
Don't do it.
Jesus Christ, see there, and that's what that shit'll do to you. I'm sitting there telling him, move the one in your left hand, and he's sitting there fucking with his right hand.
I'm on camera though. I mean,
your other. Hey,
I didn't know if you knew which
Your left.
I know which one's your left, man. Come on, I'm up here. I'm the one on the space station.
Well,
brother.
maybe you haven't ate enough shrooms yet. If you can tell the difference,
I'm the one up here doing all this science and shit.
All right, why do I feel like I need to weigh this little one? I'm almost, but I'm pretty sure that's only about
in your mouth and just eat it.
All right, I'm still coughing from the bone pit. I'm trying.
Carry this. I'll be right back. I got to go use that vacuum toilet. I am so happy.
Oh dear.
Well, we've lost Sovereign. He's going to go get sucked into space.
See, I'm going to eat this, and he's going to end the show in like a half hour, and then I'm going to be sitting here like, oh fuck,
Don't eat it.
Well, I've been saying for the last 2 days, I've been saying for the last few days that I need to eat some because I feel so mentally reset afterwards and great, you know. I mean, so it really it's worth it every time I do it. Even if I'm not really in the mood to do it, once I do it, I'm like, yeah, I knew I should have done it, you know.
What do you mean by it resets you?
Yeah, it resets my mind, my mental state every time, just like a clear slate, you know.
Like you
It
have
helps.
to remember what your name is and relearn how to read.
Well, I never eat more than a few grams, so I'm not looking to see elephants in my room or, you know, I mean, I just like to eat it, you know, to get a good shroom buzz and
You guys,
the reset and everything. I mean, I used to eat them to see stuff and, you know, be as high as I could, but that was when I was a teenager, you know. But now it's more about the medicinal and just a little bit of fun, you know.
I gotta tell you guys something, man. Me and the vacuum
Here we
toilet,
go.
we have a relationship now. That's what y'all should know. I'm in love.
Did you get it too close?
I'm in love.
It's like a Floby. You got it caught in there.
That's it. You know, I'm trying to talk it into a threesome with the Floby, but so far, you know, it's not really taking any traction. But
Oh boy, we're going down that road now.
oh my God, microdose. Daniel says
Save some of that for breakfast.
Tommy just likes the taste. Oh my God.
No, I don't eat mushrooms on pizza or salad or any of that. I don't like regular mushrooms.
Oh bullshit! I love them, man. Give me a good shiitake anytime.
Ugh, no.
Yeah. Look at him. He's accentuating what he's doing there with that soda.
Oh wow!
He's giving that accent. That's why you take it and put it all cut up like I did. I'm going to tell you, this is my recipe, and feel free to use it. Okay. What you do is you take a piece of bread, right? And then you take some peanut butter and you spread it on the bread. And then take a pair of scissors and cut your mushroom up into even little pieces and shit and put it all across the top of the peanut butter. And then you put a little layer of jelly on here, and it's almost like you can't even taste those nasty fucking things. You know?
Man, I put that in an omelet.
Oh, yeah, put them in an omelet. Why not?
So do you have one of those little mushroom growing kit thingies?
No, I've done it before, but these I happened upon. It's sort of like they find me. You know, I don't ever have to go looking for them. They just find me. All of a sudden, somebody will say, "Hey, you want an ounce of mushrooms?" I'm like, "Yeah, cool, thanks." You know, it finds me. It's like it don't matter. I can go to any fucking town in the world, and within 5 to 10 minutes, weed will find me. It doesn't matter where I go in the world. I wasn't in Frankfurt for 2 hours in a whole nother country before someone was offering me hash. And I was like, wow, this is awesome, man. Everywhere I go, there's weed.
When I read Voynage's comment, I first saw, don't do drugs. Kids are bad. I didn't see the kids, drugs are bad part.
Oh, yeah.
Kids are bad. Yeah. Don't do drugs and end up with kids, folks.
Kids are bad, and that's why we use drugs, God damn it.
Right.
The only way we can put up with your goddamn generation.
There's no kids in my house right now, so Voynage, you can sleep easy tonight. There's no grandkids here.
Nah, he's all given their tussin, and they're tucked in. So,
all right, I'm gonna eat this other cap right here.
Right, let's go.
See, I'm trying to eat the best tasting shit, you know.
Well, it's all right. You're sitting there.
It ain't the best tasting
took you longer to show it to us than it would to just eat that motherfucker.
How fast did you eat your peanut butter sandwich?
Dude, I inhaled it. No, I just ate it like a normal sandwich instead. I certainly didn't make all kinds of faces like that. Follow my recipe, bro. I had none of that. Right?
Oh, it is strong. Woo.
Yeah,
it's 422, by the way, somewhere.
Well, I might need a little bit of a re-up myself here. So I might have to make me a little peanut butter pocketbook sandwich here.
So you won't eat it like this?
Oh, I will if I have to.
All right.
But I prefer not to, because see those faces that you're making and how
Oh
you're trying
yeah.
to
Oh,
I just
oh,
assume
yeah.
not do that, you know?
Yeah. I know.
I just as soon go ahead and bypass that bullshit, you know? And get on with
It's
the waste
cringy.
of
I
blast
mean, it is a little cringy.
What, food stamps don't buy fucking peanut butter, Tommy? What's up?
I haven't bought peanut butter in a long time, man. I just haven't had the taste for it. So I don't have any peanut butter in my
I
house.
bet you it tastes a far sight better than that nasty shit does right now.
Well, I don't have any, so I'm screwed. And I'm not going to put ketchup on it.
I was just gonna say that, man. Try ketchup. See what that does. Put a turd on the fucking thing. It'll come. Shit.
Put a
Put
pinch
mustard on it.
sticker on it.
They're nasty tasting shit, man. I can tell you that now.
God.
They really are. I don't know.
All right,
Well,
I'm
you know what
trying.
I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go and brew me a cup of coffee here real
Oh
quick.
my God! Put some in your coffee.
No,
There you go.
That's really gross.
Ooh. Oh man, this is rough.
Barbecue sauce, that bad boy.
No, no. I'm getting there.
We have to make our coffee.
Ooh.
I'm randomly putting spices.
Oh God! It's like I'm tasting medicine. You know, it's like I mean, it's like it's not. But then again, I'm not a shroom eater, so you know, I don't really know what regular mushrooms. Oh God! But these are
How
strong.
do you know that one's not going to kill you then if you don't eat them?
No, I know these are real, shrooms. I know who grew these, but I'm just saying, I've never eaten a mushroom on a pizza or a raw mushroom other than shrooms, so I only know the taste of them. I probably would have never ate broccoli in my life if I hadn't had a girlfriend that used to force me to eat it on the regular. So that's probably why I don't eat it now neither.
How does
Is that what you called it, broccoli?
So I was just gonna add
He
this
named
in.
it broccoli.
Hey,
Say hi to broccoli.
I was just gonna add this in. Look at me floating in out of the science. If you do take enough, it will kill you, but not in the sense that you think. Okay, not in the sense that you think. When you take a hero dose, you will undergo ego death, which may sound terrible, but it's not. It's very enlightening. When you're able to let go of the self at the expense of the higher consciousness, it's pure bliss. Absolutely. And there's healing properties. That's where I was cured of alcoholism. Something that people say has no cure. Bullshit. I can't even smell the shit without getting nauseous.
So what's the difference between I don't want to say ODing on that, but it's coming that close than DMT or whatever that stuff is they say that sets you like.
Yeah, well, I'll never try DMT.
It's not a physical death. That's the point. It's not a physical.
No, I mean I get it, but yeah. DMT doesn't give you a physical death either. Yes, I mean, I don't know. I've never done it.
No, it doesn't give you a physical death, but you certainly will have an ego death. Absolutely. The DMT is nothing more than the difference between going, like what Tommy's doing right now, is taking a Sunday drive, right? When you use DMT, it's like getting in a rocket sled to go to that place. Okay, it's like there's no gradual, oh, I think I'm feeling something, this is trippy. It's just like, oh, I think I'm, woof, it's gone. You're done. You're there. It's before, by the time you notice it, it's already too late. You're there.
So what's the difference between mushrooms and peyote?
Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. We're still activating the same thing.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm making it right now.
You better save that for breakfast.
I've got a half a jar, dude.
Mm.
Yeah, I got plenty, and I still got that big one too. That thing is probably 6 grams by itself or more. Oh God.
Good luck. That's really weird how Saab's talking about eating mushroom cures alcoholism. It's like when smoking got taken from me, it's like it ended up doing that with weed and everything. It's like I didn't even smoke weed no more or anything. It's like all of that left.
Melanie wants to know if I got a perm. You donated to Locks of Love, and I ended up with your hair, Melanie. So thanks. Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out what she's doing with them dingleberries she was harvested.
I was talking to Melanie Moran, not Angela.
Oh, okay. Okay, hang on. I'm almost done with my sandwich.
Oh, you making more?
Well, fuck yes.
Well, damn, you're gonna make me eat another cap.
You done started the ball rolling, brother.
I'm gonna have a jar full of stems because I'm just eating the caps basically. But whoa.
Yeah, that's what I did. I just put a gigantic cap and cut it up and put it on top of it.
Oh.
As per my patented recipe. Well, patent pending.
If I didn't look dorky, I'd put my glasses on so I could read the chat. But
you look dorky anyway, so don't worry about it.
Well, I know that, but I'm dorkier with these things on. I mean, golly.
Hey, Saab, what flavored jelly do you put on that?
Smuckers.
Dingleberry jam. He puts dingleberry jam on.
Smuckers is a brand, not the flavor.
Strawberry jam, as if there were something else. Oh my god. Strawberry jam, brother. I'm all about the strawberry jam.
Melanie, he started it. Dave started it by eating shrooms, so he got me thinking I needed to.
Whoa! Hold on a second.
She's saying, "What is she watching here?"
I'm to blame for this. Are you shitting me?
Well, you're to blame for me jumping on your shroom bandwagon, but I mean, I had them already. It's not like you twisted my arm to go buy some. But you know.
Right. Hey, if you got them, might as well, right?
Right. I mean, I look at them every day, and you know, it's like, yeah, I need them, but then I don't do them. But at least for the past 3 days, I've been telling myself I need to take some soon before I snap. You know.
Melanie is wondering what in the am I watching?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Well, you have watching a bunch of really cool people having really cool conversations, and we're hoping that maybe someone who is suffering from this common malady that I see. It's silly, Tommy. If you've probably experienced it. There is actually people that think that they're a monkey on a spinning water ball. Yeah, a spinning water ball flying all through space and twisting and turning and shit. And they get this. They also think the reason that they don't feel all that dumb shit is because of math. And I'm like, the next time I get a stomach ache, next time I get like a stomach ache or I feel nauseous, I'm going to cure it with math. I'm going to make that feeling go completely away with a formula.
Yeah, a meth formula. It's called meth math. Meth math. That's what NASA uses. That's it. Meth math. Yeah.
So we're here. It's an open clinic for any people suffering from that malady. You might know some of them may be close to you, a brother, a sister, your mom and dad, an uncle, or even just a close friend may be suffering from this insanity. And if they are, we urge you to send them to my clinic where I can cure them of this insanity.
Yeah, I think we got the cure for globitis.
We do, absolutely.
How come even in my state, okay, there's 2 million registered boats in Florida. How come I never see any pictures of curved water, while these people are out on their boats, millions of people, and you never see any pictures on Facebook or anywhere else of the curvature of the freaking ocean
And then the stupid bastards will send you a picture of a droplet of water. They see? And I'm like, okay, cool. Do that with a 5-gallon bucket. Do that with a gallon of water now. Let me see that happen with a gallon of water. Let's see that little thing.
Right.
Where the fuck is it? No, you can't do it. Shut up. God, some of the excuses. When I told someone today that everything seeks equilibrium, he says, well, what about when I'm just sitting down? I said, yes, you are still seeking equilibrium, but I'm not moving. And I'm like, wow, this guy actually thinks seeking means to walk around and look for shit. I mean, like, oh, I'm at a loss. I'm like, just really? What the fuck is wrong with your mind?
They want me to eat more. Damn.
Wow.
Jeez Louise.
Don't do it.
So
Don't
you're
rough wow,
probably-
man. Ooh, look at that. Look at this one here. It's all sealed up. It's like a ball, like a globe.
You're the kid that everybody experimented with, aren't you? You gave in easily to peer pressure, and people experimented on
Look
that.
at you. You made another sandwich. What the fuck?
Yeah, but my first one was only a half hour before this thing started.
You said it was 10 grams too. What's
Oh,
the
I did
truth
not
here?
ever say it was 10 grams. I said that I had taken a mushroom that was 10 grams.
Oh.
Not now. Fuck no.
Oh,
We wouldn't even be
okay.
having
I
a
thought he
conversation.
was.
Yeah, didn't y'all think he was talking about now?
Oh, no,
No,
no.
I thought he was making coffee.
He was
I
talking about
did make coffee. No.
he was talking about the other one he put on a salad and it was fresh.
Yeah, it
This
was
the one
fresh.
he
I
did-
just picked it.
Right.
It
This
was-
one he ate on peanut butter sandwich.
Right.
Yeah,
This
2
was-
sandwiches now though.
Yeah, two. This is my second
Okay.
sandwich. I
All
did
right.
not weigh out anything that I put, but it was
Right, I haven't weighed anything neither, and this is my 3rd cap. I'm gonna
this
eat.
was a cap about the size of a silver dollar
Well,
pancake, and I just cut it up and put it all over the top of the peanut butter. So I don't know. I didn't weigh it. I don't worry about that.
Mm.
You know, it's just. But that one time with that fresh mushroom, when it was 10 grams, or dry weight, it was 98 grams, 98 point something wet. My friend, he thought I was insane, right? Well, maybe I am a little bit, because he says, what are you going to do with it? I says, I'm going to eat it. And he says, right now? And I said, yeah, I'm going to put it on a salad. He says, how are you going to cover up the taste? I says, blue cheese dressing, man.
Ooh.
Right? And it just tastes like a little bit more cheesier blue cheese is all, so it wasn't too bad. I got that thing down, and I'll tell you what, I started meditating. And as soon as I started focusing on the fractility of how everything is a microcosm of the macro, I just went whoosh. And I was taken to a place of brilliant fucking nothingness. It was insane, man. And then all of a sudden, all this information in the form of images, voices, and shit was just cramming into my head. Answers to questions I need to ask, all kinds of things, all in this moment. And I was in the nature of alcohol and what it really is, all of that. And I was like, whoa. And when I came back from it, I was like, wow, I fucking understand. And it left me with a gift, which was a natural revulsion toward alcohol, which is what we should have. We should have that instinctually. We should have a repulsive reaction to something so toxic.
You're not a cucumber. You shouldn't be pickling yourself.
Well, there you go. That's a good way
I
to
mean,
put it.
seriously,
But also, there's a reason it's called spirits.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
There's a
Definitely. And
reason.
Fireball has got some bad spirits in it. That shit. You don't want to drink.
Tune you to the low level vibration is where the demonic entities that surround us all the time beyond our visible light range. That's what they are attracted to. It's no different. It's how you tune your radio. It's how you tune your radio. So when you willingly invite spirits into your home, right here, your home, you've willingly invited these spirits in, and they take over. Now, what do? They help to create negative human emotional energy, which is what they feed off of. Not just from you, but from all of the things that stem from your negative behavior that results from the imbibing of the spirits. The disappointed wife, the neglected children, all of it, and that's what they're feeding on, and they use you up until you're spent and it's over, or until you come straight. And usually most alcoholic suicide, they never find a half empty bottle of whiskey. They never find a partially drank bottle. They consume the entire thing.
That's true. My mother-in-law went from drinking like a pint a day. I watched her, and of course, yes, she drank it, till she passed out, and usually she'd make it to the end of the bottle. But look, she went from a pint a day to 2 years later, she was drinking a fifth, sometimes a half gallon or whatever. What's the biggest bottle you can get? Is it a half gallon or something like that?
Yeah, I think it's a half
okay,
gallon.
well, she was drinking like the biggest bottle every day, dude, and she died, from drinking herself.
Probably.
Yeah, she had cirrhosis of the liver and all that. Yeah.
Well,
But,
you'd be surprised what that liver takes, right? So I was used to drinking, like I could drink a fifth of 100 proof vodka, and I would drink that shit myself straight, and I'd still be walking around doing my thing, right? No problem. I had a hell of a tolerance. And then one day I went and got a half a pint of some cheap 80 proof fucking vodka. And I got drunker than I ever have been in my entire life off of that little half pint of 80 proof alcohol. And what that told me there was that my liver stopped fucking processing it. And I got the full dose. My liver had shut down, stopped.
Cool.
But do you think that would have woke me up? You think that would have made me go, hey, I got to stop drinking? No, I have to find a way to control my drinking. Well, if you have to find a way to control your drinking, you have a problem and you're not going to control it. Trust me, because you'll keep bargaining with yourself. Well, hey, I got by with I've been drinking only after 5 and not drinking liquor, only beer, blah, blah, blah. So I can handle a little bit more. And then you're right back in the same boat that you were when you decided to impose these controls on yourself. It's just like the New Year's resolution, right? These people go and they make a bunch of fucking promises to themselves that they have no goddamn intention of keeping. They just do it because it's some kind of a tradition,
Well, they also associate it with social things too, like the sports have been highly they get out there and they promote that stuff.
And look at two guys
you got to have a cooler full of beer.
And two drunk guys will beat the fucking hell out of each other, arguing over who's a better goddamn athlete of some lot of athletes that they don't even fucking know, or does it even matter, Right. And that's the thing, is because like you sober up in a jail cell and you realize what you're in there for, and you realize how fucking stupid it was.
Right.
What? You mean I'm in here because I got into a fight? Okay. What was the fight over? The fight was over whether it was a 67 or 68 Chevy. Are you fucking shitting me, man? That kind of thing. We drink.
I guess I don't really quite understand why they call it a addictive personality, because I don't necessarily think that it depends on a particular personality type that gets addicted to these things.
I think we all have addictions for sure. I mean, matter of fact, there's a bunch of anonymous, including Sex Anonymous. So, there is definitely people that get addicted to
Well, look at all these addicted people to the
People
globe.
like
They're so addicted, they'll
endorphins.
fight with you, over the stupidity of it all.
Everybody
Yeah,
likes
that's-
endorphins, man.
Yeah.
They make us feel good, right? And so people find a way to get these endorphins, whether it be through sex, drugs, alcohol, whatever else. They're seeking. That's what they're seeking, is the endorphins. So it's not necessarily the substance or the activity. Really, it's the endorphin
Right.
that you're addicted to. You understand? That's what people have to understand. But first and foremost, any of these addictions are first and foremost a spiritual problem. Chemical second. Okay. It's first and foremost because you look, what is sex addiction? That's the lust demon, right? That's the lust demon. These things always express themselves in the form of one of what's the Christianity refers to is one or more of the 7 deadly sins.
And I think that's an attack on human nature because that's a natural part of life. And I'm so tired of them using it for their sick, twisted.
They're not. It's about balance, though, Dreamy. It's
I
about
get
balance.
that, but that's what I'm saying. The attack on it,
Right.
in and of itself, telling people that there's all these genders when it's sexual preference has nothing to do with gender. Absolutely nothing.
No, you're either fucking gay or you're not. It don't matter what you put on to do it. There's men, there's women.
Because gender is male and female. Sexual orientation is all that other bullshit.
It's called insanity. Okay, this is it. There are men, there are women, and the occasional hermaphrodite, and about 98, and then you have about 98 different types of fucking crazy.
Exactly.
And that's all there is to that. I'm not going to play pretend, and I'm not going to be nice about
that's why I said sexual preference is not gender. It's two totally different things.
Right.
Two separate, totally different things.
Like Tommy's attracted to cucumbers and other phallic type vegetables. No. I mean, do we have to have a special flag for him? I mean, come on.
No, Tommy's attracted to broccoli.
No, I haven't ate broccoli in a long time.
He sure is down in them phallic looking vegetables. I guarantee it. No?
Yep.
Oh.
Y'all are jealous that I'll be a virgin next year because I'll be 11 years with no sex by choice. So I'm declaring myself a virgin at 50 years old next year.
Not you mean now? Does that excluding yourself?
Yeah, so it excludes.
I mean, you don't expect us to believe that you've got 11 years worth of nut built up because you'd be a madman. I mean,
you know that your body releases that its own way too.
Yeah, and
every guy knows how that.
Well, sure, but most guys really like to give it a little help.
I thought Melanie was going to bed. Now she's spamming the chat in there. What is she?
Put down the donuts.
Something about all I can see on here. See, some of those emojis don't show.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's okay. I was wondering.
So I'm gonna put. Let's see. Maybe if I
thought she was just spamming or something.
No, there it is. Tommy, planet orange, purple ring, planet orange, purple ring, planet orange, purple ring.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's what we get. We don't get the pictures on this thing. What we do get. There. Well, that one works. We can get those ones.
Yeah,
we get those. You need to add about 5 more for the old stuff. Just go ahead. Because that's what I say. We like to stay multicultural. I'm half black. The black half is in my pants.
She got a second win, she said.
She got a second win. Yes, she did. Which is code for somebody farted and she had to leave the room.
Oh dear!
Somebody tried to Dutch oven her. Get back. You've done that. Have you ever Dutch ovened anybody, Tommy?
I was married. Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Fallen?
What's that?
You ever Dutch oven your woman?
Oh shoot!
You know what that is, right?
I don't think I did. I don't think I ever did that.
Not
I
intentionally.
would think I was no. I think I was always polite and would like throw the
Get
covers
out
off.
of here. That's bullshit.
Oh, no way. Me and my
No,
old lady,
seriously.
we take a shit right in front of each other now. You know, it don't matter.
I
Nothing.
had a I had a girlfriend that used to do it. It was like, I'd be throwing the covers off. She'd be laughing. She'd do it and laugh. I guess
Right.
she was like, she had the manly gene in her or something.
Dreamy, have you ever been Dutch ovened or Dutch ovened someone else yourself?
She's not gonna admit it.
You know somebody trapped you in a fart cloud once or twice. I've had it happen to me now. I like to wait till I'm on an elevator. That's the funnest, right? Especially one of them quiet ones where you can just stand there and look at everybody trying to not notice the nasty fucking part. That's what's great. This is no shit. Back in my drinking times, right? We used to go to this little cheap Chinese place in Harrisonburg that I swear that half of their menu came out of the fish tank out front. But it was like, all this nasty Chinese food. We go in there and like just lay it down. I drink a few 40 ounces and I was with my cousin, his wife, my wife, and myself, and we were at the Valley Mall in Harrisonburg. And I got these nasty parts where I was, how the mall is on the one side, there's like a whole bunch of people walking the one way, and then the other side, there's the other people walking the other way, kind of like traffic. And I was dropping these nasty fucking bombs. And it was funny as shit because you'd see people walk into it and just recoil.
Oh boy! Oh, I can tell you one about like that. Yeah, a drive by. Yeah.
The testament. I'm gonna because I'm actually kind of proud of this, man.
No,
I fucked up the Bed Bath and Beyond.
Dude,
that place always smells so nice, right? When
let
you
me
walk
tell you.
by it. I stood in the doorway of that fucking place.
Let me.
And I literally watched people start to go in that place and turn around and walk away. It was hilarious, but it gets better because then when I got to the other end of the mall and I'm coming up the other side, I'm still watching people walk into it on the other side.
Parf.
It was fucking terrible. But it was so funny. As you can tell, I'm laughing my ass off at it now.
Oh my god!
You'd see people walking along just doing their mall shit going, whoa! Terrible. Terrible. I'll tell you, that's another thing. Since I've quit drinking, I don't have that no more ever.
No, less gas, huh? No beat, no.
That's
Beano gas. Beano.
Chinese food, Steel Reserve is the recipe for that. Okay, just in case anybody wants that. Yeah. And it can't be good Chinese food. I mean, we're talking about that shit, faux crab and faux shrimp and shit like that. That's what you want to have with that Steel Reserve. That give you the good mixture right there. That's what you're after. Look at this. Barbara says my shrooms must be 100 times better than Tommy.
I just ate mine. He's been on his for a while.
Yeah, we've been going. Catch up, Tommy. Come with me. Come with me.
But yeah, I know mine are coming. it's already doing its thing.
I mean, these things. This was so bad. You know how you can usually handle your own brand and pretend it wasn't yours. Dude, he's made me go away. Even I was like, oh, I can't stand here long. No, I gotta go. And then it was terrible. It was like they were like entities of their own. It's probably still there. As far as I know, they're probably still there. I know the mall don't get as much people at all as it used to be. Maybe I'm responsible for that. You never know. Oh my God.
That's the beyond part of Bed Bath and Beyond. It's
yeah. You know what I'm going to have to do here? I'm going to have to go over into. Let me see where we're at on this real quick, because I might have to. I only get a certain amount of time, or not time, but space Oh yeah, shit. We're good, man. We got almost 10 hours worth we can still, and I can just download and delete some if I need to. So we're good to go. Never mind. False alarm. We're good to go.
Coming up on 4 hours and 20 minutes live.
Yeah, 4 hours and 18. As soon as it gets to 420. Okay, so here's the thing. The Powerball, I never play the idiot tax, right? Lottery. That's what I call the lottery, is the idiot tax. Okay. So I never play it, but it was kismet because I was wearing my Weed the People shirt, and the wife texted me and said, "Holy shit, the Powerball thing is up to 420 million." And I was like, that's a sign. That's a sign. So God bless the little gal down there at the store. Went down there. I waited for her to get done waiting on all the other customers. I said, okay, so I am unfamiliar with the idiot tax, and I'm told that this certain game is up to $420 million. What's involved with this? And so she walked me through the whole process, and I went ahead and I got $18 worth of tickets, which I think it came out to six tickets, and I've won. So the rest of you can just fucking forget it. I'm there. I'm already shopping for yachts, but I'm keeping all of you in mind because I'm looking for the right size one to accommodate all my friends. So
I hear Epstein's got one for sale.
yeah. So you might want to change the upholstery. That's all I can say.
Oh dear.
Change the upholstery. Slightly used is kind of a broad term. It's very subjective to who was slightly using it and how were they slightly using it.
Okay.
These are details that, what I want to know is why that crazy motherfucker had a goddamn fully equipped dentist chair in his goddamn bathroom, man. What's up with that? And he had a weird looking mouth too, dude. What was up with that guy? But he's a neat distraction. Everybody thinks that island down there was the only one. Ha! Shit. Up there by where Lucky's at, up in the UP of Michigan. Some of those little islands out there in the fucking lake have that same thing going on, brother.
420. You're live 420.
There it is. There it is. That's a sign. Tommy is ruled by a clock. I'm not. I realize that
I'm not ruled by it. I just use it as a tool.
I do too. Okay. Because I know that at every moment it's 420 somewhere. Right?
No, only after 20 after it's 420.
No. You're going by time zones. I'm going by actual time. Okay. So as the sun makes its trajectory around the face of the earth, it is 420 at some place every moment for 1 minute.
Yeah, I went out and looked. My moon's in the east now. Straight
mine's like due east. It'll be coming around and starting to go toward the west. Yep. It'll start going south, and then it'll go out of my sight before it starts going completely west again. But it rises up right over here in the northeast, and then I see it come up, and then it seems to go over here toward the south, and in an arc towards the west.
I think my moon started waxing.
Really?
Waning.
Wax on,
it's
wax
not
off.
the same spot it was earlier. It moved.
See if that thing stopped by and put a coat on my Jeep while it's doing that waxing. Get that shit rolling. So yeah, they have all these little stupid terms for that. You know what their eclipse is? We have an umbra and a penumbra. But this is the only time anything like this actually happens. Anytime you've had experience with the same light source and a shadow, it doesn't do that. But trust us because we're science. Like, are you shitting me? Wait a second. You're depending on radial rays coming from a light source for your eclipse. But when your ancient Greek dude is doing sticks and shadows, they changed it to be parallel now. What the fuck, man? They just flip flop all the time, and nobody catches it. None of these globies catch the double speak None of them can catch the assumed values that are used in their calculations, you know. And then when those of us that do catch it point it out, they're like, "Oh, you don't understand science." Yeah, absolutely, I do understand science. It's you that don't, because you're suggesting impossible shit is occurring with no proof of it. Okay, that's the first thing that we got to look at. You're claiming scientifically impossible shit.
Brian said he'll pass on the dingleberries from Angela. Wow, I'm surprised. He loves dingleberry jam.
Dingleberry jam. No, you might have misheard him. He said he likes to jam dingleberries. A little bit of a difference there, Tommy.
Okay.
It's all in the verbiage. Verbiage. That's right. That's a cool word.
He says if I wanted to eat shit, I'd just eat mushrooms. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I'd love to see Brian eat some mushrooms.
Yeah, he doesn't like them anymore all of a sudden. I've been with him when he ate them, but now he won't do them anymore.
Why? What are you scared of, pussy?
He's scared of pink elephants.
It might be, man. No, it's the thing that it causes me is because, you know, it is a profound experience. Yes, it's enjoyable and it's fun and we laugh and things like that. But what's going on in here is very, very fucking profound.
That part.
Don't understand. Yeah. And sometimes people have a reluctance to go back to that profoundness. I understand because I do that now. I've been planning on eating these mushrooms now for 2 fucking weeks.
Yeah, and me a few days because, you know,
Yeah.
I just knew it was time, dude.
You know, I was like, oh, yeah, maybe not. No, not tonight. You know, I'll wait and I'll do it, you know, and then maybe tomorrow night I do that. And then finally I was like, you know, what the fuck are you doing? Just cut that shit up and eat it, man. What the hell? It ain't going to get no better. You know, it ain't going to ever end up tasting better. And that is really a hard part to get by is that shit because it is really quite revolting tasting. Now, I know people, they don't care. They say, oh, it tastes fine to me. And I'm like, well, here, try this turd and see how that one affects you. You know, you might just be one of those people that don't know what nasty shit tastes like. But you ever thought about that, mixing up some corn into some pudding and giving that to somebody? Say, yeah, I made some corn pudding for you here.
I hope not. I'm allergic to GMO corn. It better be organic.
If you even took a bite of it, that or even thought about taking a bite of something that looked like that, some chocolate pudding with corn nuggets in it. Yeah, that's right. You were the peer pressure guy. You were the kid. Come on, Tommy. He was Mikey.
Oh, he froze. Look, he's stuck. He's stuck in time. Look, he's not moving. He's stuck in time. I wonder if he's living a whole nother life. Did you live a whole nother life right then?
I did. I absolutely did. I warped back.
Time travel.
Oh, he did it again. He's glitching.
Scotty, beam him up.
Should be good. Should be good now. I went.
Hello.
Dave's not here.
Dude, it was insane. It was insane.
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
It's all right. I'm still through the time dilation process. Right, time dilation.
It's kind of tripping me out, and I when I see it.
No, I went back. I just went
right there. He went back.
I was at the Born in the USA concert. And he did indeed have a bandana in his pocket. Yeah. So just to let y'all know.
Maybe they decided to go with the hat on the on the thing, on the album.
Before this girl ran up on stage, took his bandana and replaced it with a hat. So I can't be certain. Yeah. The time flux dilation and the gravity.
Well, it was a MAGA hat, though, too. Now it's
probably most likely because everybody knows that all rich Jews want to vote for Donald Trump.
I know. I just don't get that voting crap. It ain't changed a damn thing.
No,
no matter how many years, centuries, whatever. I haven't seen a damn thing change. I just don't understand why people need a boss over them.
Well, it's because that's what we do. You know, they just there again, like, why do you celebrate Christmas?
right
You don't believe in Jesus. Well, because that's just what we do. You know,
No, I
why are
think
you
that
giving
some of it I think is like cowardice. It's almost like
like what?
within themselves they want to. They're afraid
Oh
to
my God,
like
I've lost
come
everyone.
over.
What the fuck is
No,
going
we're
on
still here.
Yeah, we're here.
Can you hear me now?
Can
I
you
hear
hear?
you. I hear you. Can you hear me? Dreaming.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Here I am. I'm getting like this thing coming up saying connection is unstable, and then all of a sudden it's fine again.
That's your brain.
You're in the
That's
space
your,
station. You're so
that's your
far away. You're
connection to
having a
your
hard time.
consciousness.
Is
Your
Remember
what?
what
consciousness is
Tom said?
separating. But anyway, it's like if they're afraid to go over to their neighbor's house and like beat them up and take money out of their pocket and,
Right.
slap the keys out of their hand because they want to vote for somebody else to do it to their neighbor so that they can claim, hey, man, I'm not doing nothing bad to my neighbor. I'm
Right. It's
not,
called plausible deniability.
yeah, it's like they'll vote for somebody else to go beat their neighbor up and steal from them because they're too afraid to go do it themselves because they know what happened to them.
And the fact that there's this weird contract that people don't know they're part of, where exactly what you're saying, you can call somebody else up to get them to do something you yourself won't do. And there's somehow a contract in there that the cops and the courts have, you go out and catch them. We'll pretend we're helping them, says the lawyer. And while the cop is conspiring with the prosecutor,
Well,
and then the judge is up there going, okay, I'm gonna be the biased one when they're all against you to start with.
Right.
They're all playing on the same team.
Well, it just comes down to this, though. As far as voting is an immoral act, and I will tell you why it's an immoral act. What you are seeking to do when you cast a ballot is to impose your will upon other individuals that do not wish it. And this is a violation of individual sovereignty. Right?
Right.
That's
If they can't come over and do it to you, and people are afraid of chaos. They're like, man, if there wasn't all these rulers, there'd be chaos. And they'd be like, that's right. Come over to my house and try to slap the keys out of my hand for me getting in my vehicle and traveling where I want to go, or try to take money out of my pocket to go give to your charity, or spend my taxes or my money where you want to. I'll take care of who I want to take care of, and I'll help who I want to help instead of,
Here's what's crazy about it, Fallen. This is the whole thing that's crazy about it, is the fact that they want to. It's like people say, well, we have to have government, otherwise there would be chaos. Have you fucking looked around? Have you looked around? It's already fucking chaos. Your laws don't stop people from doing the things that you say they're not supposed to. So there's that. What the fuck?
And that license in your pocket doesn't ever get behind the wheel, and don't put gas in your car or pay for anything or fix it.
Yeah. So
it's like bribery. I'll pay you to let me do something illegal, because that's all a license is saying you paid a bribe to do something that's illegal to do. When they claim that traveling or driving's a privilege, it's like, no,
I like
you've made
it better
it illegal.
when a license is just evidence of something you already have the right to do.
Right. A license is basically this: the government illegalized your right and then sold you your right back through the form of a license.
Yeah. That's selling your
tax you.
birthright.
And tax you.
Right.
You sold your birthright for a pot of porridge. Ain't that how that saying goes?
Yes.
Corn with pudding, or pudding with corn.
I just said porridge.
Nice big gob of chocolate corn pudding for you, right?
Do you know what porridge is?
Mm-hmm.
Porridge is ground cornmeal. You cook it up like a like cream of wheat.
It's runny grits. It's really runny grits.
Well,
It's basically
grits
what
is
that is.
corn.
If you've never
Yeah, but
had,
I thought it was peas porridge, like it was porridge made with peach porridge hot and something else, and the peas porridge cold.
well, you got to put peas or some kind of shit in there just to
Yeah,
get over the fucking nasty bland
Well, I
taste.
guess pea
You know?
porridge would be made out of peas, like pea soup.
right. Like tapioca.
Oh wait, if we're going down that whole
I like
fucking, if we're
tapioca.
going down that whole line, then where are they getting baby oil? Holy
Squeezing babies.
How many pints
Like-
of oil? How many pints of oil you get out of a baby? Anyways, that's what I'm wondering.
Like baby powder, just add water.
Yeah, what the fuck? Baby powder.
baby.
What?
That's instant babies.
Tired of having babies the old-fashioned way? Try baby powder.
Just to have your porridge or water, yeah. Like powdered milk.
Yeah.
Melanie's finally going to bed. Good night,
funny.
everyone. This was fun. Good night, Melanie Moran. Everybody say good night to Melanie Moran.
Good night, Melanie.
For
Good
the second time now. Third time.
night.
We know third time's the charm, Melanie. Third time of going to bed. Good night is the best one right there. Okay.
Is Melanie the one that had eggplants all under her name?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
She highly affected by phallic vegetables. Just saying. You know that some of you guys out there, that might be something you might want to investigate. You know, I don't know.
Put down the donuts.
Right.
See, now, how do you feel about that? Once you were talking about like alcoholism and stuff, and you saying, you know, people just need to put down the donuts at the fat shop, is like maybe that's an addiction in some psychology within themselves too. It's not just as easy to put the donuts down.
Oh,
Like,
it certainly is.
Well-
Sugar. Listen, sugar is definitely an addictive thing. This is why it was
Right.
introduced to us, man.
Right.
And it is a neurological toxin.
I like sugar. I don't see anything wrong with it. It's all that artificial sugar that makes you break out and itch and go crazy.
I mean,
It was really, really interesting. I watched a movie here I guess about a week ago, and it was with Russell Crowe, and it's called the Vatican's Exorcist or the Pope's Exorcist. Anyway, he's like the chief. It's a true story of the chief exorcist of the Vatican. And it was really cool because in this one scene, he's being admonished by the bishops or whatever. And they bring him, he said, "Would you like some tea, sir?" And he says, "Yes, I would." And he says, "Would you like any sugar?" He says, "No, sir. Sugar is of the devil. Sugar is devil's work." And I'm like, yeah, no shit, bro. And I don't know, that line just stuck with me. Sugar is the devil's work. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, like the Mormons not supposed to have any sugar, but the Baptists can. And you know why? Because the Baptists just stir the hell out of it. That's why they can have sugar in their coffee. They
stir the hell
out of it.
Well, you know why the
That's a
Methodists,
joke. I got you. Yeah.
you know why Methodists don't dance? You know why Methodists don't dance?
Oh shit.
They don't want the Baptists to think they're having sex.
I don't get it.
People have some crazy notions, don't they?
Oh man, yes.
Well, you know what's really weird too is when you're talking about sugar, it's like when they're like processing food like cereals and stuff, they have like equal amounts. It's like salt and sugar. And it's like, you know, to try to figure out when you're looking at that, why would you put so much salt in something that has so much sugar in it? It's to jack your taste up. It's to mess your whole, your flavor palette and everything is to just totally jack it up.
Yeah,
when
that's
you
why
use
like
salt in a
salt
recipe, salt makes that you have sugar in it. Salt makes that sugar taste sweeter.
Well, I'll tell you, Darth Tater says he can't get down with honey, and that's unfortunate because it is like nature's perfect food. Did you know you can live off of nothing but honey? No shit.
No.
No shit. It's
Well,
it's
you know what I
something
use my
magical
coffee?
about it, man.
I use 100% maple syrup in my coffee. It's the best thing. I made it for one of my kids when they come over, and she loved it. And I told her what I put in it, and now that's what she uses in her coffee.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's a perfect food.
You go with a natural sugar like that, a natural sweetener, you think
Mhm.
about all the minerals and whatever that tree up took from its root
Mhm.
systems and
Mhm.
deep down in, you get a lot of that. And so I don't use a lot of actual sugar unless we're like making jam or something like that.
Well, here's an interesting thing too, is local honey. And I'll tell you why
Yes.
that's important. If you're someone that suffers from allergic reactions due to pollen and things like that in your area,
Right,
if
Eat
you
local.
use local honey, it'll take care of that, man.
right.
Because
You're right.
it's made from the same fucking pollen that is causing the irritation to you right there in the first
Right.
place.
You're
It's
getting a
almost,
small dose of it
yeah.
every time you eat it.
Yep. Yep. It
Also,
works.
it depends on the time of year. Bees don't produce, like whenever you harvest their honey, it will show different colors, and that's based on what it's bringing in.
Yep.
So if you're
Absolutely.
allergic to ragweed, eat it at the end of the year when it's all in bloom. That's the honey you want.
Mhm. What was that thing I found here recently? It was really cool. I
Well,
think
there's some about honey too that if it gets over a temperature, if you got to be careful, it turns toxic if you put it in something too hot and you cook honey. It's like
Oh, really? I didn't know
it'll
that.
turn it toxic. There's a
No.
certain temperature you don't want to go over when you're eating honey. That's why I used to put it in my coffee and stopped because my coffee was too hot and it sends the honey over that temperature.
Do you want to know what's really disgusting tasting for an accident?
Mothballs.
No, Coca-Cola mixed with coffee. Now, I know
Oh,
no one would ever intentionally do that, but I was drinking Coca-Cola out of a coffee cup one time, forgot that it was Coca-Cola in there, assumed it was just coffee, and topped it off with some more coffee. And that came out of my face quicker than it went in. That was
wow.
gross. Gross, man.
Yeah, and after I quit drinking soda, I can still drink a root beer every now and then, but I cannot drink a Coke. And those are the ones that I drank for years. And
I
then whenever I just
can't do carbonated sodas, man. I swear to God, within the first drink or two of a carbonated soda, I will have the hiccups uncontrollably. No shit, every fucking time, man. And I just don't like the way it feels in my mouth. It feels like it's trying to eat my mouth out or something.
yeah. Well, I quit drinking them because they switched from sugar to the
Aspartame.
Aspartame.
Yeah.
corn syrup stuff, and you know,
In the past, the only way that I would go ahead and tolerate that shit from soda is if it was at least a 50% 50% mixture with alcohol. And then I'd go ahead and tolerate it and overlook that shit. But to sit there and pop open a Coca-Cola or a Pepsi or some shit like that and drink it, no way. I don't think I've ever finished
straight shot it and chase it. Just saying.
Mm-hmm. But you know you're really getting down and dirty when you're doing vodka shots with brandy chasers. Okay. Now you have arrived. You definitely arrived. But
Yeah,
you
when
get
I
to a
was
point,
young,
and I've been to this point where you will go ahead and, because you don't have any money and you can't, there ain't no liquor. I've drank mouthwash before,
yeah.
you know,
Lucky.
fucking bottle of
Oh,
Scope.
and Listerine stinks, but I know somebody who drink that stuff. That's nasty.
Yeah, Lauren B asked a great fucking question. And I'm asking it too. Haven't you retards got your tickets to Flattoberfest? They're going up. They're going up. I got mine when they first went on, so I got the hell of a deal. But there's tickets still there, and you get to come and hang out with me. What the fuck, man?
I can't stand people who sell stuff like that. That later it gets, it's like, oh, we're going to make the price go up. It's like going to get a motel and you go in at 1 o'clock and you have to pay $300
Yeah,
because you only got 2 rooms left. It's like, and you get it for like 3 hours and they want you to pay $100 for it.
Yeah,
Right.
That's a Karen troll.
that's a Karen's one of her trolls.
I think.
I mean,
so.
if it costs this price this day, it should cost that same price across the board. It's retarded.
Oh, she says she will knife.
Yes.
The early bird gets you a few bucks off. So those early birds, you know, it's like my dad told me about when stores put things on sale. If they can put it on sale, they can sell it at that price all day long, every day.
Mm-hmm.
And especially if you use them coupons, you know,
Right.
they send you those coupons to use. Well, why send you the coupon? Why not just lower the price? Save the money and time and effort and energy that you got to go through the mail to send it to somebody.
Well, I
And you got to pay for somebody to do that. I mean, it's just gets more and more retarded. Creating
I'm not a big fan of that kind of thing, you know, where they want a price hike toward the end type thing either, but I'm not the one sponsoring the shit. I'm not the one putting it out there. Not my circus, not my monkeys, you know what I'm saying? But somebody said they didn't understand what all the hype was about. Well, what it's about is that a bunch of really cool people get together and talk about reality and have a good time like we're doing here, but times 100. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that?
Times 400.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just using an expression, but I mean, can you imagine that this amount of coolness that I exude alone multiplied hundreds of times? My God, you'll have an orgasm. I guarantee it.
And they use Las Vegas to get you there because that way most people would go to a place like that because then after they're done with their little meetings and get together, they can go gamble.
Mm-hmm.
What's that place all the motorcycle people go to, man? I mean, it's just like the same thing.
They have Sturgis and Daytona
yeah,
Beach.
it's like like-minded people get together and hang out.
Exactly.
Holy moly.
You know, if Bill Nye was more cool, people would go spend time with him.
Did you just yawn? Did you?
Yeah, I get the yawns. You don't get the yawns when you do.
Oh, of course. That's of course I do. That's why I ask. I said,
I've been yawning for about 20, 30 minutes. Yeah.
Am I the only one that's?
I didn't notice because I find it extremely hard to.
I was going to ask you why you haven't been yawning.
Tommy,
that long ago. I haven't been paying a lot of attention to you because you're extremely hard to look at. But
yeah,
Tommy, Tommy, go outside and see if the moon's moving.
Nah.
I'm pretty certain.
I'm not much of an outside person when I'm on shrooms. I could sit here, you know,
I know, as long as you got to stay. Like I used to do that too when they had the Rice Krispie treats or something you could buy at the what is that place called that you go get the medical stuff? But they make Rice Krispie treats. And it's like somebody'd be like, hey man, try this Rice Krispie treat. And it'd be like, so I'd take like 3 Krispies off of it or 6 Krispies. And it'd be like, I ain't going out the front door. And I was just off 6 Krispies off of a Rice Krispie treat. It's like, I ain't going outside. They're like, let's go somewhere. Man, I ain't going outside that door right there. I'm right here on this couch. I ain't moving.
Are you talking about THC?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah.
Because somebody bought it at the gummy bear place or wherever you get those gummies.
Yeah, I buy those. They have RSO gummies now. They're pretty good.
This is what cracks me up is that this world that we live in right now, as far as that's concerned, I could have only dreamed this when 40 years ago. I could only have dreamed this kind of a world. This is crazy. I live in a world where someone would go, "Hey, would you like a mushroom gummy?" And I go, "Yes, I think I would. Thank you." And it's like, no, that shit never ever happened before in history. I've never. There's a place in Venice Beach, a dispensary called the Green Goddess. And this place is only employs, I swear to God, some of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my life. And you have some gorgeous, beautiful girl come up to you, smile, and say, "Welcome to the shop, sir. Would you like a complimentary dab?" And I'm like, "Yes, I think that I would, dear. Thank you so much." I mean, wow, what a fucking change from 1975, for instance. You know, "All right, you goddamn stoner hippie, up against the car. We're gonna crack your skull." You know, fuck. Now it's a completely different fucking world. I love it. I'm loving all of it.
So you're ready to move to Oregon, where it's all legal?
No.
And
The people out there are fucking clinically insane. Okay.
That's just like anywhere in any state, depends on what city or town you're living in.
I'm serious, man. And I think it had something to do with the high elevation and the lack of I really fucking do. Because those people, a lot of the people that I've run into out west are, I'm not saying they're bad people. I'm just saying they're certifiably fucking insane. You know, and their thinking is really not very logical in a lot of senses, you know, especially when it comes to important issues. You know, so you mix that with the power of the vote, so to speak. That's really a bad thing. It really is. It's like giving a chimpanzee a fucking AK-47.
Well, I don't know about other places, but I do know if a cop comes to your house and you tell them it's a civil matter, they will leave. And they don't.
Well, not when they come with a SWAT team and a grenade, flash grenade at 6 a.m. Over some scrap metal beside a dumpster.
See, y'all doing it fucking wrong. You all doing it fucking wrong. You see, the whole thing is to be ready at that time in the morning with your own.
Yeah, get shot. Yeah.
I've never
done with your own fucking flashbang, with your own fucking flash. Hey, I might get killed, but I'm taking a couple of you motherfuckers with me. I guarantee it. I ain't afraid to die. Are you?
I mean, I just picked up some scrap metal beside a dumpster. You know, is that serious? Yeah.
So I mean, that's my whole outlook on it. And also, the prospect of a life sentence at my age doesn't really fucking scare me. You know, how long is that going to be? 10 years? Who cares?
Prison food will kill you.
You know, my mom, when one of my sisters and everybody was coming at me, and my mom told them if she had to come up here and take care of things, she would. And my sister tells her, "Well, Mom, you'll go to jail." And she goes, "That's okay. I'll just call a nice prison sentence, state assisted living." That woman wasn't afraid of nothing. And she meant it.
I had this one. It was beautiful. It was this guy in a cop car in the back seat. There was a picture of a guy in the back of a cop car smiling, flipping the bird like this, and says, "This is a picture of me after I fuck you up."
Oh, God.
Not giving a shit whatsoever about it neither.
I really don't think it's that hard not to do something that, harms somebody else. But that's the problem. They have to invent that crap.
Nobody with a daggum wrench wants to take care of the fake Karen B.
What now?
Nobody wants to take the troll out. You just gonna let the troll stay?
I'll let her be there. She ain't heard nothing unless she says one of the, as long as she don't if she don't use any kind of ethnic shit or whatever else, I don't care. They can showcase their stupidity as much as they would like to. In fact, I'll highlight some of it up here. I don't care. You know, you want to broadcast your retardedness to the world? That's go for it, man.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, we're good. Let her do her
It
thing.
actually helps the algorithm, you know.
It does, man. It does. And plus, it's kind of comical to read some of the stupid shit that they say, you know?
I
Yeah.
know. Thanks, Tommy, because now you have me reading the chat.
I know it's hard. It's really hard. It's really hard. Half the time I'll be engaged in a conversation, you know, like on here, like we're doing right now, and then all of a sudden just randomly look over in the chat and there's a whole nother fucking conversation about not even what we're talking about going on. And I'm like, whoa, I got to get caught up on this. What's going on here?
Some hosts will get mad about that, you know, and be like, "Oh my God, I can't have another conversation going on in my chat," you know.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. You know, what I want to fucking do, you know? I don't. What am I? I'm not a dictator or nothing like that. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, there's certain shit that I'll just say, hey, you know, you're gonna have to go. You know, if you irritate me too much on the right day, I'm liable to do something about it. But I'm not wanting my mods to do it. It's like sometimes I'll get somebody on just, you know, I'm just sick of your goddamn face. I'm gonna put you away for a little bit. How about that? You know, and I can do that. It's my house, man. You know, I invite you into my house. I expect you to at least have the decorum of a guest.
Into your space station, you mean?
Yeah, well, yeah. You know, we got it going on up here. And if you keep your shit up, I won't let you use the vacuum toilet. And you really don't know what you're missing out on. I'm telling you.
How many of those backgrounds do you have? Do you just have that one, or do you have one that has like windows?
Oh God!
Hang on. I'll go over to the cupola. Real quick. Just wait.
The poopala.
We'll go over to the cupola real quick. I gotta dodge these fucking gorilla suits and shit, but here we go. Now we're good. All right, we're back.
There we go.
Oh God!
Right, that's a little change of scenery. We'll look back here at the. Hi, you guys. How you doing down there?
Blue marble.
Yes. Isn't it? See the curvature
of these nuts.
Because the idea of bubbles of gas forming in a vacuum is perfectly fucking logical. And if you don't think so, you just don't know science.
Well, the host is eating shrooms too, Laren B, so don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah. Not only am I eating shrooms, I'm smoking weed too, Lauren B.
I thought you were going to say you're smoking them too.
Cow patty.
See, I'm not some hosts. I'm Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. Okay? I am unique. You will never find another individual like me as long as you live and as far as you look.
You don't have a doppelganger?
I do actually. This happened to me. I was a waiter in this restaurant over in Luray, and during tourist season, you know, which is in the fall, we get a lot of people come through here. We call them leaf peepers because they come here to watch the leaves change. I've actually had these type of people ask me, say, "What do you do with the leaves after they've all fallen?" I told them that we save them up and put them on the trees for next year. Fucking retards, man. I swear to God, people ask you shit like that. Anyway, I went to this table. It was these people came in and sat down. I went over to the table, and these guys went, "Oh my God, Mike, how are you?" Looking around behind me, and they're going, "Oh, come on, quit pretending." So how did you get here? And I'm like, I don't have any idea what you people are talking about, man. And they were convinced that I was this Mike that was their waiter that they would request in this restaurant in Chicago that they went to all the time. They swore up and down that I was that guy. I had to show them my fucking driver's license to prove it. I wasn't that.
You fucking in witness protection and just got busted.
Yeah. That was crazy, man. So I was running through, you know, when you're looking through Facebook and they'll bring up suggestions. Well, apparently my son has another Facebook account that he doesn't use. It's an older one and shit, right? And he's just never gotten rid of it. And that showed up in my recommended feeds, and it has his picture. And I swear to God, at first I was like, why is there a picture of me on here? And I went, oh no, it's Ryan's fucking thing, because the way the lighting and the way he was expressed and everything it looked exactly like me. It was insane. Totally insane. But no, you will never find another individual like me. People have tried to put me in a pigeonhole, categorize me, file me, and they fail at every fucking attempt. Every time. And that's how everybody should be. Everybody should be their own unique expression of the infinite possibilities, because that's what you are. You are one expression of an infinite amount of expressions available, and that's all it is. So, see my thing on here? It says infinite awareness having a human experience. That's what we all are. Infinite awareness having a human experience. Okay. So I like to, a lot of times I'll ask somebody, who are you? And they'll say, well, I'm Bill Smith and I'm a plumber. And I'm not asking you about what your fucking experiences are. Who are you? You're not Bill Smith. Somebody gave you that. Who are you? And that's when people start to really dig in and start to understand, wait a minute. Another thing I like to tell people, it blows their mind. I'm like, you cannot see yourself in a mirror. You can't. You can see your experience in a mirror, but you're not looking at you.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's like people that you ask them who they are and they start telling you what they do for a living.
Exactly. It's as bad as with that shit with the time. You ask somebody, say, hey man, are you hungry? And they'll look at the fucking watch. And I'm like, I didn't ask you what time it was. I'm asking you, do you feel hungry?
Exactly.
God damn, man. Hungry is not a time. Hungry is a feeling. Sleepy is not a time. Sleepy is a feeling. But everybody equates it to that goddamn master dial that everybody's focused on all the time.
And I am one of those, I can't go to sleep until I'm ready to go to sleep. I can't just go to sleep because somebody says it's time to go to sleep. I can't do it.
Most people spend their time looking to the future, lamenting the past, and missing the now.
Exactly.
And that's all there really is a perpetual now. Because the past only exists in your mind. The future only exists in your mind. The only thing that is actual is the present. And so you live in a perpetual now. The rest of it's all in your head. See, I should be sitting on a fucking mountain in Tibet telling people this shit, really, but
You're higher than a mountain.
Bigger than the mountain up here. We're in the cupola. We're in the cupola. Oh, my head almost went out that hole.
Be careful, that big Globies going to suck your head out that hole.
Well, Don Pettit's been abusing the Floby, so it's kind of out of service right now.
That's funny.
Tommy.
Cut myself up.
What are you doing in here? I'm cutting my hair. Leave me the fuck alone.
Tommy, what's written back there where that red heart is? What's written on that? Behind you.
I love Flat Earth Farms.
Nice.
Yeah, my only sponsor on my channel is Flat Earth Farms. Thank you very much. Yep.
I'm going to have to try some of Flat Earth Farms nuggets. I've heard much about them from both you, Angela Carson, others as well. So I have those endorsements as well. All I'm doing is waiting to run out of weed. And it doesn't look like that's going to happen anytime soon. So I'm going to have to put that order off for a little bit. But I might just get some just to try it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And help
join the club, yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I could do that. I think I probably will. I'm just really bad. I'm good at making plans. I'm really good at that, but I'm really bad at following through with them. You know what I'm saying?
The shrooms I'm eating were grown there too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. All out of love.
What have you ever cultivated? Have you ever done any what do we call that? Mycology? Have you ever endeavored in any?
I have never had a need to because I lived in Florida most of my life,
Mhm.
and we could just hop the fence and at the dairy farms and whoop, get all we need.
Right.
Yeah.
So you've never grown them yourself or anything else
No,
like
No, I have not grown them.
it's a
I've seen
really
where they
amazing.
can grow. I've seen a guy here locally that grew them from the what they call it the
Forest.
Spores.
spores. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, that's neat. But
It is a very, very fascinating thing to, even just doing it yourself. You can learn so much just through that. The stages that this goes through from start to finish, it's amazing. It's almost tantamount to the metamorphosis that takes place with a butterfly. It's really quite amazing to see it and actually do it yourself and see it go step by step. It's really cool. And that huge mushroom that I was telling you about, I was growing those in like this plastic box, right?
yeah,
And I had a little cover on it. And I looked, and that thing was huge, man. It was growing up. It was nice and huge. It was only about that tall. And I said, that's going to be a big son of a bitch, right? I said, all right. So I went up to the store to get a pack of cigarettes. I was gone maybe 20 minutes, half hour. Came back, and that thing had pushed the lid off of the box. It doubled its size in that amount of time I was gone, and the veil had just ripped. So, of course, I cut that fucking thing right away.
That's why you have to be in the woods whenever you're doing mushroom collecting
Yep.
at certain times. And if you're and the humidity has to be just right, everything. And they'll just literally pop up out of the ground.
yeah, we used to watch them pop up, and then we'd go and grab them. Yep. Sometimes we'd wash them right there and eat them.
If you just watch them and wait, and as soon as the veil starts to tear, harvest. That's at its peak. That thing is at its peak when that happens. And then it's just like with weed, it'll start to degrade once you get past that prime time. It starts to degrade. So that's a real.
Once on a mushroom, once the veil is broken, that's when that's whenever it releases its spores.
Yep.
Hi, Nathan.
And it's a neat thing because you can get like 4 or 5 generations sometimes out of one cake. Of your mycelium. I use bird seed. I sterilize bird seed and then inoculate it with the spores, and then I put those in the closet and let them set and keep checking them. And then when that bird seed inside there looks like a jar of cotton, then it's ready for the next step. And usually take that out, break it up, and mix it with coconut coir into a larger thing. And I make cakes out of it and then put those.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's not that hard, but it's easy to contaminate it and fuck it up. So
yeah. A lot of people have tried. I've done a lot of people have tried and screwed it up, at least a few times before they got it right.
Lauren B, don't let my lenience go to your head, okay, sweetheart? Don't mistake my leniency as being a pushover, because I'm not. Fucking hit the right button and I'll cast you gone. Trust me.
Yep.
Done it before. Not afraid to do it again. So, but we do like having you here. I just would say, there's a good way to get people. There's a good way to get people to. She must have read that book of How to Win Friends and Influence People. Come to my event, you retards. Are you shitting me?
It's not her event. That's why.
She seems like, let me give you a little bit of advice, Lauren. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to take a few very deep breaths. I want you to reach back behind you with both hands. And I want you to pull your cheeks apart and fart real good. And I guarantee you will feel a lot better and probably not be such a fucking cunt. Just a little friendly advice. Oh, I'm dealing with them, Angela. I'm dealing with them. They're kind of fun, really. What if you let a troll really anger you though, then they've achieved their goal.
You're right. You're right.
You know, I don't give a fuck what that retard has to say. I mean, I'm considering the source. She's probably one of those people that suffer from the malady that I described earlier. You know, and so I encourage you, Lauren, give your fingers a break. Okay. Don't break your fingers. Just give your fingers a break. Click that little link up there at the top of the chat. Come on up on panel and let's chop it up. What do you think? You know, you seem to be very, very cuntish with a keyboard. Are you just as equally as cuntish in person? Inquiring minds wish to know, please.
Dear gosh.
Besides, Tommy's kind of sweet on you.
Ugh.
No, come on, Tommy. See, that's exactly what somebody who has a crush says. You say, "Oh, Tommy likes Laura." He's like, "No,
if I had Wrench, I'd go in there and get her out already.
Girls are nasty. Why? What'd she do to get? What's the?
Because she's mocking the Flattoberfest and mocking pretty much all of us. I mean,
who cares?
Not, you know,
who cares? Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? Consider this.
Okay. It's your show. It's not mine. I don't care. I mean, yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, who cares what that fucking sorry ass bitch has to say about anybody?
And everyone has the choice to ignore it.
Right.
Making a conscious choice to interact.
Right.
Yeah.
You can make the same conscious choice to ignore.
Yeah.
And
so I like to acknowledge that her comments because it just makes her look even more.
The more people in the chat, the higher up it goes, and the more people show up. And maybe somebody that needs to show up will get that opportunity because all these trolls came along to boost us up. You know, they're giving that astronaut in the fake station a little bit more oxygen.
Well, here's what I'm getting, Lauren, if you know, I know it's got to be very frustrating for me to pick every one of your little comments and then make fun of you for them and you unable to retort. I know that that's got to be driving you crazy. You should come into a forum like Conversation where you can retort quickly and on the spot. You know, all you got to do is click that link and I will cure you of your globitis. I guarantee you I will. I have the cure for that.
Globitis, I like that one.
Yeah. I mean, that's just how it rolls. You know, we're trying to help you, Lauren. I tell you, nobody's not ignoring you. I'm sure nobody can ignore you. Are you sure that you in as far as your name, as far as your name, you spelled Karen wrong. It starts with a K, not an L, honey. A K, not an L.
The K was taken, dude. The K was taken already.
Then maybe go down to Kmart and get you one. Ignorant bitch.
Oh dear.
Oh god.
Kmart's closed.
Oh yeah, that's right. They partnered up with Sears and took them down with them.
Right? Oh gosh.
Jesus Christ.
It's kind of like asking people that are pitying themselves or telling them you're fresh out of pity cake.
I mean, I don't think that
right now we're out.
I certainly wouldn't say this as an accolade about myself. No one can ever ignore me. Why do you stink?
Look what Sean said about her picture.
Oh my God, no! Yeah, Darlene. Oh, no, Darlene.
Jolene, yeah.
God damn. Jeez, go ahead, type something stupid again. Come on. Come on, type something stupid. I'm sitting here waiting in anticipation for the next stupid fucking comment.
That's what it wants. That's what it wants.
You know? And she didn't go away, did she? Come on.
It seeks attention.
It's
Oh, dear. Oh.
holy sheep shit. Wow. Come on, Laura. There it is. Oh my God. Now she's gone into full fucking that right there. Look, that's just the vowel movement, is what happened there.
And we know it's live now.
Litter
Fuck
box.
you, Lauren. That's what I was waiting for. I was waiting all this time for your next witty thing, and you hit me with the fucking. What'd you do? Put your elbow on the fucking keyboard or something? What the hell's wrong with you? You're drunk. You're drunk. Get the fuck out of here.
That
God
blood
damn.
light is taking over.
This is so much goddamn fun. I can't help it. This is fun. Well, come on up for real, Laura. Come on up. I will cure you of your malady. Trust me.
Knocking on her knees loudly. Is that what that stands
Let me see. Let's try to read it.
Last
Walk all age long.
Knocking on her knees loudly. That's what I get out of it.
Sounds like something that you get from if you ask a drunk guy for directions. How do I get down to the
It's
store?
the new version of COVID.
What the hell is she doing on her knees laughing?
How you?
Oh my God.
Hey there, drunk. How do I get down to the fucking corner store? Go all age long.
She's laughing on her knees loudly because it's AIDS long. I wonder how small that is. Oh my God.
But we're the fucked up ones.
I know.
Renee,
It is fun to kind of decipher it, though. You know.
you can't disrupt. Look, so people troll for reactions. Renee says that people troll for reactions to disrupt the conversation. Baby, this conversation is
This one's funny.
It just is. It's got so you're not. They ain't disrupting shit. I'm having a good time. Oh, you guys are all fucked up. But thank you, Captain Obvious. Hey, guess what? Water's wet too. Jesus Christ. There you go.
But always level.
Yeah, always.
That's right. Always
Undisturbed, it's level.
We are.
We have waves.
We
You
found
know that these pedantic little fucktards all the time. That's what they because there's mountains and valleys and stuff. So we have to re-gauge it for the mentally slow people and call it a level, stationary topographical plane. Does that work for you now, you little fucktard? Now what do you got for me? Oh, I hate those fucking guys.
Yeah, horizontal plane with the mumps.
I'll tell you that that's insane, but then turn around and want to tell you about their fucking lumpy space vacuum, right? Okay.
Oh my gosh. That's got to be the funniest thing I ever seen was that space toilet. I swear, that had to be the funniest.
Until
everybody's wondering how the fuck you wipe, right? It's trying to say they have a little
it takes dingleberries and everything right on up there, you know.
Come on. Put the wrong battery in, turned the motherfucker inside out, just sucked him right out of his own ass. Sitting on that thing, your head came in. Somebody turn this shit off.
Yeah, I think somebody, a fat woman, died on a plane toilet because it sucked her insides out or something like that.
Yeah, I'd heard that too. I think that's just one of those urban legends.
What'd she do?
Maybe so.
What'd she do? Flush while she was sitting on it?
Yeah. But she was, and
it had a vacuum.
Yeah, well, I mean, it created so much suction because it can't get the air.
Prolapsing!
Oh my gosh, some of the stuff people comes up with, huh? Makes great comedy though.
It does. It does. It's funny. We're having a great time. We're having a great time. And even Lauren, bless her little heart, she approves. She says, "Good job, minions." Thank you, sweetheart. We were really waiting with bated breath for your approval. And now that we have it, we can go on. Jesus Christ. Some of these people really think they're important. You know, they really do. And none of them will ever be as important as I am, because I'm kind of a big deal to me. You know? So there's that. Please don't call them fat, call them thin challenged. Yes. Calorically challenged. You got to give it some sciencey type shit that you got to add to it. So we'll call it calorically challenged. That's why I call short people vertically challenged. And it's not quite as offensive that way. This whole political correctness opens up an entire new world for everybody, don't you think? And it's very stupid. Still better than globe trolls. Yeah, well, I don't know. We need to get some globe trolls on here, Sean. We really do. I mean, what would it be without them? I mean, with great people like Lauren, right? Where would we be, really?
Yeah, because you really need the opposite to challenge it, each other,
I'm just looking for
in
some
thought processes.
I wish that everyone
a challenge.
I wish everyone would just drop the lie and then know that it's flat and there wouldn't be no more debates.
Well, if the globe, as these people like to profess, has been proven for over 2,000 years, then why are we having this fucking discussion?
Right.
They prop up the globe in their propaganda programming every day, in school, in the movies, in the news, I mean, they keep the globe lie going.
Right.
Yeah.
They spend millions and millions of millions.
Come on, Lauren, what the fuck? Did your hands cramp up? Let's go. Let's get some good in here. You are the shittiest fucking troll I've ever seen. You don't even deserve the fucking rank of troll. Not even troll in training. You suck. Come on.
Even trolls sleep,
Was that the best you got? Is that good job, minions? That was it? That's your shot? Really? After I called you a cuntish person? I mean, come on. You dare to engage in verbal combat with me when you are completely unarmed?
It's like all these people that trust these liars and then turn around, even knowing that they lied and still accepting the lies, just accepting them like it's okay. And I mean, that's why people that live on a globe annoy me. And people that live out here in this world, not on Earth, but in the world, annoy me because they can't think past what they've been told to think.
Yes, it's hard to break the programming. I've been trying for almost 20 years now just to get people away from politics. Just trying to get them away from politics is unbelievably hard. I mean,
exactly.
I've gotten through to a few, but I mean, man, most just.
I know they want to vote for the. Well, let's vote or let's vote.
My precious vote. It's so
they're even involved in
representatives.
They even involve the kids.
They ain't gonna do anything different than they've done yesterday and the day before.
They even involve the kids, man. Have you seen this latest where they're pounding on everybody's platform? This little kid got sent home because he had a Gadsden flag on his fucking coat or some shit like that. And the school was saying that it was racist, and he was saying, no, it's part of our hair. And it was just holy shit. And they're going, no, that's right-wing stuff.
Right.
And like, Why are you doing this to a little kid? It's just a fucking patch. Why are
Exactly.
you
It's fabric. It's fabric and some dye, but they
Right.
don't get it.
People get so offended over shit that's so funny, like the word fag, right? People will recoil and freak out and shit over a fucking 3-letter word, which
They
has
better not go to
several different meanings, man.
exactly.
Look who woke back up in the chat.
Oh, Melanie's here again. Third time.
Yeah,
Do not fuck with me.
I think Melanie might be our troll buddy. I'm just saying.
Melanie's not a troll.
She might be Lauren too.
She might be. You suspecting that Melanie?
Yes, right now I'm
Lauren
saying that. I am saying that now.
Okay.
But much love, Melanie. I'm just saying, it appears that's the case. I could be wrong too, but I'm just
Well,
saying.
Renee said that these are fake profile created to go to Grounded Extracts chat when he premieres videos. Okay.
Oh, nice. We should have premieres, maybe. Maybe that'll make us better.
I cannot believe the trouble that someone would bother to go through in
You're
order.
famous. Why wouldn't they? You're
Well, but wait.
famous. The paparazzis are out.
If I went through that,
Smile and wave.
yeah, but wait, Dreamy, if I'd gone through that much trouble, sock accounts, all this stupid shit, secret squirrel crap, right? And I would at least say something fucking halfway clever, you know.
Look at the chat. I've got
your expectations are too high.
I've got a friend in the chat. I got a friend in the chat.
What now?
Sean says, Tommy, I'm thinking the same thing. See? See, I'm on to something.
Are you on to something? All right.
Yeah, I'm probably the last one to know. It's probably already don't know or whatever.
No, but I mean, I can't even understand the level of secret squirrel shit that people want to do and all this other, and they get so caught up in this and everything. And I'm like, what in the fuck is your problem, man? I mean, you do this about everything that you don't agree with. You know, I mean, the worst that I do is something like that. Like I'll see a politician have a fucking thing come across my Facebook feed, right? And I'm famous for doing this because it's funny as shit. I just put in the comments, end women's suffrage now, with an exclamation point. And you wouldn't believe how many women like that fucking quote. They love it when I say that because they don't know what the fuck it means. I'm actually advocating for taking away women's right to vote, and they're cheering me on.
Yeah, well, that's
that right there
yeah.
it's like case in point, right? Here's why. You see these likes? That's why. They don't understand what the fuck the word means, man. They think it means about suffering. Oh my God,
it's
man.
fabricated.
Oh my God, man. This is the Owen Benjamin's a fucking douche canoe.
Yeah. I've never liked that guy.
So then, I mean, I've found his shit. I watch it, and he does say things that are correct, but then he just says other things that I think are completely fucking stupid. And recently, going after that Anthony Oliver that has that song out, I mean, on what basis did you decide that he is a demonic, soulless ginger? Where the fuck did that even come from? Right?
It came from that other guy. There was some other dude that did it first.
Oh my God. I'm like, dude, and this is how we are, this herd mentality, whether or not you like it or not, human beings are herd animals by nature. We are a herd animal. And this is why we cluster in groups. It's the same thing. And they all want, and if there's somebody that's contrary to that group's system, they are hostile to it. I mean, it's the same fucking thing. People in sheep, it's an overdone analogy, but it is so goddamn good.
They flock together.
And Owen Benjamin stole my fucking penguin routine, bitch. Little bitch. He talks about people stealing his fucking comedy shit, and he stole mine right the fuck he did. And I got people in this audience right now that can attest to that.
Well,
You're a little dirty son of a bitch. So how you like that, Melanie? How you like that, Melanie? What are you? Is that your slut name or is that your real name?
He's still awake.
Is that your real name or is that the one you use when you're out hoeing around? Huh?
what the fuck? Oh my goodness.
Don't fuck with me, Melanie. I will destroy you verbally. You are no match for me in verbal combat. I will guarantee you. I will.
I think he was talking to somebody else, I think, but
cry. I will make you fucking cry. I am not shitting. This is not something I'm proud of, an ability that I'm proud of, but I have it, baby. And you better believe it. You better believe it. You want to come up against me verbally? I will fucking destroy you.
I think she was talking to somebody else in the chat.
I don't give a fuck who that cunt's talking to.
But like I said, I think also she could have been the troll. So I don't know.
No, Barbara, I did not see that. I did not see that speed dating video. A Trump speed dating video.
Why would we watch that?
I think it would probably be fucking hilarious is why. I mean, especially given the fact that so many people deify this guy that they don't even goddamn know. They just deify him to the point, and I'm not kidding, people actually think that he's the fucking Messiah.
But yet he said he doesn't live his life where he thinks he needs forgiveness. You know, I mean, he's about as antichrist as you can come if you say that you think you don't even need forgiveness for anything. You know, he's out of his mind.
What did you that voice? What was that? Was that one of them voicemails that Brian was playing today about good white Christians and shit? If they don't agree with Trump, then they're of the devil or some kind of bullshit. I'm like, what the fuck?
When he had that one show on TV, The Apprentice, there is one very, very true and clear and telling about how he thinks. And that was the one where I believe it was Trace Adkins and Gene Simmons were the last two to go against each other in The Apprentice. And if you go back and happen to find that episode, you will see what I mean at the very end when based on who Trump chooses.
Look here at this one. I've been in this game a long.
He is and cunning to do it to win.
Look here at our buddy says, I've been in this game a lot longer than you piece of trash. Is that a fact, you slimy gutter slut piece of human filth? See how that's done? You see how that's done? You see how that's done? That's so much better than a piece of trash. That wasn't
You're
anything
just a piece of trash.
You know, that's the thing.
Trash can, huh?
The descriptive verbiage, you know, that's what really counts. And just for the record, Melanie, I think your mother should have swallowed. I'm a grifter. A lame ass loser. Was that directed toward me, Melanie?
Of course.
That directed to me there, fucking black hole. Right? What happened? Are you taking a break between Johns right now, or what the fuck's going on? No takers for the crack whore, I guess. No takers for the crack slut. Anybody want to buy a fucking crack slut? Just look up Melanie Moran. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. Put your number up there. Maybe you'll get some business. That's right. You're busy on the phone right now. Quickly trying to figure out some kind of a witty retort that'll come out really fucking lame, like this one. Like, here it is. You're a grifter, lame ass loser. Really? You're a VD infested fucking crack whore. How about that? What do you think about that, you slimy fucking smegma stain? I don't know where these come from. They're really good though. I like it. Slimy fucking smegma stain. That's good.
Y'all are funny.
I'll tell you what.
Oh,
If she
dear.
put as much effort into her trolling as she does at sucking dick, she would really have something.
Oh dear.
See how fun this is, and they can't do anything back. That's what's so funny, because they're too cowardly to come on. They're too cowardly. I can say anything I want to right now. She's in the middle of a fucking gangbang with a basketball team and texting at the same time. What a fucking hoe. What a fucking hoe. Anyway, how's everybody else doing in here tonight? People don't seem to like Melanie. People don't like Melanie. 'Cause I'm in the mood for a Melanie. I'm in the mood. Come on. We all in. I'm in the mood for a Melanie. I'm in the mood. Nobody knows that song. I was looking for that harmony, Tommy.
Holy moly.
Hello, baby, hello. Is this the only place you thought to go? You ever saw that? Heard you, man? It's not
No,
a
I don't know that one.
Harmony, you and me together. You never heard this song by Elton John, Harmony?
I'm not an Elton John fan, no. At all.
Oh, despite his proclivity as a sodomite, I do appreciate.
No, I never got into his music, and I do like the piano though. It is my favorite. Definitely my favorite. One of my favorite. You know.
Well, if you can, well, there's a lot more to it. I mean, I think Elton John really has. He's spanned a lot of the musical genre range, really, if you think about it, because like Honky Cat, that almost sounds like an American song, you know, but it's not. It blows your mind to think that it was a British person that came up with it. But he's got everything, you know. I think that he's covered a lot of things, and if you can get past his proclivity for sodomy and, you know, just listen to the music, right. I think it's pretty decent, you know.
It is. I can say that there are people that move here and fall in love with America more than people that are born here. You know, I mean, I see that a lot for sure. So I don't doubt that he was in love with America enough to, you know, write a song.
I don't know why. Well, here's the reason that people that come here are so in love with America, because we give them a bunch of shit.
Yeah,
okay? That's real simple. Everybody likes Uncle Ted when Uncle Ted's giving fucking gifts away, right? So there's that, you know. You gotta really take it from that perspective as well. It doesn't necessarily mean that the place they came from was worse. It just means that the place they came from wasn't giving them free shit. That's all. Yeah. Oh, this America has been very, very good to me. Yeah. Well, cool. It's really tried to fuck me from day one. You know?
Cuba is so close now. I mean, wouldn't you rather swim here than live in Cuba? You know.
Why are you riding a fucking door? Have you never heard of a boat? What the fuck is wrong with these people?
A boat to be seen. They don't want to be seen. They want to swim or be on a, you know, they want to one of the little sea-doo things you can, you know, pull behind. Yeah, they don't want to.
And that's the thing. It's what it's all about, the freebie shit. And why do they give them all the freebie shit? Because, as you know, keep in mind who gave you that freebie shit when the voting comes again now, right? Remember, it was me that gave you that shit. So you want to remember my name when you go and cast that ballot. Come on, man. You stop giving people that shit. You stop giving away those freebies and see how much they want to come here.
Right.
I don't give a fuck about nothing about coming here. Then it's all over with. So that's the big incentive of America. I myself personally think that they should change that little sign on the fucking Statue of Liberty to say no vacancy, we're full. You know, go the fuck away. No, instead we got, give us your fucking garbage. That's what it literally says. Give us your wretched refuse teeming at your shore. Oh, yes, we are a toxic waste dump of humanity. Let's do it. What the fuck, man?
Oh, man. Well, don't matter where you go on this flat plane, you know, Judgment Day is a coming.
Well, it is. It is. It is. And here's what you need to ask yourself. Have I spent more time loving than I spent hating?
Hating. Yeah, I try. Yeah, I try.
That's it. It's that simple. It's a real simple. Everybody says life is a test. No, it's not really that hard of a test, man. It's a fucking 50-50 shot you got. You can either be good or you can be a shit. There you go. There's your choices.
I like to say life is like a box of boxes. And feel free to think and live outside of them all.
Well, I'd say life is like a box of chocolates. Some fucking assholes come along and squish the shit out of each one of them to see what's inside and whether they like them or not. That's what you get, right? Half-bit fucking chocolates where somebody didn't like it and put it back. So, come on.
Did Dreamy and the Fallen fall asleep?
I don't know what happened. Dreamy's dreaming. She might have had to go take a shit. Who knows?
It happens. Shit happens.
Yes, it does. Absolutely.
If it doesn't happen, you got a problem. You know.
It's like I'll go. Okay, now I got all my stuff here. I'm gonna go ahead and set up my stream and that. And as soon as I start to do it, it's like, oh no, that's not. No, we're gonna have to go and take. Oh my god, man! It's like all of a sudden the urge to shit comes right. Oh, now? Okay, right, perfect timing. Oh my god. Yeah.
Well, at least you're not having to take a break right now to do it, and yeah.
Well, you know, and plus we've got. Well, if you will, would y'all excuse me for just a minute while I go to the bathroom?
You got to hook up to the vacuum.
No. But would you all excuse me for a moment while I go to the bathroom?
Of course.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay, I'm done.
You can at least make some poop noise. Yeah.
I'm done now. No, it was the number one, Tommy.
Oh yeah. In your Depends adult diapers.
Astro Depends, man. Astro Depends. They're specifically designed for a 0G environment because of science. Really cool because they come in patterns of mathematical equations written on them. It's really kind of
math.
I poked a tiny hole in the middle of the bottom with a toothpick. What are you talking about? Oh, we're talking about when paint gets bubbled up? No shit. Yeah, Steve Martin, Dirty Rotten Scandal. That's right. He did that in that one. Gee, excuse me while I go to the bathroom. And he just sat there and he goes, okay, I'm done. Like, that's fucked up, man. That is totally fucked up.
Good to see you, Nathan.
National Memorial Garden was happening, Nathan. Is that our Kentucky Fried Nathan?
Yep.
That's what I thought.
Oh, no, that's not Colonel Sanders. No,
that's not Colonel Sanders. No. Okay, it's a different Nathan. All right.
Yeah, different Nathan. Yeah, he's coming back to do a show with Stavely soon, I guess.
What happened to our friend with the cavernous vagina? She left. Probably because I was singing to her, and that's what it was. I went, I'm in the mood for a Melanie, which is code for a cavernous vagina. Where you at, Melanie? Did you leave us already? Where'd Lauren go? We lost Lauren, and we lost all the good trolls.
Yeah, that was the same person. Hello.
God damn, we lost him. Well, no, Tommy. No, it was not the same person.
Yeah,
Jeez, that would be silly. They were clearly two different names.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Pretend like we buy it. Better pretend like we buy
it. Okay.
Dave's not here.
3 minutes to 4:20 somewhere.
Yeah, it's always 4:20 some fucking place.
Right there on my clock, it's stuck on 420 right there. See,
There you go. That's well. Then what in the fuck are you waiting on, brother?
Yeah. Like I said, I would smoke all hour, and it helps me to just smoke on 20 after and 20 till, and then it limits me, twice an hour instead of 20 times an hour, and I'd be out of
It's
smoke.
just too much fucking work to look at the clock, man.
I don't even have to. I know when it's getting close. I don't even have to look at the clock. Yeah,
So, Jehovah's daughter Barbara sent us this. This is the Trump speed dating. Okay, so this ought to be pretty funny. We should like this. Let's see. We're gonna stop screen or share screen. That's right. Trump speed dating. There we go. Everything's check. And
I'll hit the ball.
Who's that? Who that be down there? There's Birdsworth.
Okay, and when that goes off, we're gonna move.
Oh, my bad.
Ready to find some love?
Tana,
What are you doing here?
I was asked to speak at this hotel. It turns out there's some type of pussy banquet going on.
Can you a second?
Hey, Dave.
Fuck you, you fucking piece of shit, ugly, fat, orange fuck.
Social media. They had to take it away. I was too good. In fact, go ahead, put it back up. Put it back up. People say I've got bad makeup. Tana looks like someone painted her face like a clown. That's what we're gonna call her. Tana, it the clown. She looks like him. She looks like she should be in a sewer, bothering children.
You are utterly disgusting.
I'm disgusting. I saw you walk in. I said, "Who's this? Is this a pig?" I didn't know they were letting pigs in.
You're a dictator.
Old sage, what a loser. What a loser she was. Somebody needs to tell her that her pussy stinks. When you walk in, I can practically smell you. Your vagina stinks. Smelled up
What?
the whole room.
No one here is going to go on a date with you.
There'll be no problem there. I'll get a date. There's going to be so many dates. People, whoa, this guy has so many dates. You, none. I don't even need a date, but I'll get a date if I want a date. You can go on Tinder. Have you heard of this? There's Tinder. You go beep, boop, bop, and there's pussy.
This is pretty exciting. I've never been on a date with a white guy before.
Hit the buzzer.
I mean, I'm just wondering what it would be like with something a little smaller.
Let me stop you there, Elaine.
I don't know who sat in this chair before me, but it stinks.
I told her.
Any interest?
You're gay.
Hey, blame the dairy industry.
I would never suck a guy's dick. But if I did, it'd be one of the best sucks he's ever had. A few years ago, women would have the flat butts. Not you. You've got a very nice one.
Thank you.
You know, I polled very well with the blacks. How am I polling with you? I saw you come in. I said, that's the one. The belle of the ball. You're the prettiest one.
I'm going to be completely honest with you here. I'm not that interested in
You're the ugliest. Do me a favor. Could you take your gigantic perfect tits and leave? I don't recall saying I would get a date here, but if I did say that, maybe I will.
Oh my God.
Hello. Oh my God.
Do you like my shirt? I got it dyed at the special at the tackle shop. There's a 2-for-1 at the tackle shop, the bait and tackle. I can get you one. It's 2-for-1.
Wow.
How are you, Mr. President?
Well,
I'm great, especially since you exposed all the Jews that were putting 5G in my brain that wanted to.
How are you at oral sex?
Pretty good, to be honest. My teeth come out.
Siobhan, how would you like to go on a date with Donald Trump?
Yes, finally. Oh my God, I won. Did I win?
I got Ed.
That's pretty cute. That's pretty fucking cute. I like that. Everybody still there? Crickets, crickets, crickets. Everybody's fucking muted.
Yep.
There you go. Hang on. I'll be right back.
Holy money.
That was pretty funny.
Where is the host? The host is missing. He floated off into space. What's happening? What's happening, Bearsworth?
Hey, Tommy.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too, man. Holy moly.
Yeah. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yep. I'm up and, feeling the shrooms and feeling the vibes.
Usually when somebody says I'll be right back, that means that they're going to leave momentarily, right?
I didn't hear you. Nobody else said anything.
That's not my fault. That's your fault.
I know. I hear you.
I just snuck off and made coffee. So
Is that where you was at? We thought you were pooping.
yeah, you want a cup of coffee?
Yes. Oh, thank you so much, Dreamy.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I've never had a cup of coffee in my whole life.
Fresh pot.
And
You know what I love better than coffee? And that is roasted dandelion root.
Oh,
you grind it, you take and you dig up your dandelions. Make sure you don't spray your yard with poisons and stuff.
No.
But you dig up those roots and you roast them in. Well, you dry them out you wash them and then you dry them out in the oven.
Right.
And then you take them. Well, first after you wash them, I run them through like a food processor.
Where did fuck
until it's really small. Then I spread it out on a cookie sheet, pop it in the oven, let it dry.
There he is.
And I take it out of there and roast it in my cast iron skillet. Make tea out of it is better than coffee.
You guys just don't know. That's nothing. When you have a nice tall glass of pig milk.
Pig
milk.
That's shit right there, man.
I don't even drink cow milk. Ugh.
Well, you might like pig milk, huh?
Well, I don't drink milk, period. But
well, then it shows.
I don't drink milk.
Milk does the body good.
I mean, I eat a lot of cheese, though.
Got milk? Right. Pig milk.
The only crazy dream I really ever had, and it would have been the perfect got milk commercial. I guess I got hungry in my sleep, so I was dreaming about food. So I had all this table, and as far as you could see either way was bowls of cereal. But the milk was up on a shelf in front of me, and no matter how hard I tried to reach that glass of milk, that jug of milk, I couldn't reach it. Have you ever had one of them kind of dreams? It's just out of reach.
Yes, absolutely. You want to know?
That was guys, the funniest dream I ever had.
You want to know it'll get you fucking smacked really fucking quick? Right after that moment, you say, "Got milk?"
Yeah, exactly.
You'll get punched, man. Trust me. Especially if you leave a milk mustache. So just gonna leave it there with that one. So how's Bearsworth tonight? Hi, Bearsworth.
He's frozen.
Bearsworth. Hello. Maybe if I wiggle him a little bit.
He's caught in the ice. He's caught in the ice.
He's in a gravitational expansion field.
He's stuck in Antarctica.
Hey, that sounds like something I could do.
Daniel wants more info on the pig milk.
It's called flash frozen.
Well, you want to know, man? You just you explain pig milk. Well, same as cow milk, just from a pig. That's all.
Jeez Louise, what
you gotta be kidding me. You've never fucking milked a pig? You gotta be shitting me. What are you, a city boy? God damn. That's probably one of them people that milking almonds. That's the one that gets me. How the fuck do you milk almonds, dude? Huh? You know this.
Hey, you can milk these. You can milk these nuts.
You go like this. I almost got a thimbleful now.
It was the udder one.
Oh dear. It is 4:26 somewhere.
That'd be like milking a moth.
Oh shit! Wow, this little fucking thing's really high. I need to hit the catch-up button there. There we go.
Oh, that's funny.
I looked over at it, how it's playing on YouTube. I got it open over on another screen over here, and I was like, "Whoa, gotta hit that live button," because it was still back on the Trump dating thing, man. Over there, I get these time dilations. I'm gonna roll back over to the. To the main part over here. Somebody else wanting to use the cupola right now. The cupola. It's where you go to coop.
Or poop.
Or coop or poop, whatever you want to do. There we are back in our good old familiar surroundings, you know. I'll reach over here and these little knobs and shit on the science. Keep everybody rolling here. So Angela says she's in bed, but still listening on the TV. That's all right. I like that. I like that. So we're going to shut her down here in just a couple of minutes. Anyways, we're coming up on 6 hours and shit. And, yeah, I started earlier thinking I'd be able to end sooner. And guess what? We're encroaching in on that same time period anyways, man. Jesus. 7:25 in the UK.
Well, I was thinking your friend you invited would show up. I was hoping.
Nobody, none of them. They never will. They won't do it. Trust me. I've been doing this for a long time, and as soon as you get them face to face, if you can get them face to face, wow, how their personality changes.
Yeah.
They're the mightiest little fierce fucking talkers when they're typing shit, but when they come on to talking, it's like, well, where'd that part of you go, bro?
It gets personal then.
Yeah. Where'd that part of you go? So you want to actually see me not give a fuck about the things you say? Go ahead. You know,
it's been a good night though. It's been fantastic.
It's been fun. I've had a great time here. We just had another one drop out of here.
Yep.
Fallen left us.
Did you get out the rocket from outer space?
I did. I jettisoned him.
Space raid. He got out the can of space raid.
That's it. He should be approaching re-entry. That sounds dirty as shit, don't it? Right? Ooh, re-entry.
Oh, that's funny.
It is. That's funnier shit, man. What's that other one? It's like even with the that hooker said to the priest, says, you got enough money for a second coming, right?
Oh boy. How old is that joke?
Oh, well, fuck, how old am I?
I ain't heard it.
Oh boy.
It's funny.
It's this old, Tommy. It was right underneath of the phone number 8675309. Somebody named Jenny.
Yeah. Oh, I loved a Jenny once. Who hasn't?
Before 2020, I used to cough to hide all my farts, but now I'm farting to hide all my coughing. Right?
What?
I mean, I'm freely share my farts with people, and
yeah, we heard, in the
mall. Listen, one time I was getting
at space camp.
It's one time at space camp, but I was in the greeting cards of the drugstore. I was looking I forget what it was, birthday card, whatever. But anyway, there was this really old lady standing there near me.
No, you didn't.
Oh, dude, it was like, I didn't think it was going to be that bad, but it was horrible, right? And that's old.
Somebody's grandma, man.
Yeah, but grandma looked at me and apologized because she thought it was her.
That's funny. Well, that is funny there. Yeah.
She goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And I was like, it's all right. And I felt kind of bad for letting her take the blame for it. But what the fuck, I'm doing that shit all the time anyways. Why not?
Maybe she was just sorry that you had gas.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Sorry you smell so bad.
Sorry you got having gas problems and your upset tummy. Must be why you're at the pharmacy.
See, I'm a person. I'm walking through a place.
Yeah, you're quick, Remy.
I don't care. I don't even care if I'm walking through a place and I smell a fart or some shit like that. I'm like, God damn, somebody shit their fucking pants. What's up? I mean, I'll say something about it. I'll pretend like, oh, walk away. I'm like, who fucking shit themselves, man? Better check. I think
you just have to be quick about bouncing the ball back in the court.
Oh boy.
But see, really, you just assumed she was saying she was sorry because she done it.
You're right. You're right. She might have been, that might have been
She might have been feeling sorry for you.
You poor young man. You're already decaying.
Exactly.
Well, this has turned into a real shit show, you know.
Decaying from the inside out.
Oh my God! Yes. Well, we were discussing the equalization of pressurized gases, so this is in the realm of
That's on topic.
It's on topic. Absolutely. That's what happens when the containment of a pressurized gas system is released. People puke.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, I'm still yawning.
Oh shit. It's so fun. But I keep looking at that little pesky meter up in the top of the screen there, and it's, oh my God, we're approaching 6 hours, and part of me's going, who fucking cares? And the other one's going, well, you should
Look
shut
at
it
the
down,
chat.
yeah.
Look at the chat. They're hoping I go live if you end the show.
Right? So we might as well just go ahead and stay going. Fuck it. We're having fun.
Save me the trouble of going live. Yeah.
I mean, as long as we ain't doing nothing that's going to get us in trouble and shit, we're having a good time. At least we're not out doing bad things because we're right here.
Yeah.
Heck, there should some other people come up here and have some fun with us.
I really wish so.
Yeah, don't be scared.
I was really looking forward to Melanie. I mean,
she might have joined the show before, but I mean, she definitely wouldn't have shown herself. I mean,
come on, she sounds hot. She does. She sounds like she's really hot and probably very.
Maybe if she's your type,
well, she's very easy. I mean, if you don't mind taking the path most often tread, I guess that would be the place to go. But
okay.
I'm thinking hot dogs down a hallway personally, but
aren't you married? Never mind.
Yeah, but I ain't dead. What the fuck?
Okay.
God damn. Besides, we gotta have fun. We gotta have fun at Melanie or Laura's expense.
Yeah.
We should. They put themselves out there for this, and they expect this, and we should deliver.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, because we aim to satisfy.
Aim to please with these.
That's right. We need to satisfy them needs.
Dave here's a great idea. I'm not going to read it all, but
well, let me put it all up on there. Something about Euro news and.
I thought it was another spam thing or something there for a minute.
Fun idea. You and panel make a story using these names. Okay, let's see what that's about. I have to go over here. Click on this.
Oh, speaking of list of names, have you looked up the list of asteroids, current asteroids, the names of them?
No, I haven't.
Oh, that is weird. I mean, I'm talking about you got to check it out because
I know they have one named Apophis. I know that one of them's named Apophis.
One of them's named Israel and all kinds of. I mean, there's some weird names, dude. There's some weird stuff going on up there as far as the naming, as well. But yeah, just check it out sometime.
Decipher compound words. That's when you really start getting into true meaning because they'll run words together to deceive.
Oh, they're doing witchcraft spells, and I mean, even if they're not, they're trying to. So they're definitely involved in all kinds of,
The spirit realm is very, very intriguing, but it's also very dangerous, in my opinion.
Oh, of course. That's why you don't even go there with a Ouija board because you don't,
Well, this is kind of cool right here because it's condom, anus, hell. Welcome to the places with the world's most unfortunate names, and I'm sure that they were named that way on purpose, but in others it's because the vernacular has changed in everyday usage. I've seen some pretty badly named places before myself. You know, it's just like, wow, really? You named your town asshole?
Like,
You know?
yeah, apparently Dildo somewhere.
Yeah.
There's a place called Dildo. Yeah.
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 There's a bunch. There's a Hell, Michigan. I know that. But let's see what it says here. It says, what are the names? What's in a name for better or worse? Some of the rudest places names have, but residents have put residents on the map. So here's a place called Dull, Scotland.
Dull,
okay, this
yeah.
video has nothing to do with this shit. It's just trying to say, buy my shit. That's what we do in America. Buy my shit. Here's a place. There it is. Dull. Welcome to Dull. Paired with boring Oregon.
Yeah.
Great.
What's
place.
that one that guy was holding up a sign?
Climax.
And he had some small words and then a large word, and they arrested him for it. Dang it. I can't remember the name of that town, and it was a town that he had on the sign. Remember that? That was funny.
I do. And he wrote the word between it real small, so you had to come up close to be able to see it.
Right. But he still got it jerked away and arrested and all kinds of shit.
So we got Climax in the United States.
Oh, coming something.
Yeah.
Climax, you said?
No, it's coming something.
Yeah. So it was Climax, United States. I don't know what city that's in or what town that is. Minnesota, Climax, Minnesota. Got a place called Dildo in Canada.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, Dildo. I saw a cool meme, and it was a pickle made out like a deer. Dildo. That's kind of funny. Fugging, formerly fucking Australia. No shit. Look at here. That's insane. Condom France. So here's an interesting thing too. Is and it kind of made me laugh when I first got into Civil War reenacting and shit like that. You know, I had all this equipment.
Wow, you are old.
And the dude I thought the dude was fucking with me. He was like, you should really get a tampon for your rifle. And I'm like, what the fuck? But the word tampon is French, as are most military terms, bivouac, camouflage. For some reason, a lot of this comes from the French. And a tampon merely means a plug.
Oh.
And there's a special plug called a tampon that goes into the muzzle of your musket to keep the fucking water from getting inside of it, man.
Wow.
Yeah, so I thought that was interesting. At first, he was like, "Oh," when he said that, I was like, "Yeah, what brand?" Fucking crazy. Where are we going to put the maxi pads, right? And he's like, "No, that's what this fucking little plug is called for your rifle." I was like, "No shit."
Well, if you'd have asked him for a fag, he'd have handed you a cigarette.
Yeah.
Right?
He'd have took it.
There's intercourse, the United States.
Somebody in the chat says they live by Oregon, boring Oregon.
They live near Boring. And here's Twat, Scotland. That's a good. And there's Finkstown, Kirkwall, and Twat is on the right. That's fucked up. It'd be even better if it was like you go one way and it goes toward a town called Bunghole, and the other way. You are at Gooch Falls, Muff, Ireland. Jesus Christ, what does this say? Mash Muff welcomes you. Wow. Is that anything like crushing fish biscuits? I don't know. Clit Romania. That's a fun. I bet that's really hard to find. Yeah, people have been known to go around for hours looking for clit.
Yeah.
Romania.
Let's go around in circles.
Yeah,
on GPS.
Finally takes this angry peasant woman that finally points him right to it, and then there's a place called Bitch, France.
Oh, wow.
That's kind of cool. Here's Cox, England. That sounds like a good place.
No.
Jesus Christ.
Intercourse.
Yeah,
Intercourse. What?
intercourse. Yeah, it's intercourse. Formerly Cross Keys, from a noted old tavern stand. Now we have a town here, and you may have heard of this town through Civil War history. A place called Cross Keys, and it's not very far from me at all. And the interesting thing about that, because the cross keys are a papal symbol.
Yeah.
So that's kind of weird. There was a big Civil War battle happening, Cross Keys, all up and down right around that whole area. We've got this huge cemetery in Harrisonburg that has all the fallen Confederates buried in, and it's huge, man. It's really something else, and that's from Battle of Harrisonburg, Cross Keys, the other one that happened right there too.
Have you ever been to Williamsburg to see all the stuff there? My stepdad used to work there. He for the filming part of all the filming they used to do, and yeah, he was there. He was there for a long time.
Do you know what I found disappointing about Williamsburg, old colonial Williamsburg?
Yeah.
Because you see this stuff and you go and you look at it and it's like, oh wow, okay, here's the governor's palace, neat. And then you read the thing and it says this is a reconstruction of the governor's palace that stood on this site. And you're like, wow, everything that I'm looking at is all reconstructions of shit they're telling me existed here.
Of course.
And even when I go to the battlefield of it's right near Williamsburg, it's where Cornwallis surrendered.
I can't think of it.
To Washington. Anyway, it'll come to me in just a minute. But anyway, you go up there to that battlefield and you see these ramparts. These are a recreation of the ramparts that were on this spot, or this is a recreation of this, that.
Well, I mean, it was a long time ago, when you were a kid. I mean, no.
Well, I mean, no, this was just 2 years ago. My wife and I went to Williams.
No, I mean, when it happened, though.
Oh, when it happened. Yeah. That was long.
I mean,
no, but I've got some video. I've got some really cool video of some colonial musicians playing some music on the street and shit like that inside the governor's palace and things like that. It's pretty interesting. I actually got most of Patrick Henry's speech on video too, so it's kind of interesting. But
have you ever?
My point being is that it's all recreations of a story that we're told. Yeah. They aren't. It's like, how do I know any of that fucking was real? You just built some shit and told me that there was some shit that looked like that true. Here.
I mean, I have my I've read my great probably grandfather's, journals that he kept during the Civil War and everything. And he was a prisoner at Andersonville. Have you ever seen that? The documentaries or the movie Andersonville? Yeah. Whew. How much of that is true, but I mean, he survived it. He was one of the ones that survived, being there as a prisoner, and other things. But he talked about he used to go and visit a hermit that lived in a tree, that he carved out a house in a tree. He made in the tree. It was a big tree, but he was a little person too. And my grandfather would go, great grandfather. I'm just saying, my grandfather would go and visit him, the guy that made it, and that's still there. That's in Alabama. It's still there. The where the guy lived, the tree.
Yeah.
Yep.
I thought you were going to tell us something interesting that he said.
What?
And you said you read a lot of his shit that he wrote, and he kept it.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, some of it's real, Right.
Well, yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, it's not.
But also, you really don't know that that's real. You only know that somebody said, "Hey, this is your great grandfather wrote this shit. Here you go."
Oh God!
Right? I mean, I'm serious. You really got to look at stuff like that.
Well, my grandfather was into genealogy, so he he did, he went back as far as he could. Like Logston, my last name's Logston, is from England, from one of the shires, in England. He was good at keeping track of every single family member.
I believe he kept very good track of the things he
and
was
genealogy used
Do
to
you
be
understand?
with the older group.
Hold on. Do you understand where I'm saying that? I'm sure that he kept a very good record of all the things he was told.
You're right.
You understand?
I mean,
this
so
is
you
where I
just have
get to. It's like, how do you know that you didn't just arrive here an hour ago, implanted with memories of an entire life? And shit?
Hey, I mean, you want to go there? I mean, how many times have we died? Me and you, or whoever, any of us. How many times? I feel like I could have died a few times. I've had a few near-death experiences. I don't know what's going on. Yeah,
Yeah, but okay, so Daniel says we get all of our words from the English. Worcestershire. How many of you actually pronounce that correctly? Worcestershire. Shropshire and Somerset, etc. Yeah.
My last name means the king's favorite. I know that.
Well, my last name is Cain, Cain. You tell me the meaning.
Woo.
Yeah, you tell me the meaning of that one, bro. Beloved. My first name means beloved, and then then you got Cain. I don't know. It's internal conflict all the time, Tommy. No shit, too. And I all through junior high, they sit you in homeroom in alphabetical order, and the kid that always had to sit next to me, his name was Fred Abel. That ain't no shit.
Cain and Abel.
Yes. Yeah. Oh my God, we had to hear that fucking bullshit all the time. Every goddamn year, there was some shit about Cain and Abel. Oh yeah. Get the fuck out of here,
Were y'all friends, or were y'all?
Yeah, in fact, it was really kind of cool because over summer vacation, I got a dog, and it was really cool. I got this dog, Freddie. He was a dachshund mix, full-size dachshund mix, and he was really a cool dog. So we came back from summer vacation. And of course, they seated Fred right next to me. He said, "What'd you do over the summer, man?" I said, "I got a dog." And he goes, "Wow, me too." And come to find out, he got my dog's sister.
Wow. Shit, get out of here.
Yeah, no shit.
Small town.
No shit. It wasn't a small town, man.
Really?
That was in Michigan days. That was half of my life in Michigan, the other half of my life here. I mean, I've been here as long as I was in Michigan now, almost.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
I've met quite a few characters from Michigan before.
Oh yeah, you're not going to meet any. Do you know why there's not a single Wolverine in Michigan outside of the zoo? That animal is not from Michigan. Okay. You know why Michigan is called the Wolverine state?
I didn't even know that.
Because of the tenacity of Michiganians, man. It's no shit. We went to war with fucking Ohio over Toledo, bro. Michigan went to war with Ohio over Toledo, and if you look, today,
that's true. That's what you were told.
Well, you look at the border between Michigan and Ohio, and there's that little curious jag that happens where now Toledo is in Ohio. That was the dispute because it's an important port.
One of those imaginary lines.
Yeah, exactly. But Toledo is very
imaginary lines. You can't.
Toledo's a very valuable port city, even though it's like an armpit of the world. It's still a very valuable port. And that's what the war was over. Always.
Crazy what people fight over, huh?
Well, there again, and also pointing to the Confederacy that we were founded under. You understand? Yeah. Michigan was its own sovereign nation or its own sovereign country, as was Ohio.
All right.
That's how it's supposed to be. We are unification of countries on the American continent. No different than the European Union. The European Union is a collection of European countries, but they're all their own country, right?
I don't think I would like to be called European.
European on me.
Where's Europe pooping at?
Why not Europe dissing?
Yeah, who's
Double
the Europe?
River by IP Freeway.
Yeah, right. On Europe pooping.
Think about who wants to actually call it. It's like the word Caucasian. Well, in Spanish, caca means what?
Shit.
Yeah, it means shit. Well, I ain't shit, so I won't allow anyone to call me Caucasian.
Who gives a shit?
Yeah, right. I mean, I don't even know what.
Shit about your
call me whatever the fuck you want.
I am proud to say that my ancestry lineage comes from people that were kicked out of every fucking decent country in the world.
What's a decent?
Oh, you're Jewish.
I'm a mutt. I'm a fucking mutt. I don't know. I might have a little hooky.
I call myself American.
I might have a little hooky in me. I don't know.
Oh dear.
Well, both sides of my family. It's funny because I have Black Irish on my mom's side and have the redhead, blonde headed Irish on my dad's side. And stuff. So we have this. I mean, when you start going to it, we have German and English and Irish, Black Irish.
Y'all fucking
Cherokee,
stop right now.
You name it, we got it.
Dreamy, stop. This is something. This is big.
What?
Mike Jones says he's an alcoholic and he hasn't had a single drop of alcohol in approximately 2 weeks. A round of applause. Pat your fucking self on the back. No, don't do that. Thank God for it. Okay, because you didn't do it. You didn't do it. That's
just stick
great,
to it,
though.
man.
That's great. Absolutely, 100%. You stick with it, and it's going to start.
Hey, I haven't had a drop of alcohol in probably a year or so. I'm not a drinker really, so I hardly ever have. So yeah, just do
I'd
it,
like
dude.
to point out something here. He's not an alcoholic. He's a living soul. He just drank a little. He drank too much, went overboard on it, but he's not an alcoholic.
I had a few. I take that back because I had a few when Brian Stavely and them came down. I had like a few
last
one day.
The last time that
I definitely don't get drunk. And
the last time that I have willingly imbibed alcoholic beverages was 12 years and 3 months ago.
Nice.
Okay. Now I'm not counting when I was sick and took a little bit of Robitussin. There was alcohol in that. And I'll tell you what, that didn't stay in me more than 10 minutes.
Yeah, I heard you say that. You puked, yeah.
And it was scary because red. That shit's red, right? So I start throwing up and here's this red coming out.
That's good.
Like, oh, okay.
That's how, yeah. Because you don't take medicine, right? I mean, or not? You don't normally. Yeah, I don't take any medicine, so I mean that's a good reaction. Then your body doesn't want that stuff because you don't take. It's not used to it. Yeah,
toxic. Get that fucking shit out of me.
It's toxic. Yeah,
get that shit out of me now.
Yeah,
that's
man.
great. That's great. I'm so.
I don't take Tylenol. I don't take Robitussin. I don't take fucking nothing from other than unless it has THC in it.
Right.
That's the only thing I get from a doctor, and I don't. Like I said, I don't take any thing from a store neither. No Tylenol, no aspirin, no Pepto-Bismol, nothing like that.
Yeah.
One of the best, if you start to get sick, one of the best things you can do is take the actual whole herb of golden seal and echinacea. And the echinacea helps boost the immune system, where the golden seal acts as strong like a penicillin.
So I want to make something clear, Dreamy, that we are in no way
not giving help. Yeah.
God damn it, let me say it, Tommy.
Sorry.
So we're not giving medical advice.
Oh, I'm
or
not.
anything. Okay, we are merely pointing out various herbal solutions to common remedies that we have used ourselves.
Right.
Your experience with those things may be quite differently. So consulting
Allegedly.
consult a physician before embarking on such a thing, or don't. I've done my due diligence. Now go ahead.
Right.
There you go, brother. Yeah.
But yeah, you're right, because it does depend on the person too. You're absolutely right, because there's a lot that plays into that. How healthy is that person? What's that person's body used to, and all that other mess.
Oh, do we have a spy in our midst?
I don't know.
DXL Master says Dreamy just admitted to being a globe. And how, pray tell, did she do that? I missed it.
I didn't say I was a glober.
You may have inadvertently said all around the planet or something.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So one of those other blasphemous
I
phrases.
like to call it a plain net. A
Or-
net. Like we're
or
pet.
people around the globe.
We cover the globe.
We can't tolerate such blasphemy. And so, as a blasphemer,
We have to have the globe.
so there it is, right there. What's the XL? He's not telling us how that happened. You typed as much. What the hell is she talking about? Yes, the XL. Oh yeah, she did. Look here, what she said. This blasphemous
We
statement.
lived on, I have family on all these different
We
mountains.
cover the globe. I just prefer American mud. You cover the globe, Dreamy.
He was talking about whenever I was talking about who my ancestry is.
Yeah.
And you said the GLO.
And that's your defense.
When I was waiting,
That's
it
your
jumped right on
defense for your blasphemy.
Oh. You're getting D's tension after this.
Oh, what, man? So, as a blasphemer, you are stoned to death.
Yes.
Well, they jumped right on it, didn't they? They didn't let it slide.
No, shit.
That's cool, though.
Yeah, it is.
He gets to throw the first stone.
That's right. I caught it, though.
In all fairness, though, that is a hard habit to get out of. It really is, because we are so fucking.
Yeah, I do find myself using it in situations.
I don't know, man. I hate that word. I know I shouldn't hate, but I mean, I dislike that word so much that I trust me. Oh, I do. I go out. I don't let it slip.
I've learned to curb my verbiage. A lot of times people like to talk about, when we're discussing gases, the atmosphere. I just use the term atmos, that's perfect, because it's great. Right. It means gas. Okay.
Right.
I don't see a sphere of gas anywhere. That's stupid. Right. Okay.
But you are right. We are programmed to repeat.
Yes. All the time. And they're going to remind you every day, all day of it too, whether it's a fucking logo on a cable truck or whatever. They're going to make sure that is seated in your mind, that you're on a globe all the time.
Because I do try to very carefully word what I say. But if I'm not really paying attention or focused on what I'm trying to say, but it is hard to come up with words to describe things.
Worldwide. I just say worldwide, or something.
Worldwide.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good way to put
across
it.
The world. Right. Push button says,
well, see, again, we have earth and world, and that's two different realms there, or two different things.
Push button says that blasphemer, what is that? Some kind of phantom limb? No, a blasphemer is one who has desecrated the holiness of flat earth. God damn it.
Yes. Talking about flat earth.
Yes. The femur done went to the moon in a blast off.
The geocentrism, this is a good one. Mike Jones, he always has some pretty good shit. This is geocentrism is derived from such words as geology, geometry, and geography, whereas heliocentrism comes directly from the ancient pagan sun god Helios. Good observation, Mike. That's absolutely right. And they do. They want you worshiping that motherfucker and not realizing that the earth is what dominates everything. We are the center of everything. This bullshit, there is no evidence of anything orbiting the sun. There is no proof anything orbits the sun. No one has ever seen one of these fucking planets traverse in front of the sun. They may tell you that they did, but they did not, because that's impossible.
Okay. Yes.
People
No satellites have been. All those satellites they say they've sent to the sun and it crashed into the sun. And
dude, that's the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life, man. You know what the biggest enemy of a radio frequency, one of the biggest enemies a radio frequency has? Sun. Solar radiation, right? And you mean to tell me you're going to bathe yourself in solar radiation and send a signal back all that fucking distance, 85 million miles? Kiss my ass. That shit ain't happening. Fuck off. I love that people tell me, so, well, they can check the distance to the sun using radar. They're like, they can. Where the fuck do they have a transmitter strong enough to send a goddamn radar signal 93 million miles? I'd just like to know that. And according to your model, by the time you got the bounce back, you would be 18,000 miles away from where you were when you sent the fucking thing. So there's nobody there to even receive it.
Oh, God.
You
gotta love their meth math.
Well, when you actually run their numbers and shit, it doesn't work out. None of it works out. When you run the ratios of eclipse shadows, none of it works out. None of it.
And what we would have the state of the art communication system without any glitches, without any interruptions or anything, if we could talk to the moon and back. You know, everything else here, we wouldn't be having all the go between a mountain and not be able to carry on a conversation and get cut off. You know, it should be, if we can actually talk to the moon or some other
they put
planet. And how many times has Pluto been a planet, not been a planet?
They ran a big, there's still that telephone line going to the moon is still there. Hooked up to the White House, to the Oval Room of the White House.
I think they said it best when they got to Uranus.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just like, come on, you really.
That's where your brain is.
It's almost like they're going, let's see how far we can take this shit. Let's see how fucking dumb these people really are.
Exactly. I have thought that many times.
And they just sit there like trained seals.
More. Yeah. Give me
more bullshit. Oh
my God, it's sick as fuck, man. I can't believe it. And you know, they've got to be getting a lot of joy. Probably the same schadenfreude that I get when I fuck with one of these trolls, you know? It's probably the same thing that they're experiencing, only on a greater scale, because it's like, look at this shit. These fucking monkeys are dumber and fuck. Let's see if we can run this by them one time. Oh, look, they believe in it.
And people think they're smarter than animals, and it just blows my mind. Animals are way smarter than people. Just watch them for a little bit. I love a pack of dogs, and so, well, right now I only have one, but
one pack or one dog?
I like one dog.
Yeah.
I tend to like to have 4 to 5. That's what I really like, because then you sit back and you can watch the communication go on between them. Yeah. I had a situation where I had 2 Chihuahuas, another dog that kind of looked like a Benji dog, you know, and then I had a Chow. The little Chihuahua, my little Chihuahua male, came running around the side of the house to bark at my little shaggy Benji-looking dog. And then the Benji dog gets up, barks back at him. Then he goes flying off the porch, following him because the little Chihuahua boy went flying off around the house.
Mm-hmm.
And then they get to the backyard. I get up because I want to see what's going on, right? This was interesting.
You see that?
Go around the back of the house, and there's my chow, and their dogs are. They're barking at each other. This one barks back. This one barks back. This one barks back. They both took off going different directions, and what do you know? They nabbed a rabbit.
You see that beautiful?
That is communication.
Damn,
Wow.
do you see that beautiful girl laying there? Do you see that?
Yeah, we see it. Yeah, German Shepherd.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
She's my
Nice,
baby.
nice.
She is my baby. She's the one that, like, all the rest of the dogs go out. Mommy takes everybody out, and she won't go until I tell her, say, okay, time for you to go outside. And then she'll go. She looks at me for permission for shit. It's so funny. Go down to the river. The other dogs just go right in the water, right? She goes and steps up to the shore and then looks back at me, and I'll tell her, it's okay, baby, you can go swim. And then she'll go in the water. It's funny as hell, man. It's funny as hell.
I had
She's
a Pomeranian that knew sign language. If I put my fingers to my lips, he would just stop and stand there, and he would be quiet. And I am so grateful that he learned sign language, because we were hiking up this path, and there was some cow elk coming up the side of this embankment, and I happened to be standing in its path. So I stepped back, and my dog was a little bit ahead of me. So I said, Brutus, kind of in a whisper. And he turned around, he looked at me, and I just had my fingers to my lips. And he actually stayed right there because I just put my hand out flat, like stop. And he looks over and he sees them cow elk coming up the side of the cliff. And he didn't move. You know, I didn't want him to go chasing after him so he'd get trampled or something, you know.
Right.
But he would take commands just in sign language alone.
Yeah.
Get his attention, the rest could be sign language.
Here's something that if you guys have dogs, this is something you can do. If you reach and pull their tail up and then put your hand right up against their back end, right? You know what happens? Your fucking hand smells awful. It's terrible, man. Try it. Anyway, go ahead.
That's yucky. I don't think I've ever done that, and I don't think I'll start. But I do say that animals are incredible. I mean, I feed I guess it was probably a couple weeks after we moved in here, I was hand feeding the squirrels that lived in our trees.
Oh, wow.
We had Fred and Ethel in one tree and Lucy and Ricky in the other.
Lucy!
That's what I named them after. I love Lucy, Fred and Ethel, and Lucy and Ricardo.
Yeah, Tobin Schwing is in the audience. Yep. Finally jumped in here.
Yep. About a swing.
But I'll tell you what, I am definitely going to shut this thing down. It's been going for a long time, and I'm starting to get a little bit ready to go in here and do some other things.
Well,
well, thanks a bunch, Auburn. It's been great tonight.
Yeah, man, it's been a lot of fun. I want to thank everybody for showing up here tonight. It was really quite enlightening. We weren't, I don't believe, able to get any patients at our clinic tonight, but who knows? We'll try again tomorrow and see what happens, you know? Sooner or later, that's because we're here to help.
Yeah.
Here to rehab Globies.
That's right. We're going to clear your globitis immediately, man. So,
yes, the epidemic of globitis.
It is. You got anything you want to leave us with tonight, Tommy?
Just live in peace and you know, love your neighbor, get to know them. You know, you might need them in the near future.
Right. What about you, Dreamy? You got anything for us?
Just keep an open mind. Don't say globe around
any of us.
because XLZ will catch you.
Yeah, ZXL, he's on that fucking shit. I'll tell you
Yeah,
what.
he is.
Not only will he catch you, he'll tell you about it in fucking 20 different languages too. That's
Yeah, exactly, and make sure everybody else knows.
gotta be on the spectrum, man.
I
Gotta be.
love
But you
him
love
though.
those people. I love ZXL Master. He's awesome as shit. So
Yeah,
anyway,
I'll
I'm
have a
gonna
good-
leave everybody with this last little note. Everybody remember the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. And see a doctor and fire his ass because he'll probably fucking kill you. So everybody
Yeah.
have a good
There you go.
evening and a pleasant tomorrow.
Good night.
Good night.
Much love.